Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is true potential in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 91, Itaki and Sasuke. Upon setting up camp, Jiraiya walked out into the surrounding forest alone. The Hokage moved almost aimlessly as his eyes wandered, moving from tree to tree. Minutes passed as Jiraiya finally stopped walking upon entering a clearing. Itaki, if you have anything to report, you better do it now. We'll be back at Konoha tomorrow. Jiraiya noted, sighing. You're already being risky as it is, being out here when I'm with people, especially since Sasuke is with me. A rustling noise sounded throughout the clearing. Jiraiya turned to face a bush just as Naruto and Hinata emerged together. Oi, Ero Sennin. What are you doing all the way out here? Naruto asked. Jiraiya shrugged his shoulders in response, just enjoying nature. The Uzumaki's eyes narrowed. You were going somewhere private to work on one of those pervy books, weren't you? Jiraiya's eyes lit up and a perverted grin developed on his face. Oh, there's an idea. It's been a hot minute since I've worked on Ika Ika. I would love the chance to write and de-stress and dash. Jiraiya-sama. Hinata's face reddened as she shook her head. We, came to talk to you about something. Yeah, it's important. Naruto shouted. Jiraiya focused on the two jonin. He noticed the serious expressions on their faces. He stopped laughing as he nodded back to them. What did you want to talk about? He asked. You implied there was more to Teiwa-san's report. Hinata said. What else was written? Jiraiya closed his eyes. He stayed quiet for a moment before he reopened his eyes and sighed. I was planning on telling you all when we got back, when I got a group of shinobi together to discuss this, but I suppose I can let you both know now if you insist. He said. His eyes narrowed on them. When Suzumibuki fought and killed Oniki, she fought alongside an Edo Tensei summon of the named Tsuchikage. Naruto frowned in response, an Edo Tensei? How the hell would Desh? Realization dawned on his face as an image of a man entered his mind. A scowl quickly developed. That bastard Kabuto was there. The Hokage nodded his head. Kabuto was seen in the village. He was the one who killed Kuratsuka's father and stole his corpse, along with Oniki's. He was also reported using the lava and iron release Kekkei Genkai. Naruto's eyes widened. He stole their bodies? And he has even more Kekkei Genkai. How is all of this possible? Hinata asked, frowning. Kekkei Genkai are supposed to be genetic. I could believe someone being able to steal and use one Kekkei Genkai, but he's stolen so many at this point. How can anyone accomplish this? Jiraiya shook his head. I have no idea. Hinata closed her eyes. Her fingers went to her face, pushing past her bangs and touching the Hyuga clan seal on her forehead. I know Akatsuki is the biggest priority, but we need to make Kabuto second. Naruto said, scowling. Cause we have no idea what that guy is planning and it seems like he's getting stronger the longer he is left alone. Jiraiya nodded his head in agreement, scowling. That guy ended up becoming exactly what Orochimaru always dreamed of being. Can't tell if the snake would happy or jealous. He sighed as his eyes steeled. There has to be a limit. Kakashi has nearly mastered his Sharingan and there's few shinobi I'd ever put on his level, and even he has limitations. I don't care how many experiments Kabuto is able to do, no one should be able to use so many bloodlines like that if they weren't born with them. There's a weakness somewhere and we need to find and exploit it. I'll be stronger the next time I run into him. Naruto said. The Uzumaki brought his fist to his face as a grin developed on his lips. I'll have the Jinchuriki training coming with B and Yujito and the others. And Masaka Doji-san is working on teaching me a seal that'll make me a lot stronger. Jiraiya's eyes moved to Naruto. He studied his godson for a moment. His eyes lit up as an idea entered his mind. Naruto, you've got Masakado and the rest of the Jinchuriki helping you grow stronger. I have an idea how I can help. Jiraiya said, a chuckle escaping his lips. You know anything about Senjutsu? Senjutsu? Naruto repeated, blinking. He shook his head. I think Iruka-sensei mentioned something about Senjutsu in class. Something about natural energy. His eyebrow rose slightly. What's that? I'll tell you about it when this stuff with Danzo is done, before you head to Kumo. I do have to work out some things with the toads and make sure they're not too pissed at me. Jiraiya said, rubbing the back of his head. But assuming that I can get it worked out with the toad, I can show you firsthand what Senjutsu is and how useful it would be to you. A chuckle escaped the Hokage's lips. Hopefully you didn't plan on having much free time before going to Kumo. I wasn't planning on it. Naruto shook his head. I know I need to train hard and keep my team strong. So I'll be sure to make myself as strong as I possibly can. Hinata nodded her head, same. We will manage to get stronger, Naruto-kun. Good to see you two are so focused. Jiraiya noted, smiling. His eyes turned upwards, focusing on the sky. 'Cause things are going to real serious real soon. And that's that. Sasuke said as he looked at a now deceased boar. The Uchiha pulled out the various kunai from the boar's body and pocketed them. He then pulled out a rope from his bag and tied it around the head. Upon tying it tight, he began to drag the body back to the campsite. These things are heavier than I remember. He grumbled, struggling to pull the rope. Slowly but surely, Sasuke made progress back to the campsite. His eyes were focused forward as he dragged the boar forward. A crow landed on a nearby tree, watching Sasuke intently. The Uchiha turned his head, acknowledging the bird, before turning his attention forward. His body tensed up slightly. No. A normal crow doesn't signify anything. Don't be stupid. Sasuke shook his head, turning his attention forward. I see you still hunt boar. A voice spoke. Sasuke's eyes widened, there's no way. Itake. His eyes immediately narrowed as killing intent began to leak from his body. His eyes shifted, developing 3 tomo as he activated his Sharingan. He's here. Finally. Dropping the rope, Sasuke reached into his pocket and turned around, throwing shuriken in the direction of the voice. His shuriken hit a tree, causing birds in the tree's branches to fly away. Sasuke's eyes narrowed as he started to look around the area. I've been waiting for this day, Itake. Sasuke hissed. Sasuke brought his right hand to his side and began to channel chakra, causing it to become surrounded with lightning chakra. I've been waiting for the chance to kill you. Sasuke's eyes moved from tree to tree, looking for his brother. His eyes then moved downward to the ground, narrowing on a chakra signature behind a bush. Sasuke then swiped his left hand forward, Chidori Senbon. A barrage of Senbon made of lightning rushed from Sasuke's hand, flying into the bush. Upon connecting, the bush caught on fire as the lightning destroyed it, but no person was struck by the lightning. It has been a long time, Sasuke. Itake spoke, his voice sounding through the clearing. You've grown stronger, it seems. His brother grit his teeth in response as his eyes searched the clearing. All he's doing is taunting me. That bastard's trying to distract me. Sasuke placed his hand onto the ground as the lightning on his hand seemed to grow larger, Chidori current. The lightning on Sasuke's hand spread to his entire body, covering him in electricity. Lightning moved down from his hand into the ground, spreading throughout the entire ground. The lightning rushed through the earth until it connected with the trees around him, causing them to catch on fire. Sasuke's eyes noticed a chakra signature from behind the flames. He braced himself as Itake revealed himself. It's just as you said, brother. Sasuke spat out. I've been bottling all of my rage and hatred my entire life for this one moment. I've waited my entire life to avenge Mom, Dad, and the rest of our clan. His eyes narrowed as the lightning surrounding his body started to grow further. Today's the day you finally die. Itake stared at Sasuke, shaking his head. He won't listen to a normal conversation. I'll have to force him to listen. What? Do you have nothing to say? Sasuke shouted as he tensed up, then die already. Sasuke charged forward, the lightning in his body concentrating in his left hand. He closed the distance between himself and his brother and shoved his lightning-covered fist into Itake's body. The elder Uchiha coughed up blood in response as his body grew limp. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. Quick timing with that genjutsu. But you're underestimating me if you think that'll be enough to deceive me. Sasuke noted. The Konoha shinobi jumped backwards just as the ground underneath feet opened up. Itake jumped from under the ground, his eyes slowly opening. Before he could do anything, however, Sasuke brought his hand forward, launching another barrage of lightning senbon. The lightning impaled Itaka's body, causing it to disperse into a murder of crows that flew into the air. You've become a lightning ninjutsu specialist. Itaka's voice boomed through the area. Is this because Hatake Kakashi was your instructor? That is no concern to you. Sasuke snarled as he pulled out a Fuma Shuriken. He gripped with his left hand, which transferred lightning over into the shuriken. Lightning flash. Sasuke turned around, throwing the lightning-covered shuriken around, leaving a trail of lightning as it moved forward. Itachi reappeared on the ground behind Sasuke just as the shuriken was about to hit him. He sidestepped, avoiding the attack. Just as the shuriken missed, the electricity around it exploded around it. The lightning struck into Itachi, causing him to wince in pain slightly as he continued to move. Finally, there's a hit. Sasuke grinned as the lightning around his body started to fade and he began making hand signs. You can see it, huh Itachi? I'm closer to your level than you assumed. Fire style, blast wave wild dance. Sasuke breathed out a vortex of fire that launched itself towards Itachi, moving in a spiral pattern. Itachi jumped to avoid the flames, but the spiraling vortex made contact, causing fire to spread onto his body. He hissed in pain and coughed up blood, but continued to move forward. His hand brushed against his shoulders, brushing off the fires. As Naruto, Hinata, and Jiraiya returned to the campsite, the group was blindsided by the sight of nearby trees catching in fire. Lightning and fire began to surround the area. What the hell is that? Katsumi asked as her Jonin sensei, the elder Hyuga, and the Hokage came back. I don't know. Naruto shouted, frowning. That's got to be a fight going on. Sasuke, are you okay? Both Hinata and Hanabi activated their Byakugan. The two sisters saw in the distance the battle between Sasuke and Itachi taking place in a clearing. Sasuke-san is fighting someone. Hanabi shouted. A man wearing a black cloak with red clouds. His brother. Hinata elaborated, a frown developing on her face. His brother is here. Itachi, you're fighting Sasuke? Is that why you're here? Jiraiya's eyes widened before her shook his head, scowling. Damn it Itachi, what the hell are you doing? We have to help him. Naruto stated, his eyes narrowing. Sasuke's going to need help to take that asshole down. His eyes then moved to his team. Can you all stay here and keep an eye on Yamafa while we take him down? The three genin nodded their heads in understanding. Fu, if you could stay behind with them as well. Jiraiya requested. I would personally like to get on the action, but fine. Fu huffed, crossing her arms. With those words, Naruto, Hinata, and Jiraiya hurried off to meet with the two Uchiha brothers. Sasuke. A memory returned to Naruto, a conversation he and Sasuke had once Naruto came back from Kirigakure after the Civil War. It's time. It's time for you to kill your clan's murderer once and for all. Itachi rushed towards Sasuke. As Sasuke got into position to fight, he felt another chakra presence behind him. He turned around just in time to see an Itachi clone behind him, trying to grab onto his neck. Sasuke jumped to the side and breathed out a fireball that hit the clone's body, causing it to explode. He then turned his attention back to his brother, who had now closed the distance between them. For a brief second, one Sharingan made eye contact with the main Jikyo Sharingan of the other. Tsukuyomi. Damn it. The world around Sasuke and Itachi began to vanish. The sky turned a reddish-black and the world became a flat landscape. Sasuke's eyes moved around the area for a moment as he tensed up, taking in a deep breath. You're stronger this time, Sasuke. This is just Tsukuyomi, his ultimate genjutsu. Whatever he shows you is just a genjutsu. Don't let it affect you. You can overcome it. As Sasuke spoke to himself, the area around him and Itachi began to take shape. They were now standing in a large, wooden room. Sasuke recognized the area, it was a room that he had been to in years, the clan head's office in the Uchiha clan compound. Two figures developed in the room. Sitting at a desk was their father, Uchiha Fugaku, and standing across from him was a younger-looking Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, you understand the job I am entrusting you with, Yes. Fugaku spoke. I do. The younger Itaka spoke, bowing his head. A frown developed on his face. Are you sure there's no other alternative, father? I am certain. Our clan, it can't function like this anymore. Fugaku said, sighing as he shook his head. These conspiracy theories of our clan using the Kyubi to attack the village have done too much damage. The shinobi of this village no longer trust. We are no longer welcome in the village we have sworn to protect. We need to do something. What? Sasuke spoke, scowling. What the hell is this? I know I'm asking a lot of you, my son. Fugaku admitted, a sad smile on his face. I know how much you love Konoha. And I also know the risks of asking you to spy on the Hokage. But trust me, we are doing this for the betterment of both the village and our clan. When our clan takes control of the village, we will be able to change it for the better. Take control of the village. Sasuke's eyes widened. Sasuke. The younger Uchiha turned his head at the sound of the real Itaka's voice. It is finally time you learned the truth. For the next 72 hours, you will be exposed to the truth. Through my memories and through my testimony. Truth, memories. Sasuke's eyes narrowed on his brother. What the hell are you talking about? The world changed shape once more. The area transformed from the council room into the Uchiha clan head's kitchen, the kitchen Sasuke remembered eating breakfast in every morning growing up. Sitting down at the kitchen table was the younger Itachi, sitting across from their mother, Uchiha Mikoto. Mother, you can't possibly agree with father and the clan elders, do you? The younger Itachi spoke, frowning. Do you all understand what a coup would mean? A coup. Sasuke felt his stomach drop. Itachi. Mikoto sighed, a sad smile on her lips as she shook her head. I know you mean well and how you want to keep our village peaceful and free of bloodshed. I know this must be difficult for you to think about. But your father is right. The elders are right. Her eyes steeled slightly as she took in a deep breath. This coup, it needs to happen. What the fuck is the meaning of this? Sasuke turned his head from the scene to face Itachi. It's the truth. The real Itachi spoke. You expect me to believe any of this? His younger brother grit his teeth. Our clan was plotting a coup? Against Konoha? Our loyal clan, the one who ran the military police that keep the village safe? You expect me to believe our own mother and father would lead a coup to take over the village? Itachi was silent for a moment. The environment began to change once again. The Uchiha compound disappeared and was replaced with the Hokage's office. The younger Itachi was seen once again, dressed in his old Umbu uniform. He stood in front of the Hokage's desk, facing the Sandaime Hokage. Itachi, has there been any improvements at all? Hiruzen asked. No. My father is still insistent about the need for a coup. Itachi shook his head. The other clan elders seemed to be pressuring it more and more. At this point, I think they have fully convinced him that it's the only option. Damn it. The Hokage took in a deep breath as he shook his head. Is your father still refusing to meet me one-on-one? Itachi shook his head, once again, I think he believes you may know about the planned coup, Hokage-sama. Furthermore, I believe he may suspect me. He has started to tell me less and less information. Itachi. I know I am asking much of you. But we need to figure out how to improve this. I am trying everything I can diplomatically to appease your father and the Uchiha clan, but they seem unwilling to accept anything. We need them to understand to prevent this coup and stop any needless bloodshed. The Sandaime noted. Danzo is already putting pressure on me to respond with force, and that is the last thing I want to do. Danzo. Sasuke repeated the name, frowning. That's. You know of him. Itachi spoke. Sasuke said nothing, still listening in on the younger Itachi's conversation with Hiruzen. If you know Danzo and his ideologies, then this might make more sense. The vision began to change once more. The Hokage's office was replaced with the dark chambers of Root's former headquarters. The younger Itachi stood face to face with Danzo. Itachi, you are aware that your clan is far too gone. This coup is unavoidable. None of yours or Hiruzen's attempts for a peaceful resolution will happen. Danzo noted. I need more time. Itaka said, bringing his hand to his chest. Just give me more time dash. Right now, you are wasting time. You are aware of what will happen if this coup does take place, right? Danzo stated. Your whole clan will be rooted. Your clan will be forever shamed and everyone will die in disgrace. Including your little brother. That won't happen. Itaka shook his head. I won't let it happen. And how will you not let it happen? Your peaceful attempts have all failed. If you truly wish to end this coup before it happens, then you'll have to resort to more efficient methods. Danzo turned back to face Itaka. You'll have to use my strategy. It will require sacrifice, but it would result in your brother surviving at the very least. What? Sasuke's eyes widened once more. The real Itaka glanced over to his younger brother. He nodded his head and the scenery of the illusion changed back to the flat surface. Itaka cleared his throat, bringing his brother's attention back to him. I can show you more, if you wish, but this is the truth of that night. He explained. This is why I murdered our entire clan dash. No. Sasuke shook his head. A scowl developed on his face as he charged at his brother. Shut up. How dare you fucking lie about this? In blind rage, Sasuke rushed to Itaka and punched him straight in the face. Itaka fell to the ground, wincing in pain. Sasuke seethed, staring at his older brother as he pulled himself off the ground. You killed our clan to prevent a coup? You killed them to prevent our whole clan from dying at the hands of Konoha? You killed them to save me? Quit lying. Sasuke rushed over to his brother's body and kicked him down into the ground. Mom and Dad would never. Itaka choked up blood in response. Sasuke's eyes narrowed in on his brother. What the hell are you doing? Why aren't you getting up? Fight back! Sasuke screamed, kicking his brother hard, causing him to roll to his back. This is your genjutsu. Why are you letting me just attack you? Fight back, you lying coward. Because I deserve this. Itaka answered as struggled to pull himself off the ground. Deserve this? Sasuke's scowl deepened. You deserve worse. As Sasuke rushed forward at Itaka's body once more, the flat surface changed once more. Sasuke stopped running as the environment changed a fifth time, turning back into his clan's compound. Sasuke's eyes widened in horror as he saw his mother and father, kneeling on the ground, as the younger Itaka approached them, gripping his tanto. No. Sasuke shivered, memories returning to him. Memories of his parents' corpses. Memories of Itaka slaughtering his clan. Not this again. I don't want to participate in a death match with my son. Fugaku said plainly, not looking back to face his son. The scene astonished Sasuke. When Itaka used the Tsukuyomi on him the first time, as a child, Sasuke recalled Itaka coldly killing his parents without a single moment of hesitation. He did not recall his parents ever talking with him. He also did not recall Itaka hesitating. I see. You've aligned with the other side. Fugaku noted, sighing. Father. Mother. Itaka spoke softly, his eyes focusing on them as he moved his tanto. We already know, Itaka. Mikoto interrupted, shaking her head. Itaka, promise me this. Fugaku said. He paused for a moment that felt like century before continuing. Take care of Sasuke. What? Sasuke shouted. I will. Sasuke watched Itaka take a step forward towards his parents. He took in the sight of tears in Itaka's eyes. He noticed the way Itaka's body physically shook as he raised his tanto, ready to plunge it into his parents. No, this can't be real. Sasuke shivered, bringing his hands to his body. None of this is real. It has to be fake. Do not fear it. This is the path you've chosen. Compared to yours, our pain will end in an instant. Fugaku spoke. A small, sad smile developed on the man's face. Our philosophies may be different, but I'm proud of you. You truly are a kind child. With those words, the scene vanished. Sasuke stood still, his eyes wide and his hands holding himself tightly. The real Itaka finally pulled himself off the ground and stared at Sasuke, a frown on his face. This is the truth. Itaka confessed, bowing his head. Tears developed in his eyes. You now see my biggest regrets. Failing to save our clan, and failing to fulfill our parents' last wish. Sasuke, I am sorry. Sasuke stood still for a moment. He wanted to shout and yell. He knew this was all a lie. He saw Itaka when it happened. He felt the pain and witnessed the torture when Itaka used Tsukuyomi on him when he returned home that fateful night. He remembered Itaka's words when asked why. He knew that this all one giant lie. And yet, Sasuke always knew the brother he knew before the Uchiha clan massacre was not the same man he met when Itaka killed his clan. The vision of Itaka in the Tsukuyomi Genjutsu was much more realistic to him. He felt like the brother he always knew. But, if this was what happened. Why? Sasuke spoke softly, tears starting to fall from his eyes. What am I supposed to believe? You killed our clan because they were threatening Konoha? Why would any of this be true? Itaka walked forward to Sasuke. He stood straight in front of his younger brother. In the aftermath of the Kyuubi attack, a theory began to run rampant that our clan used the Kyuubi to attack the village. Uchiha Madara, our ancestor, was known to have had the ability to control the Biju. It was a thought that our father or one of the elders directed it to attack the village. Itaka explained. I don't remember that. Sasuke shook his head. That can't be true. That was long ago, Sasuke, and our clan's image has changed since my actions. That theory must be long dead now. Itaka explained. Our father felt the pressure more than any other Uchiha. As the clan head, he felt the antagonistic nature of the village and wanted to do what he could to fight it. After deliberation with the elders of our clan, the end result he came to was to organize a coup. Father, no. Sasuke bit his lip hard. I can't believe that, Itaka. Our father, one of the most famous war heroes of the Third Shinobi World War. The same man who named me after the Sandame's father. He finally pulled his hand away from his body to brush away the tears. A scowl developed on his face. He could never have planned such a thing. Quit lying, you bastard dash. Sasuke. Itaka interrupted, his voice booming into Sasuke's ears. Even you must remember the change in our father. When he became more distant than usual. Sasuke shook his head again. He wasn't that kind of person, Itaka. He wasn't dash. Sasuke, you live in a world of black and white. Itaka spoke sharply. Sasuke turned to look at his brother, a confused expression on his face. Itaka frowned, taking in a deep breath. I am responsible for that, I presume. I am sorry. But you're a shinobi now. You know things can't be that simple. Father was the kind of man to plan a coup, because he felt it was best for his clan. And in the process, he felt he could help change Konoha to prevent such a situation from ever again. His actions, while misguided, were not immoral. He did what he did because he cared for his clan. Because he cared for you. 4. Sasuke could not finish his sentence. He looked downward, unable to meet Itaka's eyes. Silence passed between the two brothers for a moment. Itaka remained patient, letting Sasuke take all of the time he needed to process everything. After 10 minutes, Sasuke looked up at his brother. You're saying Konoha is responsible for their deaths, then? He said plainly. Our family is dead because of Konoha. No. Itaka shook his head. Sandame-sama wanted to avoid this as much as possible. He wanted to prevent needless bloodshed more than anyone. He would never have approved such an event. The Akatsuki member sighed. If the Uchiha clan tried to fight the village, he would have defended it with all of his might, but until such an event would happen, he would remain consistent in diplomacy. But the clan was going to fight, anyway. Sasuke spoke, taking in a deep breath. And if that happened? I couldn't let that happen. Itaka shook his head again. I knew that Danzo wanted the complete eradication of the clan, in case any surviving clansmen decided to get revenge, so I did what I could to save anyone. I did what was needed to save you. Save me. Sasuke's eyes teared up again as he shook his head. Why? You willingly killed our clan, all to save my life from a battle? Why would you put yourself through that? For the first time since his time in Konoha, Itachi smiled in response as he allowed his own tears to fall. Because I'm your big brother, Sasuke, and I promised you that I'd always protect you. His words finally broke Sasuke. The younger Uchiha's tears started to fall rampantly from his face as he himself fell into his brother. Itachi held onto his brother and rubbed his back while he sobbed into his shoulder. They remained still for hours. Itachi was patient, allowing Sasuke to cry to his heart's content. Sasuke was unable to control it. Years of bottling up hatred and anger were finally relieved and replaced with a sorrow that seemingly never ended. When Sasuke finally pulled himself away, his eyes were bloodshot. He rubbed at them, trying to dry up the remaining tears. Why? Sasuke's voice was shaky as he rubbed at his eyes to dry up the remaining tears. Why did you lie about your reasons all those years ago? Why did you want me to hate you? I lied to the world because I wanted the rest of Konoha, ignorant to our clan's planned coup, to still respect our clan. To view them as tragic heroes as opposed to traitors. I am aware of how mob mentality can shape a viewpoint. Itachi admitted. As for you Sasuke, I wanted you to hate me so that you would one day kill me. Why? Sasuke asked. To avenge our clan. To give you catharsis of having killed our clan's killer. And to give me the karma I deserve. Itachi confessed. Sasuke punched at Itachi's gut. The older brother's eyes widened as he fell to the ground onto his knees, coughing up blood in response. Stop talking like that. Sasuke stated sharply, crossing his arms. You don't deserve to die, Itachi. You've given up everything in life and sacrificed your own life and happiness to make the village safer. Dying is not the karma you deserve. Heh. Itachi let a pained chuckle escape his lips as he rubbed his lips, pushing away the blood. Why you and I have different opinions, but I suppose that's okay. Did you inflict Tsukuyomi on me as kid only to make me hate you? Sasuke pressed. Yes. Itachi nodded his head. I wanted you to dash. Sasuke punched Itachi once more, this time in the face. Itachi fell face first into the ground, his nose started to bleed. I will never get that image out of my head. Watching you murder mom, dad, and the rest of our clan, and it apparently didn't happen the way you showed me. That was all a lie. Like everything was. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. Fuck you, Itachi. Itachi pulled himself off the ground. He breathed heavily as he turned to face his younger brother, rubbing the blood away from his nose. Sasuke, why you have no need to ever forgive me for this, or for anything. Itachi bowed his head. I'm so sorry. Sasuke was still as he stared at his elder brother. He took in a deep breath as his eyes moved to his own fists, which tightened, as if he was ready to strike again. I hated you. I hated you with every fiber of my being, Itachi. Sasuke confessed. Killing you was my only purpose. I didn't have a plan for life after I killed you. I planned on having children and making sure the Uchiha clan did not die with me, but I really had no other goals. Itachi nodded his head in understanding. I want to forgive you. I understand what you were doing. I understand why you did. I understand why you wanted me to hate you. But hating you was my whole life, Itachi. Sasuke sighed. It feels like my entire life and path was based on a lie. I promised that I wasn't dash. Itachi stopped talking as he began to cough up blood. Sasuke's eyebrow rose, but Itachi composed himself and continued to speak. I wasn't, and my only goal was to help you avenge our clan, and preserve its legacy. I thought I was acting in your best interests, but I was acting selfishly, working toward my own death. I'm sorry dash. Itachi's words died once more as he began to cough up more blood. A frown developed on Sasuke's face as he stood still, watching him cough. The coughing lasted for another minute before it finally subsided. Sasuke was silent as he waited for Itachi to continue to cough. It never continued, which prompted him to clear his throat and begin speaking. Itachi, I didn't punch you that hard. His narrowed suspiciously on him. Why are you coughing up so much blood like that? Are you okay? I'm sick, but taking medicine. The elder brother answered. I'm fine. The younger brother crossed his arms. Itake, you've been lying to me my whole life. Don't lie to me now. Itake looked him in the eye, nodding his head, I'm not. Sasuke was quiet as he studied his brother. After a few seconds, his eyes relaxed. So, you've been waiting for me to grow strong enough to kill you. What else have you been doing in all of this? He asked, his eyes narrowing. Why join Akatsuki? To deliver information back to Konoha. You can speak with Jiraiya-sama about the extent of my reports. Itake answered. So you're his source? Sasuke noted, crossing his arms. So, you'll be in Kumo then for the Chunin exams coming up? Yes. Itake nodded his head. The entire Akatsuki will be there to ensure the capture of their Jinchuriki. Our leader is growing impatient at us still not having captured one at this point. We're behind schedule. The younger brother frowned as he looked at his brother once more. Itake, why are you doing this for Konoha's sake? Itake's eyebrow rose. You've sacrificed everything. You turned your back on your clan. All to keep Konoha safe, a village that put you in this position. Sasuke asked, his frown turning into a scowl. Why? Konoha did not force me to do anything. Itake said, frowning. Danzo forced my hand to act in a way I'd prefer not to have, but I did everything to keep the world peaceful, Sasuke. Peaceful? Sasuke shook his head. Itake, peace in this world is impossible. Peace as an absolute is, but any kind of peace I can help the world obtain is good. Itake stated, shaking his head. Sasuke, I was in the Third Shinobi World War from the age of 4. I've seen the effects of war and bloodshed and wish that on no country or village. I especially do not wish that on Konoha. Sasuke was still for a moment, processing his brother's words. I have so many more questions for you. He said. What exactly happened with Shisui, who knew about the coup in Konoha? Then ask. We have time. This jutsu will last for a total of 72 hours. Itake explained, a small smile developing on his lips. I would like to ask you questions as well, Sasuke. I would like to get to know you again. Sasuke's mouth twitched, turning upwards. Itake's eyes widened at the sight of Sasuke's smile, but it only served to make his own smile grow larger. There they are. Naruto, Hinata, and Jiraiya arrived in the clearing that was now surrounded by trees covered in fire. Sasuke and Itake were standing in the middle, staring back at one another intently. You used Tsukuyomi on your brother. Jiraiya's eyes widened. Itake, are you telling him the truth? That's his brother, huh? That's Itake. Naruto's eyes narrowed on the Akatsuki robes. I can see that Itake has Sasuke-kun in a genjutsu. Hinata noted, frowning. Tsukuyomi. Jiraiya elaborated, crossing his arms. The most powerful genjutsu of the main Jikyoshiri Nen. The ability to warp reality around a person, forcing them into a world of the user's design for the equivalent of 72 hours. Naruto scowled in response. He began channeling chakra into his hands, creating a spiraling orb in his hands. Jiraiya noticed the orb and held out his hand in front of Naruto. Naruto, wait. Jiraiya requested. Why? Naruto shouted, glaring at the Hokage. If he's distracted cause of his genjutsu, now's the right time to strike. We can't just let Sasuke suffer because of it. Naruto. Wait. The Hokage insisted, glaring back. Trust me. The Godfather and Godson stood still for a moment, locked in their staring contest, before Naruto finally acquiesced, his Rasengan disappearing before it could fully form. His eyes then narrowed back on the two Uchiha. Another minute passed before the two Uchiha broke their eye contact. Both brothers fell to their knees, beginning to sweat. What the hell? Sasuke's eyes focused on the environment around them, taking in the sights and sounds of the burning forest clearing. That felt way too short for 72 hours. Time is relative. Itake replied, chuckling slightly as he pulled himself off the ground. When you use that jutsu as frequently as I do, you get used to it. Interesting dash. Sasuke. Are you alright? Sasuke turned his attention to Naruto, Hinata, and Jiraiya. His fellow Jonin were looking at him in concern, but also were tense. He noticed both were ready to strike at Itachi whenever. "I'm fine. There's no need to fight," Sasuke answered, shaking his head. He then turned his attention to Jiraiya, his eyes narrowing. "Tell them the truth." Huh. Both Naruto and Hinata turned to face Jiraiya in confusion. Jiraiya, in response, chuckled as he stared Itachi in the eye. "So, you told him everything, huh? Please forgive me. I had been thinking about this for some time, now," Itachi confessed, bowing his head. Jiraiya was about to respond, but he felt a spike in killing intent. He focused his attention back on Sasuke, who was glaring daggers into him. A frown developed on Jiraiya's face before he nodded his head. "Uzumaki Naruto, Hyuga Hinata, allow me to formally introduce you to the most honorable Konoha shinobi I have ever had the pleasure of working with, along with my most trusted informant, Uchiha Itachi," he said. Both Naruto's and Hinata's eyes widened. They stared at the elder Uchiha, who only nodded at them in acknowledgement. "I'm confused," Naruto admitted, frowning. "Didn't Itachi kill his clan?" Sasuke finished, scowling. "No. Itachi sacrificed everything to prevent a coup and bring peace to Konoha." Sasuke began to explain everything he learned. The planned coup of the Uchiha clan, Itachi's role as a mole to the Hokage, the ultimatum Danzo brought to Itachi's hands, the massacre committed by Itachi on his clan, and his actions afterwards that allowed him to enter the Akatsuki to spy for Konoha. Both Naruto and Hinata were stunned at his words. The two turned their heads from Sasuke back to Itachi, who had a neutral expression on his face that showed no emotions. "Holy shit!" Naruto mumbled, shaking his head. "You've done so much for Konoha, Itachi-san," Hinata said, bowing her head. "That is almost unreal. He's done so much and all the payment he's received is more and more suffering," Sasuke exclaimed. Itachi frowned in response. Sasuke "You know my stance on this, Itachi." Sasuke turned his head back to his brother, gritting his teeth. "You listened to me rant for 72 hours, you know it's bullshit. You've done more than enough for this fucking village, even if you won't acknowledge that." "I agree with that statement," Jiraiya admitted, sighing. "Itachi's given up a ton for Konoha. More than some shinobi give up in an entire lifetime. I've only done what is necessary." Itachi shook his head, frowning. "It sounds like you've done more than that, Itachi." Naruto spoke up, causing him to turn his head to the Jinchuriki. "You've done a shit ton for the village without even a thank you, actually, the exact opposite. You've done what you did knowing that the village hates you. That shows what kind of person you are." Itachi was about to ignore him, but he noticed Sasuke staring at him, frowning. With a sigh, the elder Uchiha nodded his head in acknowledgement. "You flatter me." Itachi turned his head to face Jiraiya. "I do have a minor update to give you about a new member in Akatsuki, but the only concern I had in my mind was speaking with Sasuke, if you do not mind." "Itachi, I trust your judgment. It was your secret to keep. You are free to have shared it," Jiraiya said, nodding his head. "Good," Itachi said, nodding his head. "Then let me share the update I have. Yakushi Kabuto is now a member of Akatsuki." All eyes widened at that statement. There was silence for a moment before Naruto spoke up. "Kabuto's in Akatsuki, huh?" Naruto asked, gritting his teeth. "What does Kabuto get out of this?" Hinata questioned. "Oh, it's clear what he's getting out of this. He's getting access to more villages. I bet during this whole Kumo invasion, he's not going to be doing anything other than grave robbing that village. That's troubling. But also probably true," Jiraiya noted, sighing. "It'll be convenient if Kabuto is in Kumo. We can hopefully get him killed off there before he gets access to their corpses and prevent him from getting stronger. The Kumo exams are approaching soon," Itachi added. "Hopefully you will all be prepared for the oncoming invasion. And you'll be there?" Sasuke spoke up. "I will." Itachi nodded his head. The two brothers were silent for a moment as they stared back at one another. If I were to go with Hokage-sama as a bodyguard to Kumo, would I have the chance to see you there? Sasuke asked. That would be tricky to pull off, since Zetsu would most likely be patrolling the area, but I could manage, I think. Itachi said, nodding his head. You promise? Sasuke continued, crossing his arms. I need dash. Itachi reached out and poked Sasuke with his left index finger. The younger Uchiha's words died on his lips as his eyes widened. Forgive me, Sasuke. Itachi said, smiling. I promise, we will meet again. Tears started to fall down Sasuke's face once more as he rubbed his eyes. When his tears were brushed away, he smiled back, nodding his head. I look forward to seeing you again. Sasuke said. As do I. Itachi said. With those words, the elder Uchiha bowed his head to Jiraiya, Naruto, and Hinata. He then moved forward to Sasuke before pulling his brother into a hug, which Sasuke was quick to return. The two brothers were still for a moment before Itachi finally broke the hug. The two brothers nodded at each other before Itachi turned back, walking away into the night. He disappeared, leaving the burning trees in the clearing as the only sign of his presence. Silence filled the clearing for a moment. Jiraiya, Naruto, and Hinata stared at the younger Uchiha, who remained still, looking in the direction Itachi left in. Sasuke. Naruto called out. Sasuke turned his head back to face Naruto. His eyes moved from the Uzumaki to Hinata before they narrowed in on the Hokage. Hokage-sama, when we get back to Konoha, you intend on executing Danzo, right? He asked. Jiraiya nodded his head, for crimes against Kumo and IWA, yes. Danzo's execution is happening, no doubt. I want to be a part of it. In some way. Sasuke said firmly, crossing his arms. I want to see that man dead. I can arrange that. Jiraiya nodded his head. His eyebrow slightly. How are you feeling, Sasuke? I know Itachi dropped a lot of life-changing information on you. Sasuke was silent. He shook his head, deactivating his Sharingan, and started to walk back. Just allow me to watch Danzo die. Sasuke continued to say as he walked back, not looking back at the others. Naruto, Hinata, and Jiraiya stared at him, frowning in response, before they followed behind. Sai was quiet. He was bowed on the floor of Root's chambers as he looked up to Danzo. The founder of Root had his eyes closed as he was processing the information Sai gave him. A moment passed before his eye opened, narrowing on him. Your mission's failure is a concern to me. This suggests that Kamaizuru Suzumibuki is stronger than I anticipated and could be cage level. He said. I will send more agents to IWA shortly. We need to investigate the situation and find a way to dispose of her. Sai said nothing, his head still bowed towards his leader. Danzo walked forward to him, shaking his head. The failure is a concern, but it can be salvageable. We can still eliminate her, assuming she is still a threat. Danzo noted. He tapped his cane on the floor of the room. Although, there is a possibility that she could have gotten the support to have challenged Oniki and he could have eliminated her himself. That would be ideal. This could have been beneficial the way it happened, so long as they cannot pinpoint it back to Konoha. We were in IWA garb and I know that she assumed we were IWA shinobi gone wrong. I do believe it is likely she blamed Oniki for this. Sai acknowledged. Then hopefully Oniki killed her himself. Danzo nodded his head. Another agent will report on that later. In the meantime, Sai, you will await further orders when they become relevant. Understood, Danzo-sama. Sai said before he disappeared, using the Shunshin. Danzo was alone in his chambers. He walked over to the window, his eyes focusing on the moon in the sky. I assume that Jiraiya will be returning to the village soon. He noted. Considering Torin Norfu returned, they most likely engaged with the Raikage. Ideally, this will have strained whatever relationship we had with Kumo. It would be beneficial for us to simply allow them to fall to Akatsuki. Where the rest of Konoha would focus on maintaining Konoha's bright image, Root would remain in the shadows, giving it the foundation it needed to remain strong while doing the dirty, unseen work that kept Konoha on top. This was the way things were meant to be. Danzo knew this and, after a presumed failed meeting with the Raikage, Jiraiya would realize that as well. Ugh. Night watch is so boring. Naruto sighed. The Uzumaki would never outwardly complain about night watch duties, but he always hated the task. Nothing ever happened late at night whenever he was on watch and there was nothing to do. He usually spent the time mindlessly recreating seals for his Fuinjutsu, such as the Hurricane Manifestation Jutsu, while keeping his watch. It was a practical use of his time, but a boring one. Naruto remained focused on this work as time went by. An hour into his night shift, he heard a rustling noise, followed by footsteps. Naruto put away his sealing paper and pen and turned around to face the campsite. Sasuke was standing up and walking towards him. Yo! Naruto waved. Sasuke did not reply, causing the Uzumaki to frown. Can't sleep. Does it look I can? The Uchiha rolled his eyes. Naruto's frown deepened, but he said nothing. Sasuke wordlessly walked over to him and sat down on the ground next to him, his eyes moving up to the sky. Naruto, considering how you were brought up, why do you want to be Hokage? The Uchiha asked. Huh? He blinked in confusion. What's that supposed to mean? The village treated you like shit for being the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Sasuke explained, crossing his arms. So, why do you want to be the Hokage? Or why do you even serve them as a shinobi? Initially, it was to prove them wrong. Naruto admitted, looking up to the sky. I wanted to show them who I was capable of being and force them to acknowledge me. And that reason changed? Sasuke asked. Naruto nodded his head, because I've grown up and seen what the shinobi world is like. And I want to improve it and make it a safer place for everyone, especially for the people I love and care about. Even those villagers who screwed you over. Sasuke frowned in response. Naruto frowned back again. I mean, yeah, I think they were wrong to judge me. But like, a lot of the village has changed. A lot of people seem to respect me finally. And I don't want to hold their past prejudices against them, you know. The Uchiha nodded in response. He turned his head up to the sky, looking up to the stars. I'm still not processing everything fully. Everything feels like a lie to me. Sasuke confessed. Mom and Dad always spoke highly of Konoha and the Uchiha's role in keeping it safe. Yet they tried to start a coup. And after getting out of the Tsukuyomi and listening to Jiraiya, any lingering doubt in my mind went away. Itachi was truthful. Naruto nodded his head. Sasuke waited for the Uzumaki to say something, but the blonde remained quiet. The Uchiha sighed as he turned his attention back to him. I lived my entire life just to kill him. He said, sighing. Now, it feels like my life is meaningless. My one goal is no longer valid. That doesn't make your life meaningless, though. Naruto said, his frown deepening. I grew strong to kill my brother. I grew strong to avenge my family. But I can't get either of that, since my brother killed our family to protect Konoha and me. Sasuke exclaimed. Everything I've been working for has been a waste. It hasn't. Naruto shouted, his frown turning into a scowl. Growing strong is never a waste. Sasuke was silent for a moment, gritting his teeth. Naruto noticed the aggression in his face, which caused him to shake his head. He took in a deep breath before continuing. I know it feels like your whole life has been a lie, but you know the truth now. And you can move on based on it. Naruto said. 'Cause your past doesn't define you. I'm not the same bratty kid I was back in the academy. The Uchiha nodded his head, which caused a small smile to develop on Naruto's face. I know you probably feel like you have no goal, but you can still make a new one. You have time now. And you can base it all on who you are now. He explained. Sasuke was silent. He turned his head away from Naruto back to the sky. You can be honest with me, Sasuke. Do you hate Konoha? Naruto asked. No. He shook his head. Most of the village doesn't know what happened. And my clan was in the wrong with the planned coup. I can't hate Konoha for this. Then do you hate Old Man Sandaime? Naruto asked. Sasuke, again, shook his head, I know he was working on a peaceful solution and didn't want to kill my clan, but he kept this shit from me all this time. A scowl developed on his lips. But I don't think I respect him anymore. Not after how he let Danzo get away working behind his back. I understand that. Naruto nodded his head, sighing. Old man, why'd you let him get away with all of this? Danzo. I hate him. Sasuke stated, gritting his teeth. I want him dead. I want to personally kill him. But I know Jiraiya has just as much reason to want him dead, so I probably don't have a right to ask to execute him. But I need him dead. He needs to suffer. Danzo will die. Naruto nodded his head in agreement, scowling as well. Silence fell between the two jonin. Naruto cleared his throat as one last thought crossed his mind. Do you still hate your brother? Sasuke bit his lip in response. A heavy sigh escaped his lips as he shook his head. I don't know. I understand his logic, but my whole life was based around hating him. It's impossible to change overnight. He confessed. And he Tsukuyomi on me as a child to make me have a memory of him slaughtering our clan. I witnessed everything that happened. I'm still haunted by all that happened. And I won't ever forgive him for that, no matter what he intended. Sasuke. Naruto frowned in response. The two jonin were still for a moment. Naruto slowly pushed himself directly next to Sasuke's side. He then reached around, putting his arm around Sasuke's shoulder. The Uchiha turned to face the Uzumaki, looking at him in confusion. Remember when we talked after the Kirigakure mission? And I told you I'd be here to talk to you when you killed Itachi? Naruto asked. Sasuke nodded his head. Well, this technically isn't you killing Itachi, but I think your emotions count. And just as we have been, look, Sasuke, I'm here for you, okay? If you ever need to rant more about anything, I'm always here to talk to. And I know when we get back to Konoha, Sakura-chan and Kiba and Kakashi-sensei will be there too. He smiled back at the Uchiha. You have a support network here for you, okay? And I don't know if that helps much, but, just know it's there, okay? You got people that care about you and want to help you. Sasuke was quiet for a moment. He slowly turned his body more to face Naruto before he reached out to Naruto, hugging him back. A small smile was on the Uchiha's lips as his eyes watered up, but no tears fell. No words were shared. Naruto knew there was no point and Sasuke had nothing more to say. Still, the two felt connected. It was a small moment between two former rivals, but it felt like the first step down Sasuke's path to find a new meaning for life. Chapter 92, A Planned Retreat, A Planned Pursuit. Sunrise came quickly for Jiraiya and his entourage. Upon waking up and packing their belongings, the group continued their trip back to Konoha. 2 hours into their trip and they could see the gates of Konoha. Jiraiya stopped his approach, prompting everyone to stop moving. Before we arrive in Konoha, I need to make some plans with you all. Jiraiya said. He then turned to face Yamanaka Fu and ran through hand signs, Temple of Nirvana Jutsu. White feathers flew down directly in front of Yamafu. The auburn-haired Yamanaka immediately fell to the ground, breathing lightly as a peaceful look developed on his face. The benefit of having chakra seals placed on anyone, even a trained root agent, will succumb to any genjutsu. Jiraiya noted, chuckling. Kanji frowned, his eyes moving to his brother. Is he going to be okay? The Hokage nodded his head. He will be. I just need him unconscious for a little bit. His eyes then hardened. Now, we need to have a plan for this. We need to approach Danzo cautiously and simultaneously execute him with no problems. I intend on calling an impromptu council meeting with the clan heads and elders, which will actually serve as Danzo's trial grounds. You need to make sure the rest of Konoha knows why he is dying, yeah? Naruto asked. Jiraiya nodded his head. I could justify it after the fact, but I know it will still seem sketchy. I want to make it known to them publicly as it happens. Besides, it'll be more difficult for him to sneak out if so many eyes are on him. But I don't intend on wasting any time with this. He cleared his throat as he then addressed Naruto's genin, Kanji, Katsumi, and Hanabi. I would like your help with this. I need you three, the moment we get back to the village, to go visit the clan compounds of the Hyuga, Nara, Yamanaka, Akimichi, Abarame, Inyazuka, and Uzumaki. Inform Hayashi, Shikaku, Inoichi, Choza, Shivi, Tsum, and Masakado to come to the Konoha Council chambers immediately. Katsumi bowed her head. We can do that. Will we able to get an audience with all of them? Kanji asked. Jiraiya nodded his head and reached into his pocket and pulled out 3 slips of paper that all had the same seals on it, the kanji for toad, the kanji for oil, and the kanji for fire. Show these seals the second you get to their compounds and the clan heads will understand that whatever you are about to tell them is a direct message from me. They'll meet and listen rapidly. Okay. Hanabi nodded her head as she and her teammates took the seals. I'll meet with Tsunade and Hiruzen-sensei and bring them as well, and Hiruzen will probably want to bring his dem teammates, then I'll prepare the council chambers. Sasuke, I would like you to come with me. Jiraiya said, turning his head to face the Uchiha. You probably want to be there to witness this all go down, right? The Uchiha nodded his head, scowling, I need to see him die. And you will. Jiraiya stated. He then turned to Naruto and Hinata. I have a job for you two that I hope does not come to pass, but I am giving you both the responsibility of assembling a pursuit squad for a mission. Naruto's eyebrow rose. What for? I am assuming that if we play our cards right, we can kill Danzo quickly and easily, but as I've said, he's slippery. And his root agents are determined and loyal only to him. I am expecting a non-zero chance that, even with all these people present at the council meeting, he will be able to slip out and try to escape the village. That's where you both come in. I want you to assemble a squad that will be ready to, if necessary, hunt him down if he is able to get away. Jiraiya requested. Both Naruto and Hinata nodded their heads. Do you have any preferences for people? Or numbers? Hinata asked. Not counting you two, Sasuke, and myself, I would recommend no more than 10 others. We should be able to keep the numbers low to pursue him. Jiraiya suggested. Amongst the shinobi available in Konoha at the moment, I would want you to bring Hatake Kakashi and a shinobi named Tenzo. If you tell his name to Kakashi, he'll get him. If you're trying to find Kakashi-sensei, he'll be by the memorial stone. Sasuke suggested. He's usually there. Gotcha. Naruto nodded his head. We'll look there. Do you all want me to help out with this in any way? Fu asked. If you want to be a part of the task force to hunt Danzo in the worst case scenario, then I'll be fine with that. Jiraiya told her. I'd like to. I want to help. The Nanabe Jinchuriki said, scowling. If he's going to try and run, then I'll be more than happy to hunt him down. Hopefully, it will not come to that. Jiraiya insisted, sighing. But let's plan for it in case it does. Now, let's not waste any more time. With those words, the group continued to move. Fu grabbed Yamafu and carried him over her shoulder as they continued their final approach towards Konoha. 30 minutes passed. Jiraiya, along with his company, arrived back at the gates of Konoha. The village gates were opened and 2 Konoha-chunin immediately walked forward, bowing their heads. Go Dame-sama, welcome back. Kotetsu stated. We hope your trip to Shimo was productive. Izumo added. It was. Jiraiya nodded his head. His eyes steeled on the two. Kotetsu, Izumo, I have an important task for you, as well as all the shinobi on active duty at her gate. I need you all to make sure that no single person, civilian or shinobi, leaves the village unless they have my explicit permission. I don't care what mission Sarutobi-sensei assigned them in my absence. My word is the law here. His eyes narrowed. Understood. Oh, of course. Both Izumo and Kotetsu nodded their heads in understanding before they left the ground to get back to their posts. Left alone on the ground, Jiraiya nodded his head at his group. Kanji, Katsumi, and Hanabi immediately rushed out, heading towards the clan compounds for the major clans. Naruto, Hinata, and Fu, who was still carrying Yamafu, left together, moving to recruit shinobi. Sasuke and Jiraiya moved together, moving towards the Hokage's office. As the shinobi all moved out, a dark-haired shinobi with hair in a ponytail, wearing a white umbu mask and a beige cloak that kept the rest of his body hidden, studied them and their movements. He quickly disappeared in the shadows. Danzo sat in a small Western-style cafe in Konoha, eating a plate of eggs with his cane to his side. The man sat alone in the building, seemingly enjoying the peace. Just as he finished his plate, a shinobi, the same white-masked Umbu agent by the Konoha gates, appeared in the room, using the shunshin. "Ho, report," Danzo requested as he stood up from his seat and grabbed his plate. "Jiraiya has arrived back in the village." The shinobi, Ho, noted. "Yamanaka Fu is with him." Danzo, who had been walking to a back door in the cafe, stopped walking. His eye momentarily widened before he shook his head, his face turning into a calm expression. Fu's and Torin's mission was compromised, it seemed. "I was not expecting them to encounter Jiraiya at all," he noted. What was Fu's condition? Unconscious. The Nanabi Jinchuriki was carrying him. And Torin was not with them. Danzo questioned. Ho shook his head. He most likely was taken by Kyumo. The plan must have been found out. Danzo moved through the cafe, walking into the kitchen. He headed to a sink and began to wash his plate with his left hand. "We will act as if Jiraiya learned the truth about everything and that he and the Raikage made an agreement of sorts." Danzo spoke. "Make arrangements to leave the village, Ho. Seek out any of our top operatives that are currently in the village and order them to get out of the village and wait outside the Konoha gates for me." Jiraiya placed the shinobi watching the gates on tight orders to make sure no shinobi left the village without his permission. Ho noted. "We'll get out, but we may draw too much attention to ourselves. Then get a distraction of sorts. Or a tool to break out without difficulty," Danzo said. He turned off the water, having cleaned his plate, and placed it in a rack to the side. He then turned his attention to the root agent. A prime tool would be Hyagayoshi Kane. "Put pressure on that man and he'll assist." "Understood." Ho bowed his head. "When should we expect you at the gates, Danzo-sama?" "Shortly," the elder said. "I suspect Jiraiya will call me to a council. I will go in order to understand how much Jiraiya knows and ascertain how hostile he is." Ho nodded his head in understanding. He made a hand sign before he disappeared from the kitchen. As quickly as he disappeared, another root agent appeared in the room. The man, unlike Ho, was not wearing a mask to cover his face, showing off his black shaggy hair that went down to his ears, his narrow jawline and pronounced cheekbone, and the stubble on his face. He wore a black kimono with purple lining around the collar. He also wore bandages on his arms up to his hands. "Shigaraki Tanuki, retrieve the research that you and Tsumaiki Kido have been working on. Retrieve every trace of the tailed beast drug," Danzo requested. The man, Tanuki, nodded his head. "Is Project New usable yet?" "New is usable, but it is still incomplete. It needs another 5 years of research before it reaches optimal capabilities," Tanuki answered. "But is it combat ready in any capacity right now?" Danzo asked. Tanuki nodded his head once again, "Then retrieve it. There is a non-zero chance we will need it. Upon retrieving all the research and samples, report back to Ho for further instruction." "Understood Danzo-sama," Tanuki replied before he disappeared, leaving Danzo alone. Reaching into a cabinet, the elder pulled out a teacup. He then walked over to a full teapot in the kitchen and poured himself a cup of tea. Gripping the cup in his hand, he walked back to the cafe's entrance, taking a seat at the table he had been at. He sipped his cup, his expression neutral. "Show me what you know, Jiraiya. Let me see the kind of leader you are." Danzo's eyes narrowed slightly as he began to wait. "I should probably request a mission soon," Anko noted, yawning. The snake mistress of Konoha was sitting in her apartment, bored. After returning from Takigakure and helping Shibuki interrogate Kariado Zagi, Anko spent some time catching up on her responsibilities with the TNI department, helping Ibiki with some inmates in Konoha. She had officially caught up on her duties and was now waiting for the right mission. "I was hoping Zabuza or someone from Kiri would have come by already with a mission request from them. I was expecting to have something, Seven Swordsmen, related happen by now. But whatever," she grumbled. "Guess I'll ask if there's an interesting A-rank mission available. Hell, I'll even take a B or C rank if it means getting out of here and doing something. As she grabbed the sealing scroll with Shivuki and finished her preparations, she heard a knock on her door. She walked over and opened it and was met face to face with Hinata. "Hey, Hinata." Anko grinned in response. "Glad to see you're back. How'd that Shimo mission go?" Hinata shook her head. "We can talk later about that. I have a mission for you, Anko-sensei." Anko blinked in response. "You got a mission for me? You just got back from one. It's a serious one," Hinata admitted, frowning. "We may be confronting Shimura Danzo and any of his operatives should he resist the Hokage." Huh? Anko's eyes widened. "Danzo? We're going after him? I mean, he's a shady asshole, but what is this about?" "Anko-sensei, I'll explain more, but for now, I need to move on and get more shinobi on the mission," Hinata said, shaking her head. "We don't have much time. If you can go on the mission, please come with me." The shock started to fade from Anko's face before she nodded her head. She gestured towards her attire and the scroll on her back. "I was actually about to head out, so I'm ready. Lead the way." With those words, Hinata and Anko left her apartment and began heading out to their next destination. As Sasuke had predicted, Naruto found Kakashi at Konoha's memorial stone. The silver-haired Jonin was staring down at the monument, seemingly focused solely on it. "Kakashi!" Naruto called out. Sharingan no Kakashi turned his head to face Naruto. He smiled behind his mask as his right hand instinctively went to the back of his head. "Naruto, it's been a while," he greeted. "Can I help you with anything?" "Yeah, we need you for a mission." "Hokage's orders," Naruto stated. "It's about Danzo." Kakashi's cheerful expression faded instantly. The man's eye narrowed slightly. "What kind of mission?" he asked. "Jiraiya wants to execute him for treason," Naruto answered bluntly. "But he's worried that he might try to escape, so he wants to organize a tracking squad to hunt him down if Danzo is able to get away." "Will," Kakashi corrected, shaking his head. "I am aware of that man and how difficult it is to pin him down." He sighed, his hand moving to his forehead protector, touching over where his Sharingan eye was. "This mission is overdue. I will be glad to help with this. Jiraiya asked me to tell you to recruit Tenzo for this mission," Naruto said. Kakashi nodded his head. He would have a personal stake in getting involved with this. "I can get him." The Jonin then moved away from the statue and began to walk away. "I'll find Tenzo. You go recruit whoever else you wanted to bring." With those words, Kakashi disappeared in a shunshin. Naruto made a hand sign, disappearing as well. Fu rushed through the streets of Konoha, carrying her fellow Fu over her back. Naruto and Hinata were in charge of recruiting the majority of the shinobi, but the Taki shinobi made one suggestion for a shinobi that both quickly agreed on. Fu agreed to go recruit him and hurried to where she hoped he would be. It did not take long for her to arrive at the Abarame clan compound. An Abarame clan shinobi stood outside the entrance to the compound, staring at her from behind his sunglasses. "Takigakuer shinobi, do you have business here?" he questioned. "I do." She nodded her head. "I have a mission from the Hokage for Abarame Shino. Can you have him come out?" The Abarame nodded his head. He held out his hand and a single Kakaicha flew through the air, entering the clan compound. "Please, wait a moment," he requested. Fu nodded her head. The two were quiet while they waited, the only noise present being the light breathing from Yamafu on her back. 3 minutes passed by before Shino walked out of the clan compound, fully dressed and equipped for a mission. "Fu-san, it is a pleasure to see you again," Shino said. "I was told you had a mission from the Hokage for me." "Yeah." She nodded her head. "We may not be needed, but you'd be a valuable asset to have on a pursuit squad." "Understandable. My Kakaicha make me ideal for tracking down someone." Shino adjusted his glasses slightly as he looked at the Jinchuriki. "Who is the target?" "Er." Fu's eyes moved to the sleeping Yamanaka over her shoulder. She recalled who his partner was, an Abarame, before she turned back to Shino, shaking her head. "I'll tell you on the way." It's best to keep private about this. Shino nodded his head, very well. Lead the way, then. Fu rushed away from the Abarame clan compound with Shino following behind. Just as the two rushed away, Katsumi hurried in front of the building, breathing heavily. Before the Abarame gatekeeper could ask her anything, she pulled out the seal Jiraiya had given her. I need to speak to Abarame Shivi, please. She requested. Hyaga Yoshikane, I wish to speak with you. Yoshikane had been taking a walk in the Hyaga clan compound's courtyard when he stopped in his steps at the sound of a voice. He turned around in time to see an Umbu agent standing in front of him. The man wore the standard Umbu uniform and had on a mask with red and green markings that resembled a dragon. He also wore a pair of gloves. The left hand matched the red color of his mask while the right matched the green. The man also had incredibly short dark blonde hair. Tsumaiki Kido. Yoshikane sighed at the sight of the man. To what do I owe the pleasure of your company? Danzo-sama suspects that the Hokage is going to doing something rash against him. The Umbu, Kido, explained. Danzo-sama is requesting your assistance in helping clear a way out of the village for a few of his operatives. He can work out a escape route on his own. Yoshikane replied, scowling. Leave me be. I would advise against that. Kido said, bringing his right hand to his chin. Jiraiya seems rather displeased with Danzo-sama's work now. He might not be pleased to learn about the extent of your relationship with him. The Hyaga elder began to grit his teeth. What dash? It would not be profitable for you to ignore our request. Kido interrupted. I've helped Danzo enough already. He doesn't need my assistance. Yoshikane hissed. On the contrary, did you not recently reignite communication with each other again to settle a clan disagreement? As far as we are concerned, you now owe Danzo-sama once again. Kido reminded. Yoshikane could not see behind the man's mask, but he could tell that the root agent was grinning. You'd really dislike it if the Hyaga clan's reputation was damaged based off your actions under your tenure as clan head, would you? Centuries of a rich, respected history could be shattered in an instant if certain secrets were outed. Perhaps on our way out, I'll dash. Fine. Yoshikane snapped, crossing his arms. Just keep your damn mouth shut. What do you need me to do? Forged documents. Kido requested, reaching into his bag for a list. We'll need documentation approving all the listed shinobi on this page for a mission to escort you out of the village on a sabbatical. I'll leave specifics of the mission to you. I'm certain you are still familiar with the Hokage's official documents for missions and you are familiar with Jiraiya's penmanship. This should be rather simple. Bah! Yoshikane hissed as he grabbed the scroll and glanced at the names. Fine. I'll do this and I'll get you out. Once this is done, though, tell Danzo to leave me the fuck alone. Yoshikane stormed off, heading towards his bedroom to work on the documents. Kido observed the man before he chuckled to himself. As always, pleasure doing business with you, Yoshikane. He noted. The root agent then disappeared. As soon as he left, Hyaga Hanabi ran through the courtyard, heading towards the clan head's home, looking for her father. A knock sounded throughout the Hokage's office. Come in. The door opened and Jiraiya and Sasuke walked into the room together. Their eyes moved to Hiruzen, who was sitting at the desk, working on paperwork. He turned his attention upwards, smiling at the two. Good to see you made it back safely, Jiraiya. I kept the office warm for you. It was almost nice to be back here, doing some of the minor Hokage responsibilities once again. Hiruzen said with a chuckle. He noticed the tense look on both his students' and Sasuke's faces, which caused his laughter to die. His face turned neutral as he nodded his head. Did the meeting in Shimo go well? It would have, if Danzo did not intervene. Jiraiya explained, scowling. Danzo sent 2 root agents out to assassinate the Raikage. What? The Sandame's eyes widened as he dropped his paperwork onto the desk. He found out about the meeting and wanted to ensure Konoha's relationship with Kyumo remained hostile. Jiraiya continued, his scowl deepening. While all of this was going on, he had other agents of his try to assassinate the Kamaizuru grandchildren. Before Hiruzen could respond, Jiraiya cleared his mouth, causing the Sandaime to stay silent. That led to another Yama no Osu that costed Oniki his life. Kuratsuka managed to defeat Kamaizuru Suzumibuki and maybe salvaged our relationship with IWA in the process, but the point stands, our relationship with IWA also almost went up in smoke and the Sandaime Tsuchikage is dead. Because of Danzo. Hiruzen brought his hands to his face, shaking his head. A loud, tired sigh escaped his lips. Why dash? Don't why or try to excuse this. Sasuke spoke up, a glare on his face. You know how that man works. You've known ever since he ordered Itaka to kill my whole damn clan. Hiruzen's eyes widened further as he turned to look at the Uchiha. Sasuke, you know dash. Damn right I know. Sasuke interrupted, gritting his teeth. So why the fuck did you let him get away with that then? You knew what he was fucking capable of, so why did you let him live for that bullshit? Hiruzen sighed again, his eyes moving downward. At the time, I couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. Sasuke repeated the phrase, nearly snarling. The Sandaime Hokage nodded his head. Despite my disagreements with Danzo, I know that he has the best interest of Konoha in his heart. The will of fire burns in his heart in a different way than most, but it still exists. He is still the same, dedicated shinobi that I grew up with and trained with. But to think that he would try something like an assassination attempt on me. A frown developed on his lips as Hiruzen stood up from his chair. It was a mistake. I thought disbanding Root would stop him from his meddling. You only officially disbanded it. Root still existed in practice. And you turned a blind eye. Jiraiya said, his eyes narrowing. Sarutobi-sensei, I respect the desire to not fight and kill a former comrade, but I don't sympathize. I was willing to do it to Orochimaru after he became what he was after his betrayal. A frown developed on the Hokage's lips as he shook his head, but I guess you're consistent there too, huh? Hiruzen winced at the mention of his other student. He remembered his discovery of Orochimaru's crimes and his experiments and the horror. He remembered the one chance he had of killing Orochimaru before he managed to get away. He would always remember the moment he made that mistake and did not follow through with it. Killing Orochimaru years later did not take away from that guilt. He let his emotions get the better of him and was unable to kill his student, which caused great suffering and destruction to be done under Orochimaru's name. I grew soft with age. And I'll always live with those regrets. He admitted. He looked up to Sasuke, taking in a deep breath. Sasuke, I do not deserve your forgiveness, but I am still sorry. You're right. I don't forgive you. Sasuke admitted. Hiruzen nodded his head in understanding. But you're not the focus of my anger. That is solely on Danzo. Sarutobi-sensei, I am calling forth a council meeting where I explain Danzo's treason to the Shinobi Council. You are invited and I encourage you to invite your old teammates. Jiraiya stated. The meeting will conclude with Danzo's execution. Hiruzen's eyes widened. You are going to kill him. Jiraiya nodded his head. I'm not making your mistake. As long as I am Hokage, anyone who crosses Konoha will die, regardless of whoever they are. The Sandaime Hokage was silent at Jiraiya's words. He shook his head as memories returned to him. He recalled both him and Danzo training as genin, along with their respective genin teams, as Senju Tobirama watched. He recalled both him and Danzo shoveling plates of fried rice down their faces in a contest to see who could finish their food first, much to their team's utter horror at a simple lunch meeting turning into another competition between the two. He recalled both him and Danzo going on missions together in the First Shinobi World War, managing to survive battle after battle. He recalled the pleased smirk on Danzo's face every time Hiruzen returned from a mission alive. As more and more memories returned, another memory returned to his mind at the forefront. Hiruzen recalled walking through the Uchiha clan compound amongst piles of dead bodies as Danzo rationalized Itaka's decision. He recalled his demand to dismantle Root and recalled the silent rage he felt from Danzo's body language. With that memory in mind, no other positive memories came to mind. Hiruzen shook his head, frowning deeply. I made a grave mistake, letting my own emotions get the better of me. I am pleased to see you aren't following suit. Hiruzen noted. I will inform Koharu and Homura of this meeting, and I'll also fetch Tsunade. The Hokage's eyes narrowed slightly. Jiraiya, I know Danzo better than any other shinobi in this village. Surely you know he's aware that you're planning something and that he isn't going to take his death lying down. Do you have a plan for him? I have a contingency plan, yes. Jiraiya noted. If this situation escalates further, then please allow me to join. Hiruzen requested, a determined look on his face. I did not make the same mistake twice with Orochimaru and I will not do the same with Danzo. If it comes to that, then yes. Jiraiya nodded his head. I would want you and Tsunade to join. The Sandaime nodded his head, then I'll make sure to inform her as well. With those words, the groups separated. Jiraiya and Sasuke hurried to the Konoha Council's chambers to make final preparations while Hiruzen went to go meet his former teammates. Who else would be a good pick for this? Naruto questioned as he ran through the streets of Konoha. Ero Sennin wants to keep numbers down a bit. Probably only need 1 or 2 more people. I think Lee and Tenten are back from the Suna mission. Neji also wouldn't be a bad idea. Maybe. Oi, Naruto. You're back. Naruto stopped in his tracks and turned his head. Kiba, Akamaru, and Sakura were walking together approaching him. They're perfect. Naruto nodded his head as he walked towards them. Everything alright, Naruto? Did things go okay on the mission? Sakura asked, a frown on her face. You look a little stressed. Things went okay. Naruto answered. I'm recruiting for a mission and you two would be perfect for it. A mission? Kiba asked. Yeah. And Kakashi and Sasuke are going to be on it, so it's probably good that your whole team is together. Naruto said. What is it? Sakura asked, her eyes narrowing. A pursuit mission. Naruto answered. We'll talk on the way. Sakura and Kiba nodded while Akamaru barked in agreement. They proceeded to follow Naruto as he moved his way through the streets of Konoha. Shimura Danzo waited patiently in the same Western cafe. He received a status update from Ho that the appropriate instructions had been communicated to the necessary route agents and just waited patiently. A part of him knew that he could simply flee now, but he wanted to fully understand what the Hokage knew. He also felt a desire to argue back with him and prove the necessity of his actions. With his mindset, Danzo waited, sipping a cup of tea in the cafe. He waited 30 minutes before 2 Umbu agents entered the door. Shimura Danzo, Hokage Summer requests your presence for an impromptu meeting with the Shinobi Council. One of the 2 agents stated. Does he now? Danzo shook his head. Very well. The elder stood up from his chair and began to walk forward towards the door to the cafe. The 2 Umbu moved, blocking the path. We'll escort you. The second agent noted. Let's not keep Hokage-sama waiting. Of course. Danzo nodded his head. Lead the way. The Konohagakure Council chamber was filled, with every seat at the large table being filled. Abarameishivi, Inyazuka Kiba, Hyuga Hayashi, Uzumaki Masakado, Yuditen Koharu, and Mito Kato Homura sat one on side of the table while Akimichi Choza, Yamanaka Inoichi, Narashikaku, Uchiha Sasuke, Senju Tsunade, and Sarutobi Hiruzen sat on the other. Jiraiya sat at the head of the table, waiting patiently with his hands on top of the other on the table. The door to the chamber opened up as Shimura Danzo was escorted into the room. The elder took a seat at the opposing end of the table, staring at Jiraiya. It appears I am the last to arrive. My apologies. My escort was slow. Danzo noted. His eyes then moved to Masakado, narrowing slightly. Last I recalled, this was a meeting between the members of the Shinobi Council. Is there a reason you are here, Masakado-san? I accepted an invite to come. Masakado replied, shrugging his shoulders, it's fair to consider me a clan head of what's left of the Uzumaki clan. That is true, but this is the Shinobi Council. While you were a decorated shinobi of Uzushio, I do not recall you serving for Konoha. Even after you've been here in Konoha, it's been entirely in a civilian context. Danzo said. His eyes then moved towards Sasuke. Also, while I understand that Uchiha Sasuke is the last Uchiha and therefore the Uchiha clan head, is it a little premature to start inviting a boy as young as him to our council chambers? Sasuke scowled in response. You would know that I am the last of my clan, wouldn't you, Danzo? Of course I do. It's a historical fact. Danzo replied. Shimura Danzo, I summoned this council meeting and invited everyone I did to discuss your predicament. Jiraiya stated. His eyes narrowed as he began to leak killing intent. Namely, I intend on using you as an example of what happens when a loyal Konoha shinobi commits treason. All eyes focused on Danzo. The elder looked around and noticed that, while a few of the clan heads had a momentary look of shock on their face, joint understanding seemed to develop, as if they could easily accept Jiraiya's statement. It was enough to piss off the root founder. He scoffed as he shook his head. I would like to hear about this treason I have committed. He demanded. Where would you like me to begin? Jiraiya questioned. I could start with the continued existence of Root, a program that Sarutobi-sensei ordered you to disband. I know that you have ignored the Sandame's edict and continued to run your shadow organization as if nothing had changed. You have no proof. Danzo noted. Does the name, Yamanaka Fu, ring a bell to you? Jiraiya asked, his eyes narrowing further. Should it? Danzo asked. Yamanaka Fu. Inoichi spoke up, a frown on his face. The council turned their attention to the Yamanaka clan head as he shook his head. He was a rising star in our clan. He had not even graduated from the academy yet and already took to our clan's secret techniques. He was expected to be a tremendous asset both to our clan and to our village. Then, he vanished one day without a trace. Not without a trace. You knew, Inoichi. You at the very least suspected. Jiraiya corrected. Inoichi nodded his head. I could not get a confirmation from Danzo-san and only received a rather political answer about Root being disbanded. But I always had my lingering doubts. Because Fu's disappearance made no sense otherwise. A similar circumstance happened within my clan. Abarame Shivi spoke up. Abarame Torin disappeared as well around the same time as Yamanaka Fu. This was after talks from before Root disbanded, where you had tried to recruit my son, Shino. His eyes narrowed behind his sunglasses. It could all be coincidence, but I do know that you are rather fond of my clan for your shinobi. Abarame Torin is also relevant to this story as well. Jiraiya noted, bringing attention back to him. Both Fu and Torin knew a secret that I kept explicitly between myself, Sarutobi-sensei, and Tsunade. I was going to visit Shimo to meet with the Raikage. These two Root agents went along to Shim and attempted to assassinate E in the name of Konoha. All eyes widened as they turned to Danzo again. Danzo, did you really? Koharu questioned, frowning. An assassination attempt on the Raikage. That's consistent with rumors. Shikaku noted, sighing. Few around the elemental nations outside of this village know your name, Danzo, but the few that do speak poorly of you. There are plenty of rumors about convenient deaths or circumstances in other shinobi villages. But Danzo would never attempt an assassination attempt on a sitting cage. Homura said, shaking his head. That would be too risky. I already had the mind of Yamanaka Fu probed. Jiraiya shook his head, crossing his arms. I have the confirmation. Danzo's eyes narrowed. His grip on the chair became tight as he tore into the wood. You can inform them of the reason you were meeting with him in the first place, Jiraiya. He said, scowling. You were to discuss a temporary alliance with Kumo, as you know the Akatsuki is planning an invasion on their village. You wanted to work with them to combat Akatsuki, instead of doing the sensible moving of allowing that organization to wipe out our most pressing enemy. Pressing enemy. Jiraiya repeated the phrase, laughing. I'm going to do my best to ignore how you know about the Akatsuki invasion and focus on just your logic alone. Kyomagakure is no threat to us right now. We have an alliance with Iwa, Suna, and Kiri. 4 of the 5 major shinobi villages are working together. He would never dream of upsetting all the other nations at once. Currently, yes, but you never know what the future holds. Alliances shift. We should know this, considering our ally Suna betrayed us at the Chunin exam 3 years ago. Danzo stated, his scowl growing. We could have taken the chance to watch Kumo lose its Jinchuriki and potentially get rooted. We cannot allow Akatsuki to get even a single Jinchuriki. Jiraiya interrupted, slamming his hand on the table and causing it to shake. That organization is trying to use the Biju to destroy the entire elemental nations as we know it. Not even one Jinchuriki should be captured. If they had 2, and the rest of the world had 7, they would still be an easy group to defeat. Danzo dismissed. You're missing the forest for the trees. We could rout Akatsuki and destroy them before their plans could be accomplished, but could have taken advantage of them destroying Kumo for us. But your plan would risk war between Kumo. A war in which Kumo would be in the right. Koharu spoke up, frowning. Konoha would come across as paranoid. That move could potentially spook some of our allies out of an alliance with us out of fear that we might attempt something similar. Which, mind you, he would. Jiraiya continued, pulling out Teiwa's mission report from his pocket. I also have a report from our spymaster, Uzumaki Teiwa, about your actions and the assassination attempt you made on the Kamaizuru grandchildren. Jiraiya, you cannot tell me that was a mistake in judgment. Danzo shook his head. The 3 Kamaizuru have been openly hostile in IWA and have been stirring up bad blood for months, and you've been ignoring it this entire time. I literally had Teiwa there to report on it to give me more information on the bad blood so I could respond appropriately. The Hokage corrected. Your version of responding to it ultimately led to a failed assassination attempt, which culminated in the death of Oniki. The Sandaime Tsuchikage is dead. Tsum asked, her eyes widening. For real. At the hands of Kamaizuru Suzumibaki, who was defeated by Kuratsuke, Oniki's granddaughter. Jiraiya stated. His eyes narrowed again as he slammed on the desk one more time. Imagine if she did not win. Suzumibaki would have led IWA into a 4th Shinobi World War against us when we need to be focusing all of our attention on squashing Akatsuki. A fucking war would have resulted and innocent Konoha lives would be lost all because you couldn't ignore something happening in another shinobi village. Spare me your idealism, Jiraiya. Danzo replied, sighing. You need to understand the actions that us shinobi need to take in order to dash. No, spare me your bullshit, Danzo. Jiraiya growled as he slammed his hand onto the table a 3rd time. This time, the table cracked, splitting into half. You have spent long enough time trying to manipulate the system and the entire elemental nations that you forget the balance of power here. The Hokage stood up from his chair, glaring. He gestured towards the hat on his head. You are not the Hokage. I am. But you never could respect a chain of command that didn't have you on top, could you? The killing intent leaking from Jiraiya in the room was palpable. Despite being the target of it, Danzo had seemingly no reaction. He shook his head, a sigh escaping his lips. I resent that assertion. Danzo replied. His eyes narrowed slightly in suspicion. Everything I do is for the betterment of Konoha. Was ordering Itaka to murder my clan part of the betterment of Konoha? Sasuke shouted, getting out of his chair. The clan heads turned their attention to Sasuke in shock. What? Hayashi frowned. Sasuke-san, what are you saying? Are you implying that your brother committed that massacre under orders from Danzo? I am not implying. I know. Sasuke answered, gritting his teeth. Sasuke does speak the truth. Jiraiya confirmed. Itaka was only acting under the orders. Because Danzo overstepped his limits and Sarutobi-sensei's orders. I suggested Itaka kill a group of traitors, because that is what your clan was doing. They were planning a coup. Danzo dismissed. So that's why you suggested Itaka kill the entire clan and not just those plotting the coup? Why he killed innocent, loyal Uchiha shinobi that were not part of the coup plot? Or why he killed the civilian Uchiha? Or why he was ordered to kill fucking children? Sasuke shouted. How fucking dare you consider the complete genocide of my clan to be for the good of Konoha? Sasuke-san is right. Shikaku spoke up, scowling. Even if some Uchiha were planning a coup, only the conspirators should have been targeted in such a plan. Under no circumstances should innocent parties have been killed too. We are a united village because we trust one another and work together. Such actions undermine that very trust. Tsum growled, crossing her arms. Choza shook his head, you disgrace this village, Danzo. I disgrace this village. Danzo turned his head to face the Akimichi clan head. The root founder slammed his palm into the table. His open palm completely tore through, causing wood to fall to the ground. Blood from the splinters developed on his hand as he glared at the group. I give everything for this village. I have sacrificed everything for this village. I sacrificed a prestigious, noble career in exchange for doing what needs to be done for this village. He snarled. You have no right to call me a disgrace. My. There's the temper I remember you having in your younger years. Hiruzen noted, frowning. The root founder turned his attention to the Sandaime Hokage. Hiruzen, you know how useful I was to this village. How necessary I was. How I would act in your interest. How I would do everything to keep Konoha safe while you preserved the honorable image of this village. Surely you have something to say about this. I do. He nodded his head. He took in a deep breath before a scowl settled on his face. You lost your way after Tobirama-sensei's death. You're not my childhood friend and rival, you're a blight on the will of fire. Silence filled the room as Danzo and Hiruzen glared at one another. Killing intent was released from both men at one another. Sarutobi-sensei's opinion notwithstanding, I am the one who passes on judgment. Jiraiya stated, drawing attention back to me. He made a singular hand sign. Shimura Danzo, for your continuous treason against Konoha, I sentence you to death in this very council chamber. Danzo's hand twitched slightly as he tried to pull himself out of his chair. As he tried to pull himself out, he found his body sticking to it. A yellow sealing tag revealed itself on the chair, marked with the kanji for trap. Don't try and move. Masakado spoke up. I was already asked to leave a special seal on your chair, invisible to the naked eye. You're stuck there, along with your entire chakra network sealed. The root founder glared at the Uzumaki, you're an outsider to our village. You have no right interfering in our affairs. That's fucking rich, coming from you. Masakado snorted. Shimura Danzo. Jiraiya spoke the man's name one more time, drawing attention back to him. He made hand signs as he brought his right hand to his mouth, goodbye. Fire style, dragon flame jutsu. Jiraiya breathed out flames from his mouth, resembling a dragon, that rushed to Danzo's still body. The root leader was unable to move and took the fire head-on. He screamed in pain as the fires began to slowly burn into his body. As the elder continued to burn, Jiraiya's eyes narrowed. Upon spewing his last bit of fire, he brought his hand directly in front of his face, release. Nothing changed, the world remained as it was and Danzo was still screaming as the flames devoured him. Both Sasuke and Hayashi activated their dojutsu. They, too, detected nothing unusual in the room. There was no illusion and Danzo was actually burning on fire. Eventually, the man's screams were silenced. The flames began to die out, revealing Danzo's charred body, motionless in his chair. Silence filled the room as everyone stared at Danzo's remains. Danzo! Hiruzen scowled. There's no way things were that simple. The Danzo I knew would never have died that quickly. 30 more seconds of silence passed in the room. With the time passed, Danzo's body began to slowly disappear, as if it never existed. What? Shikaku's eyes widened. Where the hell did his corpse go? Some demanded. Nowhere. He vanished like he was never here to begin with. Jiraiya noted. His eyes narrowed. Damn it, I knew that was too easy. How though? Hayashi questioned, his eyes narrowing. Neither Sasuke-san nor myself detected a genjutsu. Nor did you dispel one. That should be impossible. Could it be the Kurama clan's genjutsu? Inoichi noted. Impossible. Hayashi shook his head. The Kurama clan dash. How he did it doesn't matter. Tsunade spoke up. Her eyes narrowed on Jiraiya, are we pursuing him or what? Jiraiya nodded his head, Tsunade-hime, Sarutobi-sensei, Sasuke, come with me. The three shinobi nodded their head. They then followed Jiraiya as they rushed out of the council chambers. Kotetsu and Izumo stared suspiciously as a group of shinobi approached the gates of Konoha. Hyuga Yoshikane was at the front while a squadron of 24 Umbu agents followed behind. As the large group approached them, the two Konoha Chunin walked forward to approach them. "Can we assist you, Hyuga-sama?" Kotetsu asked. "I have been assigned a diplomatic mission to Tetsu no Kuni." Yoshikane answered. "That's a pretty large escort you have for a simple diplomatic mission." Izumo noted, his eyes narrowing. "Due to the specifics of the mission, I can't clarify much about it. However, I have the necessary paperwork right here from Hokage-sama himself." Yoshikane noted, reaching into his robe and pulling out documentation. Kotetsu and Izumo received the documents and started looking at each paper given. Each paper granted specific permission for the mission for each agent and explained a broad outline for a mission detail. Jiraiya's penmanship was visible on each document. "These seem legit," Kotetsu noted as Izumo switched papers to examine the others. "Bah!" Yoshikane scoffed. "Hurry up already. We're already behind schedule because one of my escort was late." He then turned his attention to face one of the Umbu agents. "Looking at you, Tsumaiki Kido." Despite years of training controlling and restricting his emotions, Kido facepalmed in response, "Zip it, geezer." After a few more minutes, the two Konoha Chunin nodded their hands and handed back the documents and stepped aside. "Safe travels and good luck on the mission, Hyuga-sama," Izumo commented. Yoshikane nodded his head as he and his escort walked out safely through the gates of Konoha as the group of shinobi on guard duty watched them leave. The group walked quietly for a couple of feet until the gate was completely out of sight and they were out of range of sensors. They then stopped in place and began waiting. "Was that comment necessary?" Kido questioned. "Fuck you," Yoshikane hissed. "I'll take that as a yes." The root agent sighed. The root agents waited in place for another 15 minutes before Danzo appeared in the area. All agents turned to face him. Shigaraki Tanuki, Tsumaiki Kido, Sai, Ho, Majire, Abarame Tatsuma, Dajima, Terra. Danzo's voice began to trail off as he accounted for all the root agents present. A chuckle escaped his lips as he looked at Yoshikane. "You brought everyone. Impressive work. If nothing else, you are an expert forger." "Fuck you too," Yoshikane hissed. Danzo turned his attention to the rest of the root agents. "I stayed behind to learn what Jiraiya knows and see how hostile he was going to react to news. We need to move out now. He will most definitely pursue us." "So Konoha has turned its back on you, Danzo-sama?" Sai asked. "For the time being, yes." The root founder nodded his head. "We'll plan a return to Konoha later. For now, it is important to get to safety. Your chakra signature feels rather weak, Danzo-sama." One of the root agents, a man wearing no Umbu mask, but instead wearing a black cloak over his Konoha flak jacket, a pair of sunglasses, and a blue marking on his cheek, noted. "I am fine, Tatsuma. I had to use Izanaga to escape, but I'll recover the chakra," Danzo said. "For now, we need to move." He then turned his head to Yoshikane. "I would advise you go to a village somewhere. It would be to your benefit to not immediately return to Konoha, lest you want the village to find out you assisted with the release of my agents." Yoshikane scoffed in response and started to walk away. The Hyuga elder was not walking towards Konoha, seemingly taking Danzo's advice. "We wasted enough time talking," Danzo noted as he started to move forward. "Jiraiya will be pursuing. We must make ground and place as much distance as possible." The root agents followed their leader, moving as far away from Konoha as they possibly could. Within minutes, outside the gates of Konoha, Jiraiya stood patiently. He looked around at the shinobi with him, Uzumaki Naruto, Hyuga Hinata, Abarame Shino, Inyazuka Kiba, and Akamaru, Harano Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke, Mitarashi Anko, Heitake Kakashi, Tenzo, Takigaku Urnofu, Senjutsu Nade, and Sarutobi Hiruzen. All of them were fully prepared for their mission to begin. Growling, Akamaru began to bark loudly as he turned his head facing northwest. "Akamaru says they're going that way," Kiba declared. "Towards you no Kuni?" Naruto asked. "Don't know. But they're that way," Kiba stated again, scowling. "They probably have a 20-minute head start. Then we can catch up on them," Jiraiya said sharply. Move out. With those words, the 12 shinobi left together, their mission officially beginning. Holy shit, I'm so tired. Katsumi sighed. After completing their mission and getting the news out to the clan heads, the genin of Team 9 met together at the Yamanaka clan compound in the residential houses. The three sat down in Kanji's home, laying in the sitting area. Do you think they were able to kill Danzo? Hanabi asked. I'd hope so, but I kinda doubt it. The Hokage seemed pretty confident that he'd squirm out and they'd have to pursue him. Kanji said, sighing. Then he'll kill him then. Katsumi said, shaking her head. This Danzo guy may be slippery, but Hokage-sama will be able to defeat him. Hopefully. Kanji sighed. The two kunoichi turned to look at their teammate with concerned looks on their faces. How's your brother? Hanabi asked. On her way out from picking up Shino, Takigaku no Fu dropped off the other Fu with Kanji. The younger Yamanaka was able to bring him back home and get him to his bed, where he has remained since. Still asleep? Kanji noted, frowning. He'll probably sleep for a little longer, I think. How are you, feeling? Katsumi questioned. I don't know. He answered, sighing again. I don't know what Fuenai's punishment is going to be or what needs to be done to him. But right now, I just need that Danzo guy taken care. His eyes hardened. I need that guy dead for what he did to him. For all the harm he caused my family, and others all around the world, he needs to die. Both Hanabi and Katsumi nodded their heads. Silence developed between the three genin as they remained still in the living room. In Kanji's bedroom, Fu remained still, breathing gently. Seconds turned to minutes. While the three genin remained together, they did not notice the auburn-haired Yamanaka finally starting to stir. Chapter 93, Pursuing Route. Jiraiya and his entourage moved through the forests of Hinokuni, moving rapidly as they continued to pursue Danzo. Kiba and Akamaru led the group, both making sure that they were all on the right path. Akamaru barked quickly to Kiba, causing the Inyazuka to nod his head. I feel like we're catching up. Their scent is getting closer. Kiba noted. So we're moving faster than him. Fu mentioned. That's sorta a surprise. It's not when you consider Danzo is with them. Hiruzen said, shaking his head. He plays up that cripple image of his more than necessary, but he is definitely not as fast as he used to be. His squad will have to move at his pace. Good. It makes him easier to pursue. Sasuke noted, nearly growling. As the group continued to move forward, Sakura and Kiba looked back to Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, so what you said is true? Sakura asked hesitantly, frowning. This Danzo person is responsible for what happened to your clan. Sasuke nodded his head, yes. He ordered the assassination of my clan, behind the Hokage's back. That's so fucked up. Kiba said, shaking his head. His eyes narrowed as he grit his teeth, and he has the nerve to call himself a loyal Konoha shinobi after all of this. He's dead. Akamaru barked back in agreement. Damn right he is. Sasuke stated. I'm glad we're all on this mission together. Sakura said, tightening her fists. Kiba and I told you we would have your back against your brother if it ever came to that, and we'll have your back here. Hell yeah, we have your back. Kiba added. We're a team for a reason. This asshole's gonna regret ever crossing you. Humph. Sasuke felt his mouth twitch slightly. In spite of his nearly overwhelming anger about the situation, he could feel a smile cross his lips. I appreciate you too. Kakashi chuckled slightly, drawing attention to him. It is nice to see you all getting along like this, but don't forget I'm here to help. We haven't. Sakura spoke up. We're glad you're here too, Kakashi-sensei. Team 7's all together to kill this asshole. Kiba declared, raising his fist confidently. Kakashi continued to laugh lightly in response, nodding his head in agreement. You seemed to have some kinda history with Danzo too, Kakashi. Naruto noted, remembering his conversation with him. You said this mission was overdue. It is. The silver-haired shinobi said, nodding his head. I used to work en route. You were. Sasuke asked, his eyes widening slightly. Both Kiba and Sakura turned to look at the man in surprise. I was. Kakashi confirmed. And I got to see firsthand the error of Danzo's way of thinking. I was as well. The attention moved to another member of the group, an Umbu operative with short brown hair wearing the standard attire of the shinobi in Umbu. The one exception was that the man was not wearing his mask, revealing his face and almond-colored eyes. Tenzo-san, right? Hinata questioned. The man nodded his head. You were in Root as well. My earliest memories are from Root. I have a very specific skill set, if you would, that drew Danzo's interest. Tenzo said, shaking his head. That man is immoral. For as much as he talks about keeping Konoha safe, he has no care for the individual people of Konoha. His loyalty is to the idea of the village, not the village itself. That's a good way of putting it. Tsunade spoke up, frowning. For as much as he uses my granduncle as an example of the ideal Konoha shinobi, he's really perverted his teachings. Hiruzen's eyes turned downward slightly. Danzo, why did you end up going down this path? Silence filled the group as they continued to focus on their pursuit forward. Another hour passed into the pursuit. Hinata's Byakugan began to notice the group of shinobi at the corner of her vision. We're getting closer. I can see them. Hinata noted. That means they're about 20 kilometers away. We'll catch up to them in no time then. Anko said, her hand reaching for the scroll with Shivuki. Then the fight really begins. Kiba I know noted the scent of others with Danzo, but said that many of them were similar to one another and couldn't quite pinpoint the exact amount of unique scents. Shino mentioned. How many people are with him? Altogether, I count 25. She answered. So Danzo got 24 root operatives out of the village. Jiraiya said, scowling. I figured he could sneak a few out along with him, but how did he get so many of them out? The group on guard duty didn't report anything suspicious. They probably didn't seem suspicious, then. Or they quelled any suspicions. Tsunade commented. Something fishy happened. You can check on that when we get back, but for now, focus on this mission. You don't have to tell me that dash. Wait. Hinata interrupted. Her eyes widened. I see a large group of Danzo's squad turning around. Huh. Naruto titled his head. What do you mean? They're coming towards us. She clarified. Immediately, everyone tensed up, getting ready for battle. Danzo-sama, the Hokage is getting close. Tanuki noted. Danzo frowned, I was hoping to have bought myself more time. He must have prepared for our retreat beforehand. How many shinobi does he have with him? Counting the Hokage, I count 11 chakra signatures. Tatsuma answered. I can report extensively strong chakra signatures within his entourage. He most likely brought the Jinchuriki with him. Perhaps even Tsunade and the Sandaime, amongst any others. Kido added. We'll have to kill them all. What an unfortunate waste of resources. Danzo shook his head, it would be preferable to shake them off. Perhaps we can be of assistance. Danzo turned his head to face one of the root agents, a woman with long black bluish hair and a cat mask. My division can provide a good distraction. We can hold off the Hokage for at least a marginal amount of time. That would be suicidal of you, Hinoto. Tanuki said. The Kunoichi, Hinoto, nodded her head, yes, but it allows you all to have more time to create more distance. If it guarantees Danzo-sama's escape, then that's all that matters. She then turned her head to face some of the other, quieter root agents. Do you not agree with me? Yes, Hinoto-senpai. One root agent replied. Whatever it takes to help Danzo-sama. Another stated. That's an admirable amount of self-sacrifice. You and your division have my respect. Ho stated, nodding his head. If you intend on doing that, Hinoto, I would recommend engaging immediately. Danzo suggested. Naturally, Danzo-sama. She bowed her head before she stopped moving. She then turned her body around, facing backwards. Troops, follow me. With those words, 15 of the root agents turned to follow Hinoto as she jumped backwards. Danzo and the remaining 8 agents continued to move forward, not stopping to look behind. "She'll buy us some time. Hopefully it'll be enough to get you to safety, Danzo-sama," Tatsuma noted, shaking his head. "She and her division will do their job." One of the other root agents, a man with curly blonde hair wearing a white robe over his Umbu uniform, with a mask that resembled a horse, commented. "They'll keep the Hokage and his entourage at bay long enough, that's all." "Well said, Majire." Kido nodded his head in agreement. Silence developed as the remaining root agents continued to move forward. "How many of Danzo's agents are coming at us?" Tsunade asked Hinata. "There's 16 altogether. They're approaching rapidly," Hinata said, frowning. "They'll be at our position in 2 minutes. The group is probably composed of mostly who Danzo would consider expendable. They aren't meant to kill us, they're meant to slow us down," Jiraiya noted. "We'll have to move past them quickly. Get rid of them as fast possible. Alternatively, we could divide the workload," Tenzo suggested. "1 or 2 of us stay behind to eliminate the oncoming attackers while the rest of you continue to move forward." "What?" Sakura blinked in surprise. "Tenzo-san. Didn't you hear Hinata? There's 16 of them. Sure, they could be expendable comparatively, but there's still too many for one person to handle. I volunteer." Kakashi spoke. All eyes turned to face the silver-haired shinobi. Kakashi slowly lifted his forehead protector over his forehead. He slowly opened his eye, revealing his Sharingan. "Kakashi-sensei, you can't be serious," Kiba shouted, shaking his head. "I know you're great and all, but you can't put yourself in that risky of a situation. 1 on 16. Don't dash. Then I'll fight with him," Tenzo offered. All eyes went to the Umbu agent. Kakashi chuckled in response. "Oh, you want to fight with me? I'd figure you would want to keep pursuing Danzo," he noted. "I would, but I know where I'm probably needed. I wouldn't want to leave you alone to handle this, Kakashi-senpai," Tenzo said. "Besides, I have a feeling about some of the shinobi that might be involved in this group of expendables. If I'm right, I'd like to fight them as well." "Ah." Kakashi nodded his head. "I hadn't considered that. True, those 9 might be alive and have been expanded to a group of 16. That would be rather coincidental, wouldn't it? Kakashi-sensei, you two are seriously going to take them on? By yourselves?" Sakura repeated, frowning. "We can't just leave you. I know that I taught you 3 about my personal rules, but consider this an exception. Hokage-sama is right, the shinobi coming after us are trying to distract all of us. It is important that as many of us continue with the pursuit as possible," Kakashi stated. He smiled behind his mask as he faced his pink-haired student. "Tenzo and I will be fine. I promise." "You better be," Sasuke stated, crossing his arms. Kakashi was about to say something else to his student, but the group was interrupted by a barrage of shuriken. The 11 shinobi jumped away as the shuriken connected with the various trees. Naruto landed safely on a tree branch just as Hinoto appeared on the same branch, gripping a sword in her hands. She swung the blade at the Uzumaki, who quickly pulled out a kunai and parried her strike with his own weapon. "Hokage-sama, you and your allies should return back to Konoha." She spoke the title with a hint of disdain in her voice. "Quit pursuing Danzo-sama." "Hell no, we're not," Naruto shouted back as he put more force, pushing back against her sword. "We're not leaving. That asshole needs to pay for his crimes." Naruto created an orb of chakra in his hands and, while still locking weapons with the root agent, tried to shove it into her body. She jumped backwards, breaking off the stalemate between her and Naruto and created distance. As she ran through a series of hand signs, the remaining root agents appeared, jumping through the air and making the same hand signs. Fire style, great fire destruction. The 16 root agents breathed out streams of fires that collided with one another, turning into a massive conflagration rushing towards Naruto. Just as the Uzumaki tried to jump away, both Kakashi and Tenzo jumped in front on the tree branch, making the same hand signs. Water style, water formation wall. Both Kakashi and Tenzo breathed out a steam of water that collided with another, creating a massive tidal wave of water that rose into a large wall. The giant flame collided with the water, instantly dissipating as the water began to evaporate. Everyone, move on. Tenzo requested. Leave them to us. We can buy you all time. Kakashi reminded. Just catch up to Danzo. Understood. Jiraiya said, nodding his head. Good luck you two. Kakashi-sensei, you better survive. Kiba shouted. Akamaru barked in response, as if reminding Kiba of the Umbu agent with them. You as well, Tenzo. With those words, the remaining 9 shinobi continued to move through the forest, moving to the right. You all aren't going anywhere. Another root agent, a man with short black hair, cut down to his scalp, wearing a mask with yellow markings that resembled a cow, hissed as he made hand signs, fire style, flame-killing barrier. The man breathed out a barrage of fireballs from his mouth upward towards the fleeing figures. Just as they were about to connect, Tenzo jumped in between, a spiraling orb of water in his hands. The Umbu launched the orb forward and it spiraled out, connecting with each oncoming fireball and extinguishing them. Not happening. Tenzo stated sharply. In the corner of his eyes, he could see more of the root agents trying to pursue after the others. He ran through 4 hand sings, wood style, 4-pillar prison jutsu. Timber grew from the ground, rising up and forming a barricade that blocked the root agents from moving further. The edge of the timber prison expanded, creating a wall that surrounded Tenzo, Kakashi, and their assailants. This fight's between us. You're all not going anywhere. Tenzo stated sharply. Would release, it really is you, Kino. The cow-masked root agent said, sneering. Don't call me that, Mizuno. Tenzo replied, glaring. Just because you all are unable to drop the identities Danzo gives to you does not mean I wasn't able to drop mine. You weren't even worth that name. The man, Mizuno, snorted in response. You betrayed Danzo-sama's trust. After all the effort he took in to foster you and develop you as a shinobi, you turned your back on him. Pathetic. Then again, so did Kakashi. Hinoto said, glaring at the silver-haired shinobi. Ah, yes. I remember that. I did betray Danzo, when he planned an assassination attempt on the Sandaime. You were one of the shinobi there that day, Hinoto. Kakashi mused. His eyes then wandered amongst the remaining root agents. As were Hino, Kanoto, Kainato, Mizuno, Mizunoto, Tsuchino, well, all 9 of you assassins are still here. And expanded to add more members. He then tensed up, preparing to move forward. It would have been better if the 9 of you had died that day. You all did try and commit treason of the highest order. Treason? Hinoto repeated, shaking her head. Far from the truth. We live to serve Konoha and do what is necessary. It would have been better if the Sandaime had never reclaimed power. Perhaps you can consider our actions immoral, but we are willing to perform those actions for the betterment of the village. Danzo's betterment. Kakashi corrected, scowling behind his mask. Killing Sarutobi-sama benefited no one but Danzo. And if, years later, you all still don't understand that, then it's about time you all finally die. You must think you're so strong, knowing you overpowered all of us back then. That was when you had the luxury of surprise, and back when we were all much weaker. Another root agent, a kunoichi with short purple hair, wearing a mask that resembled a bear. Things are different this time. There's more of us, we know you're against us, and we're strong enough to kill both of you. Things are different, but it won't matter in the end. Kakashi said, shaking his head. Tenzo jumped to Kakashi's side. The 2 men got into position as the 16 root agents poised themselves to attack. 16 against 2. Feel confident about the odds, Kakashi-senpai? Tenzo asked. Are you getting anxious now, Tenzo? Kakashi asked, almost chuckling. It's a little late to lose commitment to this. Not at all. I'm more than capable and ready. The Umbu admitted, his eyes narrowing. I've been waiting for a moment like this for years now. With those words, the root agents began to close in. It appears that Hinoto and the others only managed to hold 2 of them. Tanuki noted, frowning. 9 are still pursuing us. There was 16 of them. A root agent, a man with short, spiky red hair wearing a mask that resembled a bat, grit his teeth from behind his mask. They outnumbered the Hokage's group and all they could accomplish was holding back 2 of them. That's not all, Dajima. Tatsuma spoke, shaking his head. They only stalled the Hokage for maybe a minute. Disappointing. But predictable. They were all nothing spectacular, anyway. Kido noted, chuckling. We sent resources we'd be comfortable losing, and therefore, did not get optimal results. That's just basic economics. Rather unnecessary to say, Kido-san. Tanuki said, frowning. They were still loyal to Danzo-sama. Kido shook his head, that is true, and they served their part as a momentary distraction. But if we wanted a more efficient way of stopping the Hokage, someone stronger should have gone. Danzo's escort fell into a momentary silence as they continued to move forward. 5 more minutes passed before Tanuki's frown deepened. They're getting closer. I can sense it, he said. We'll need another distraction. A more fruitful one. Kido stated. I have a suggestion. Sai spoke up, a small, fake smile present on his face. The 2-tower blood barrier jutsu should suffice. Tanuki shook his head, that will only stall them momentarily. That jutsu only will remain in effect if the 2 casters remain in the same locked position. No doubt they'll simply engage them and cancel the barrier. But it will force them to come to a standstill until they confront the 2 casters. That will at least distract them for a while. Sai noted. In addition, it will force another group of the Hokage's escort to stop. We'll reduce their numbers even more. Plus, we can rejoin and potentially flank the Hokage from behind if they do manage to catch up to you all after we kill who they send after us. Reasonable idea. Kido nodded his head. So you are offering to be one of the casters, Sai. Who would be joining you? I can do it. Ho spoke up, his hand instinctively reaching for his sword. Sai and I are quick. We can create enough distance to establish a long, effective barrier. In addition, we'll quickly kill whoever the Hokage sends to disrupt the barrier. I approve of this. Danzo spoke up. His eyes moved to Ho then to Sai. I trust you both to pull this off. Don't let me down. Understood, Danzo-sama. Both Ho and Sai spoke in unison. Danzo and his remaining escort continued to move ahead while Sai and Ho came to a standstill. They turned to face each other before they each pulled out a kunai. Both root agents stabbed each other's shoulders, drawing blood from one another. Both winced slightly before they pulled out their kunai, which were now coated in the other's blood. They nodded their heads at one another before they started to move, Sai moving to the east while Ho moved to the west. Hinata's eyebrows rose slightly as she observed the movement of Danzo's group. 2 of them are moving, but they're seemingly moving away from us. Huh. Kiba blinked in confusion. Are they deserting? No. Tsunade shook her head. Danzo's regime doesn't produce deserters. Anyone that he finds weak-willed that would likely desert he would get killed off. He's planning something. Jiraiya spoke up. The question is what? Hinata's voice trailed off as she continued to observe the 2 root agents moving away. As she focused on them, she began to recognize the appearance of the shinobi moving east. Her eyes widened as a figure appeared in his head. Wait, one of the moving away is that shinobi my grandfather had fight with him during Nijis and my fight with him. Really? Naruto turned to her. That Sai guy? He's en route. Your father actually met with me to discuss him. Jiraiya admitted, sighing. I didn't have much on him, but I couldn't verify whether or not he was. We both had the suspicion. Does that mean that the old man Hyuga is involved with Root? Naruto asked, his eyes narrowing. You mean Yoshikane, right? Hiruzen asked, frowning. Naruto nodded his head. He has been around a while. I feel like he'd be too proud to work with Danzo, but I can't confirm that. If he has any connection to Danzo, then he's had it for years, even in my first period as Hokage. Hinata's heart dropped. Please, Grandfather, tell me that's not the case. Hinata. The Hyuga turned her head to face Anko, who was looking at her with soft eyes. You alright? Hinata's words stopped as she noticed the two figures stop moving. She then saw a spike of chakra developing in the area. Everyone, be careful. Shortly after Hinata finished her sentence, a large red wall of chakra rose from the ground. The wall was another kilometer ahead, but it was still clearly visible. It seemingly stretched upwards forever and covered equally impressive horizontal distance. What is that? Shino asked. That wall. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed as he started to recall the last time he had seen that jutsu. The group continued to move forward until they reached the wall and were forced to stop. As they got closer to the wall, they noticed that the wall was not made entirely out of chakra, but also appeared to be made of blood as well. The wall had blue wiring in it that resembled veins. The wall itself also produced a light vibration noise that resembled a heartbeat. That's... Both Kiba and Akamaru sniffed forward. They immediately felt a rush of disgust rush through their nasal cavities as they turned away in disgust. What the fuck is up with that overwhelming smell of blood? That's gross as shit. I don't even need your sense of smell to smell it. Sakura noted, her hand going up to her face and resisting the urge to vomit. It's so bad it's overwhelming. Hinata's eyes focused on the vibration of the wall. Her heart felt uneasy staring at it. Is this wall alive? It might as well be. I know this jutsu. Hiruzen said, sighing. This was a barrier jutsu designed by Tobirama-sensei called the Two-Tower Blood Barrier Jutsu. It requires two casters capable of performing high-level ninjutsu and requires them to have a blood sample of each other's blood. The two casters then create distance between each other and use the other's blood sample as the basis for the jutsu, creating this wall directly in between them. He sighed. That's why they were running in opposite directions. Hinata realized. They were stretching the limit of their wall as far as they could before we'd catch up. Hiruzen nodded his head. The wall is made from both their chakra, blood, and the very life force. It's a taxing jutsu that will take a lot out of both of the users, but it will do its job. Nothing can cross through. Anything that tries to pass it will die instantly. So, how would you advise we defeat it? Jiraiya questioned, his eyes narrowing. Would brute force work? Tsunade walked forward, cracking her knuckles. It's a durable wall using chakra and the life force of the casters. It's theoretically possible, but I don't recall any case where brute force would work. Tobirama-sensei designed it to be as impenetrable as possible. Hiruzen said. Tsunade stopped, turning back around to the Hokage. I think Fuinjutsu could break the wall, but there is a faster way to break it. How? Shino asked. The jutsu, since it requires the life force itself of the casters, needs for them to be alert and focused on that barrier alone. Any disturbance done to both of them would break the jutsu. The Sandaime answered. Any disturbance? So, if we fought them then, that would break the barrier. Not even if we killed them right away. Kiba noted. He cracked his knuckles as he and Akamaru shared a look. His dog barked to him, causing him to grin. All right, we'll take one of them on. Kiba. Sakura's eyes widened in response. You're going to go. You want to go fight one of the root agents holding up the barrier? Sasuke asked. Alone. Akamaru growled in defiance. Sasuke turned to look at the dog, shaking his head. I know Akamaru will be there with you, but still, you want to fight one of these just you two? Well, yeah. I want to help out. You all can't waste your time otherwise that Danzo asshole will escape. I know I can help out with the mission this way by busting down this creepy, disgusting ass barrier and taking down one of these root bastards. Kiba said, rubbing the back of his head. Root are basically Umbu Shinobi Kiba. Shino noted, adjusting his sunglasses. Are you certain you wish to fight him alone? Hell yeah I am. Kiba declared proudly, pounding his fist on his chest. I know I'm still a Chunin technically, but I'm stronger than that. Sasuke and Sakura can vouch for that. Yeah. Kiba and Akamaru are strong. Sakura said as she brought her hand to her chin. I'm strong too, though. Kiba. Naruto spoke up. The Inuzuka turned to look at Naruto, who was giving him a thumbs up. Kick that guy's ass. Heh. Kiba smirked as he returned the thumbs up with one of his own. No need for luck. Akamaru and I got this. Just make sure you all get this Danzo guy. Kiba. Sasuke spoke up. The two shinobi made eye contact with each other as Sasuke nodded his head. Please be careful, though. I will. He replied, nodding back. You all do the same. Kill Danzo for me. With those words, both Kiba and Akamaru rushed to the west, rushing towards the root agent in the distance. Both casters need to be disturbed in order to destroy the barrier. Kiba is taking care of one, someone else needs to take care of the other. Hiruzen noted. Who should go then? Fu asked. I'll do it. Everyone turned to face Sakura. The pink-haired Kunoichi had a determined look on her face as she looked toward the east. Sakura. Sasuke blinked at her. You too. I'm feeling inspired by Kakashi-sensei's and Kiba's example. I can be just as strong as them. Sakura said. A sigh escaped her lips as she looked at the rest of the group. I know I'm probably not as strong as most of you, but that means I have to do my part in whatever way I can. None of you should waste the time going out of your way for this. That should be my job. Sakura, don't sell yourself short. Sasuke stated sharply, crossing his arms. You're strong. You'd be a great help against Danzo. I know I could be. And that's why I want to do this. To help. Sakura said firmly. Sasuke-kun, I'm not going to hold back this mission to kill the man who ruined your life. You need to move on. All of you need to move on and do it, okay? Sakura, Hinata spoke up, I know the shinobi you'd be fighting against. He's a tough shinobi who fights with ink-related ninjutsu and kenjutsu. So you fought him and held your own? Sakura asked. Hinata nodded her head, which caused Sakura to smile back. Okay, then I have to do the same. I'll beat this guy and prove to you all and myself that I'm on your level. You already on our level? Naruto said, grinning. So, do it then. Beat that asshole. Sakura grinned back, raising her fist confidently, damn right I will. With those words, Sakura started to run off. Sakura. Good luck. Sasuke called out. Sakura waved back, but did not slow down in the slightest as she continued to move to the east. Those two going to be okay? Tsunade asked. They are just Chunin going against root agents alone. You sure it's wise for them to do that? Rank's not everything. Sasuke said, shaking his head. They'll pull through. You seemed pretty worried about them, though. The Senju turned to look at the Uchiha. Because they're my teammates. He said, looking away. They can take care of themselves, but that doesn't mean I still can't worry for them. Teammates. Naruto repeated the word with an eye roll before he started to chuckle. Just call them what they are. They're your friends, Sasuke. The Uchiha was quiet for a moment. Friends. Sasuke kept a distance between them, despite Kiba's attempts to egg him into a rivalry and Sakura's romantic feelings toward. He ignored them both, partially to focus on his own quest to get stronger, but also out of not knowing how to respond. He really had become distant from people in general and did not know how to react to them or anyone. They are my friends. Sasuke repeated the phrase in his head, nodding his head. Feeling more comfortable with that label. He remembered his own comfort level with them and, how even in his distant state, how he felt more relaxed around either of them. He also remembered how supportive they are for him with his goals. They are my friends. His eyes narrowed then as he looked to his right, and then to his left. And you both better make it out of this. Kiba and Akamaru followed along the path west, moving side by side with the wall. The two ran quickly, covering ground at a rapid rate. 4 minutes into the run and he reached the edge of the wall. At the end, he noticed at the end of the wall was Ho. The man was standing still on the ground, holding onto the kunai with Sai's blood, which was stuck into the earth. Kiba's eyes narrowed on the man. Akamaru nodded his head as he transformed in a poof of smoke, turning into another clone of Kiba. Kiba and Akamaru rushed forward, spinning in a circular pattern. Ninja art of beast mimicry, fang over fang. Kiba and Akamaru barreled forward towards Ho, their formation resembling tornadoes. The root agent immediately noticed their presence as they rushed him. Ho jumped into the air in time, avoiding getting punctured by the two. As they rushed forward, Akamaru, still resembling Kiba, broke formation to pull the Kunao out of the ground, which caused a large pulsation to rush through the wall, making it vibrate rapidly. Kiba, meanwhile, changed direction and continued to spin towards Ho. The root agent pulled his sword out and parried Kiba's claws with his sword, forcing Kiba's jutsu to come to a halt. "So, you're one of those root bastards," Kiba said, eyes narrowed as he put more pressure on his claws to overpower the man. "You're all going to regret all the bullshit you've been pulling off." "Bullshit?" Spoken like a true, pure noble Konoha shinobi. Ho spoke his words with a snort. "You're brainwashed and don't even realize it. The Sandaime and Godaime have twisted the image of what a Konoha shinobi should be like. The hell is that supposed to mean?" Kiba rolled his eyes. "You know what a Konoha shinobi should be like? They should fucking obey the command of their direct commander, the Hokage." Such vulgar, emotional language. Ho noted, chuckling to himself. Someone like you should never have been allowed to be a shinobi in the first place. But whatever. Applying more pressure to his sword, Ho managed to knock Kiba backwards, causing the Inyazuka to fall back to the ground, landing back on his feet. "I'll correct that mistake here. An emotional brat like you can cause a lot of damage to Konoha if you aren't put down immediately." Ho reached into his robe and pulled out a large Fuma shuriken with curved blades with a wire attached to it. "Brace yourself, Akamaru," Kiba called out. Akamaru barked in agreement, jumping to Kiba's side. "Here he comes." On cue with his declaration, Ho tossed his shuriken forward, directly at Kiba. Sai tensed up, feeling the blood wall starting to vibrate more and more. Nevertheless, the root agent remained still, unmoving. He knew that Ho was confronted and that must mean he would be attacked soon. He would prepare for when it comes, but he would still stay in position and hold his stance for as long as he could. 5 minutes passed by and the root agent still heard no footprints or signs of any approaching shinobi. A slight breeze blew against his cheek, wind lightly touching his body. Something's off, he realized. "I can sense it." Sai maintained still for another 30 seconds before he felt the wind's gentle breeze strengthen for a momentary second. He finally broke his stance, making a seal, release. A genjutsu was broken, revealing a kunao with an explosive tag attached to it. Sai jumped away just as the explosive tag erupted, completely uprooting the earth and destroying the kunao with Ho's blood. Another pulse and sharp vibration echoed throughout the two-tower blood barrier before it finally collapsed, sinking into the earth as if it was never there. Sai looked over at the remnants of the wall before he turned his head to his right in time to see another kunao with an explosive tag flying towards his face. He jumped away, avoiding another explosion. As he moved, he spotted Harano Sakura, with another kunao in her hands. "Wow, I didn't realize that the Hokage was going to send such an ugly opponent to fight me," Sai noted, a small smile on his face. Despite the tense atmosphere, Sakura's eyes twitched in irritation. "Who the hell do you think are you?" "I'm not ugly." Sai took her question seriously, causing his smile to widen slightly. "My name is Sai. I see you are a genjutsu specialist. I'm impressed you managed to trick me with your last trick, but I promise that will be the only time that happens, especially now that I am aware of your specialty." "We'll see about that," Sakura replied. She reached for her right shoulder, gently tapping a seal she placed on it, underneath her top. "He thinks I'm only a genjutsu specialist, so looks like I have another ace up my sleeve." Sai reached into his bag and pulled out a scroll and a pen just as Sakura tossed the kunao in her hand at him. The wall disappeared. Fu declared as the blood wall vanished into the earth. "Kiba and Sakura are currently fighting the two root agents," Hinata noted, observing the fights beginning in the corners of her vision. "We don't have a moment to lose," Jiraiya said sharply. "Let's keep going. Danzo is still ahead." With those words, the group continued to move on their pursuit. "Sakura-chan." "Kiba." Kick their asses. Naruto mentally thought, his eyes narrowing forward. Fire style, great fire destruction. The 16 root agents, forming a circle around Kakashi's and Tenzo's positions, breathed out 16 separate streams of fire that closed in on the two. Kakashi and Tenzo made similar hand signs, recreating the water wall around them. The water rose, forming a dome that covered them from the flame, extinguishing them. As the water began to subside, Hinoto jumped forward towards them, gripping her sword tightly in her hands, fire style, flare blade. The sword's blade became surrounded with blue-colored fire as she closed the distance between herself and Tenzo. The Umbu breathed out another stream of water from his mouth directly at her and her sword, but Hinoto swung her sword through the oncoming water, completely cutting through it without extinguishing the flames. What? Tenzo's eyes widened. That's dash. Tenzo was forced to away as Hinoto continued to swing at him. As she swung her blade, some of the blue flames flew towards Tenzo, hitting his shoulder and burning him slightly. He winced in pain. So, you did make that flare blade technique stronger than last time, it seems. Kakashi noted as he closed the distance between himself and the kunoichi. Quit the condescending chatter, traitor. Hinoto hissed in response. Kakashi reached for her wrist to disarm her, but she managed to jump back slightly and prevent him from grabbing onto her. Kakashi prepared to rush at her again, but he stopped himself as he noticed a shadow approaching his. He jumped back just in time before the shadow could merge with his. So, you got a Nara with you all? Kakashi noted, his eyes traveling back to a root agent with long brown hair, styled in a ponytail, wearing a mask that resembled a shark. Root is designed to have the elite of Konoha, Kakashi-san. The Nara replied as he made a hand sign, ninja art, shadow stitching jutsu. The shadow rose up from the ground, moving forward towards Kakashi like a fine needle. Kakashi jumped backwards to avoid as Tenzo jumped forward, holding out his fist. Wood style, giant forest jutsu. Tenzo's arm branched out, turning into multiple big trees that rushed forward at the Nara. The root agent tried to jump away in time, but was smacked by one of the oncoming trees and was smacked into one of the forest's trees. 4 more root agents jumped towards Tenzo's position, all wielding their swords. Tenzo quickly turned to face them and redirected the trees to hit them. 3 of the root agents were knocked back, while the 4th managed to close the distance. She swung her sword directly at his shoulder and connected. He hissed in pain as he started to bleed more as he jumped away. Careful Tenzo dash, Kakashi's words were interrupted as Hinoto charged at him again, swinging her fire-covered sword. Kakashi jumped back to avoid her strike just as 3 more of the root agents, 2 he did not recognize and Mizuno, appeared behind him. The Hatake sidestepped, avoiding the first 2 as they tried to swing at him with their swords, before he was flanked by Mizuno. Mizuno's sword managed to connect as he stabbed Kakashi through the lower back. Kakashi hissed in pain. Even for a shinobi as great as Sharingan no Kakashi, keeping track of this many numbers is taxing, isn't it? Mizuno taunted. Kakashi took a second to take a deep breath before he kicked backwards, his foot hitting Mizuno hard in the chest and knocking him away. He then pulled the sword out his back, wincing slightly, before he tossed the blade to the ground. The Jonin was flanked by 2 more root agents. Kakashi ran through 3 hand signs before he began generating lightning around both of his hands as a circle of lightning developed around his body. Raikiri. The 2 root agents were too close to get away. Kakashi, using both of his lighting-covered fists, pierced both of their hearts, killing both instantly. Blood spilled from their bodies as Kakashi pulled his hands out them, causing them to fall to the ground lifelessly. 2 down. He said before turning his head back to Mizuno. 14 to go dash. A shadow caught his leg. Kakashi's eyes widened as the shadow quickly surrounded his leg and pulled him off the tree, slamming him into the ground. Don't get too cocky, Kakashi. The Nara root agent noted. Kakashi struggled to pull himself as the shadow began to spread throughout his body, reaching his neck and beginning to struggle. Another root agent jumped downward towards him, poising his sword to impale him through his heart. As the Nara focused his attention on Kakashi, Tenzo jumped directly at him, extending his arm outward, wood style, spike log. Tenzo's arm changed shape into a large, shape wooden log as he closed the distance between him and the Nara. Before the root agent could respond, Tenzo slammed the log into his head, completely destroying it. What was left of the Nara's corpse fell to the ground, its shadow returning back to the body. Now freed of the shadow, Kakashi pulled himself off the ground and jumped upward, lightning still surrounding his covered fists. His Raikiri managed to cut through the descending root's agent sword, shattering it and then piercing the agent's body. Blood sprayed as the lightning pulsed through the body. Kakashi then tossed the body to the side. 4 down. Tenzo noted as he jumped to Kakashi's side. Good work there, Kakashi said, smiling behind his mask. He then turned his attention to Hinoto. Your only advantage is numbers. We're slowly chipping away at them, which makes this fight even more easy for us. The blue-haired root agent grit her teeth behind her mask. She shook her head as she tightened her grip. You're saying that as if you're going to kill anyone else. There's still 12 of us. We're going to murder both of you traitors. She turned her head to face 3 members of her squad. Kanoto, Kainato, use Nidame-sama's jutsu. The 3 root agents nodded their heads as they made the tiger seal together, Genjutsu, Infinite Darkness Jutsu. The world around Tenzo and Kakashi disappeared. The images of the forest, the root agents, each other, and light itself vanished. The only thing visible around them was darkness. What? Tenzo turned his head, frowning. What kind of dash? Ack. Kakashi hissed. Sharingan no Kakashi could see only fields of color around him. While Tenzo only saw darkness, Kakashi only saw colors of chakra moving continuously around him. There was seemingly no end to the spectrum around him. What the hell? Kakashi grumbled. Kakashi-senpai, are you there? Tenzo questioned, trying to look around in his own field of darkness. Where are you? Are you okay? Kakashi's words stopped as he felt a warmth, the warmth of Hinoto's fire sword. He jumped back, narrowly avoiding her cutting into him. Tsuchino then jumped toward him, swinging her sword. Kakashi did not see her presence, or her chakra, and only sensed her when it was too late. He tried to jump away and avoided a lethal strike, but she managed to swing her blade into him, cutting into his shoulder. He hissed in pain. Kakashi-senpai Tenzo's words were unfinished as one of the root agents rushed over to him with her sword. Tenzo felt her presence just in time and narrowly avoided getting cut, his armor getting scratched as he jumped away. How does it feel, Kakashi, to experience the greatest genjutsu ever designed by Nidame-sama, a genjutsu specifically designed to even fight against the Sharingan? Hinoto questioned, grinning behind her mask. This is one genjutsu even your mighty Sharingan won't be able to break through. Both you and Kino will die today. Kakashi brought his hand to his forehead protector, bringing it down to cover his Sharingan. Instantly, the world of color vanished, getting replaced by the same darkness Tenzo was experiencing. This genjutsu. I can tell I'm stuck in it. But it seems my Sharingan can't see out of it. It almost appears designed to trigger the Sharingan's ability to see color and chakra and completely override it. Kakashi realized. It'll be easier to fight without my Sharingan for now. It's too much of a sensory overload. I'll have to fight with my other skills. The man heard the quietest of footsteps approaching him. Hinoto was at his side, swinging her fire sword once again. Kakashi jumped away, avoiding the swing. It's only sight that's taken away. A little ironic, but we'll manage. I was capable before I got the Sharingan, I still am without it. Kakashi thought. Tenzo and I will manage. We need to fight those who cast the genjutsu and kill them. That should break it and free us from the darkness. Then we can dispose of the rest of them and move on. Both Kakashi and Tenzo tensed up, listening carefully. The remaining root agents moved carefully, preparing for how they wanted to strike next. Whoa! Kiba gasped as he ducked, narrowly avoiding the Fuma Shuriken. As the shuriken flew by his face, he caught a slight whiff of an odor, a smell that was so subtle that he almost did not notice it. Ho jumped at Kiba, raising his sword. Forgetting the smell, Kiba parried with his claws, creating a clash that pushed both shinobi back. Akamaru charged forward at Ho, swinging his own claws, but the root agent jumped away. He then pulled on a small chakra thread as Kiba jumped to strike at him. Just as Kiba was about to slice at Ho, the Fuma Shuriken returned, swinging violently toward Kiba. The Inyazuka twisted his body, dodging midair, as the shuriken went back to Ho's left hand. Impressive reflexes. Ho complimented. Let's see how quick they really are, though. Ho swung his body down towards Kiba and tossed the Fuma Shuriken at Kiba. Unable to dodge this time, Kiba attempted to parry the blade with his claws, but the shuriken struck with enough force that it sent Kiba's body flying into the earth, creating a small crater. Tugging on the thread, the shuriken went right back to Ho's hand. The root agent swung the shuriken back down towards Kiba, who was just pulling himself off the ground. The Inyazuka's eyes narrowed as he dug his claws into the ground. Earth-style, rock bullets. Using his claws, Kiba pulled up large stones from the ground and chucked them at the oncoming shuriken. The stones stopped the shuriken coming forward, but the collision broke them apart, creating a large dust cloud on the ground. Kiba's eyes moved around the area as he sniffed suspiciously. His body tensed as he turned his body to his left. There. Ho, now on the ground, stabbed at Kiba, which the Inyazuka parried with his claws one last time. The root agent then kicked Kiba in the chest, knocking Kiba back into a nearby tree. He hit the tree hard enough to cause it to collapse. The Inyazuka growled in pain. Simple enough. Ho noted as he tensed, ready to charge. Now to finish dash. Akamaru charged at Ho, swinging his body in a circular pattern. The transformed dog barreled into the root, ripping apart his cloak completely and smashing into his armor, dealing massive damage to it. All right. Kiba pulled himself, grinning. Good work, Akamaru. As Akamaru continued to drill into Ho's body, the spinning formation came to an abrupt stop. Ho, standing still, had finally parried Akamaru's claws with his own sword. The root agent then delivered a kick to Akamaru's chest, forcing him backwards into another tree. Upon impact, the transformation broke, and Akamaru turned back into a dog. He yelped in pain as the tree collapsed behind. Impressive force. I almost forgot how damn powerful you Inyazuka can be. There's a reason you all make good frontline numbers. Ho noted as he assessed the damage to his armor. If only your clan wasn't so pack-focused. A smug grin developed on Kiba's face as he crossed his arms. Still think I shouldn't have ever been a shinobi. I was commenting on the Inyazuka clan shinobi in general, not you. You still don't deserve that forehead protector. Ho replied. The grin was immediately replaced with a scowl. Fuck you, dude. Ho shook his head, chuckling slightly, and that is why I still stand by that assessment. Kiba took a step forward towards the root agent when he stopped himself. His eyes widened as the world began to spin slightly. Huh, what the? He mumbled to himself. It was beginning to get harder and harder for him to stand. The world continued to spin. He reached for his forehead as a pounding sensation began to echo throughout his head. Ah, I was wondering when it would kick in. Surprised it took that long. Ho commented, still chuckling. What would kick in? Kiba repeated. He shook his head, trying to force his mind to concentrate on the root agent. A toxin. The blades of my Fuma Shuriken were traced with a fine powder that entered the air and spread throughout the clearing. Anyone who inhales it will have their senses dulled, amongst other general symptoms. Headache, nausea, dizziness, etc. Ho noted. I'm curious to see how an Inyazuka fights without their heightened senses. You. Kiba growled as he took another step forward. Can't be too tough if you're still standing after breathing it in. Do you honestly think I would use a poison that I was not immune to myself? Ho's chuckling, for a moment, turned into a loud laugh. You really do not deserve the title of shinobi. You are so fucking stupid. Kiba's eyes narrowed as he took a second step forward. Immediately, he fell to one knee. You seem to be a bit more receptive than I was expecting to the other symptoms. Ho shook his head. No matter. It makes things simpler for me. The root agent tossed his Fuma Shuriken, which spun rapidly towards the downed. Kiba looked up to the oncoming shuriken, but found himself unable to stand up. Damn it, Kiba, you're not going to die like this. He hissed at himself as he placed his palms onto the ground. Earth style, Headhunter Jutsu. Kiba's body sank into the ground, just in time as the shuriken connected with the earth. Headhunter Jutsu? Ho pursed his lips for a moment. He sheathed his sword before he making one-handed hand signs, lightning style dash. As he was about to place his hands on the ground, Akamaru jumped forward at Ho, trying to bite at him. The man sidestepped, avoiding the attack, and kicked Akamaru away. The dog whined slightly, but held its ground before it charged at Ho again, spinning in a circular pattern. This again. Ho frowned behind his mask. The ground underneath his feet opened as Kiba jumped out, also spinning in a circular pattern. Both Kiba and Akamaru tried to barrel into the root agent, but he imagined to vanish, avoiding the attack. Both Kiba and Akamaru stopped spinning and began to look around. A scowl was on the Inyazuka's face. All right, where did he go dash? Kiba's words were interrupted as Ho appeared directly above him. Now holding his sword in his hand, the root agent forced the Inyazuka to the ground, digging his sword into his chest. Kiba's eyes began to shut. Simple Ho's words died on his lips as he noticed the Inyazuka's body start to crumble, turning into a pile of stone. An earth clone. Inyazuka style, man-beast transformation combo, two-headed wolf. Ho turned his head away in time to see that Kiba and Akamaru had now transformed into a giant two-headed wolf. The wolf pounced towards him, spinning in a circular pattern. Super Wolf Fang over Fang. The giant wolf drilled into Ho's body, completely knocking the root agent back. The force of the jutsu completely shattered what remained of Ho's armor, revealing his torso and scratching into it. The man began to cough up blood underneath his mask as he was sent flying into a tree. After landing their hit, the wolf transformed back into Kiba and Akamaru. Both had a confused look on their faces. What gives? We didn't end the jutsu yet dash. Kiba's eyes widened as he fell to his knees. Kiba began to throw up slightly. Akamaru whined, looking at his partner in concern. Ho pulled himself up, another chuckle escaping his lips. You're a little more functional than I expected, but the toxin is still affecting you. Good. He noted. You, bastard dash. Kiba's taunts died on his throat as he looked at Ho's body. His eyes widened. What the hell? Ho's bare torso had massive scarring and burn marks across his skin. His chest was a darkish red color and there were lines that went from his shoulder all the way down to his waist. What happened to you? Kiba questioned. Ho looked down at his torso before he shook his head. Just minor injuries I received during my initiation to root. Minor? Those are some fucked up, long scars. Those are from initiation to your organization. Kiba questioned. How the hell could you get shit like that done to you? Danzo-sama is not soft, like your academy instructors or the Hokage. You are thrown into a situation and you must survive, no matter the cost. You need to prove you can survive everything to show you have worth for Konoha. Ho replied. I faced training you could never hope to understand since the age of 5. My body is simply a reminder of how much I've grown since those days as a shinobi. A frown developed on the Inyazuka's face. That's not right. No, 5-year-old should get tortured like that. Tortured. Ho repeated the word. He pulled off his mask, revealing the anger in his dark brown eyes and the scowl on his face. Danzo-sama knew exactly how someone needed to get pushed to grow stronger. I was a weak-minded, civilian-born child that he saw potential in. I simply needed the discipline. That's not discipline dash. Kiba was interrupted as Ho swung his Fuma Shuriken forward. The Inyazuka tried to dodge, but the toxin he inhaled impacted his movement. The shuriken managed to graze his shoulder, drawing blood. He growled in pain as the shuriken continued to move forward. You don't get it, do you? Shinobi need to go through this type of training or else they grow soft. You need shinobi like me to not be soft. So we can do the missions you would not dare to do. Ho declared sharply, his scowl deepening. You need us to do the assassinations of foreign political enemies that would reflect poorly if Konoha publicly targeted. You need us to rout the enemies and make it look like an accident. You need us to remove potential threats before they become threats. Ho pulled back on a small thread, forcing the shuriken to turn right around. Kiba, this time, managed to dodge and the shuriken returned back to Ho's left hand. Konoha needs Root to do the missions that you think you're too good to do. You need us to do your dirty work. The Sandaime was a fool to try and disband our organization, and the Godame is even bigger fool for trying to corner Danzo-sama. Ho continued. Konoha needs Root and naive, idealistic brats like you that can't comprehend why are only causing more harm than good. Shinobi too pure to do what is necessary need to be eliminated. Ninja art, Super Beast Scroll. After quickly finishing a drawing of a tiger on his scroll, a large ink tiger jumped forward from Sai's scroll toward Sakura. The tiger was hit on the head by Sakura's kunao, which detonated, spreading ink throughout the battlefield. Sai continued to draw on his scroll, creating more and more ink beasts that rushed forward at Sakura. She tossed more kunao with explosive tags at them, causing Sai's creations to explode into piles of ink. As she continued to throw the tags, she also threw more kunao with other ceiling tags, which connected to nearby trees. I see she's trying to set up for later in the fight. Rigging the battlefield. Interesting. Sai noted as he made a hand sign. But in the end, it will be irrelevant. The ink puddles from Sai's beasts began to change shape, resembling ink snakes that sneaked their way towards Sakura. Once they reached her, the ink snakes grabbed onto her leg, pulling her down to the ground. What dash, she yelled as more as ink began to hold down onto her. Ah. Sai said nothing, smiling as he walked over to Sakura's downed body. He reached for his sword as he poised it right at her back as she tried to pull herself up. He plunged the sword directly into her back, through her heart, which caused her to choke out blood as her body became still, before rupturing into cherry blossoms that scattered into the wind. What? Sai's eyes narrowed slightly. When she did manage to cast this genjutsu. Sai released the genjutsu, which revealed Sakura by his side. The kunoichi punched him straight in the face, knocking him backwards towards one of the trees marked with a kunao. Sakura immediately brought her hand upward as she detonated the explosive tag on it. A dust cloud, mixed with the debris of the tree, came out. Sakura continued to study the dust cloud, her eyes narrowed. Okay, I got a good hit on you, but that can't be it. Where are you? She questioned. As she focused on the dust cloud, she lifted her pinky, casting another genjutsu. Another image of Sakura took her place in the same spot, looking tense and ready to attack while the real Sakura moved away to a nearby bush, waiting for Sai to emerge and attack. A few seconds passed by and the dust cloud dispersed. Sakura frowned in response. Where did he go? Her question was answered as she sensed a presence behind her. Her eyes widened in horror as she turned around, quickly tapping the seal on her shoulder. Fuinjutsu, thick skin. Sai stabbed at Sakura's chest, his sword entering her skin slightly. She winced, beginning to choke out blood in response. Sai's smile finally faded, turning into a confused face. He tried to force his sword further into her, but the blade was not going past the initial skin barrier. What did you do? Why is my sword unable to reach your heart? Because. Sakura started to speak as she extended her fist back. I'm not letting you kill me. Sakura punched Sai in the face, forcing the root agent backwards slightly. With distance created, Sakura pulled his sword out of her body, wincing in pain. Her right hand tapped the seal on her shoulder one more time before she reached for the sword's blade with her hand and crushed it, the steel falling apart. She then tossed what remained of the sword to the side. Interesting. That's some strength you have to completely destroy the sword. Sai noted, his eyes narrowing. But you clearly did not punch at me with that same strength. There's a reason that your move there was a lot stronger, isn't there? I don't have to tell you anything. Sakura shouted back. True. Sai nodded his head in agreement. You are an enemy of Konoha, after all? A scowl developed on Sakura's face. She twitched her pinky before she charged at him, raising her arm. No, that's you and the rest of your horrible group. Sakura rushed over to face Sai. The root agent sidestepped, avoiding the attack, and then drew onto his scroll. A large ink gorilla jumped out of the scroll. Instead of pouncing on Sakura, however, the gorilla slammed its fists into the ground. The move created a large crater, kicking up earth from the ground. The image of Sakura disappeared and the real Sakura appeared on the ground, wincing in pain. You're a proactive genjutsu user, using it to hide your movements while you use the headhunter jutsu to move underground to approach me. But it's not enough. Sai noted. Your style works best when people aren't aware of what you are trying to do. Sakura made a hand sign. Are you sure know what I'm trying to do? Fuinjutsu, earth collapse. Immediately, the ground underneath Sai's feet opened, causing him and the ink gorilla to fall into the earth. As they fell through the ground, they noticed explosive tags that lined the underground. What? Sai's eyes widened as he quickly drew on his scroll. Checkmate. Sakura said, making a hand sign. Just as the explosive tags detonated, Sai flew out of the ground on the back of a giant ink bird. Sakura scowled in response. Damn it, I was close. She grit her teeth. Close, but not enough. Sai admitted. So, you know Fuinjutsu? Interesting. His eyes then moved to Sakura's chest wound. That's how you survived that stab to your heart, isn't it? You have a seal on your body modifying it. His smile returned as he began to piece together Sakura's movements. A singular seal that modifies parts of your body. That also explains how you were strong enough to destroy my sword effortlessly, but unable to punch at me that hard when you were currently being stabbed. Your seal has a defensive and offensive component, but cannot do both. Sakura shook her head, resisting the urge to frown. How did he piece all of that together so fast? Both Genjutsu and Fuinjutsu. You are quite a technical fighter. Danzo-sama could have taught someone like you well. Sai admitted, shaking his head. It is a shame you are fighting against us. You all are actively working against Konoha, of course I'm against you. Sakura replied, scowling. What you all did to the Uchiha clan, what you tried to do the Raikage in IWA, you are all sick. What was wrong with Root's actions? Sai asked. All threats to Konoha should be eliminated, no matter what. What threat did the rest of the Uchiha clan present Konoha? Sakura asked, her eyes narrowing. Some of them were trying to cause a coup, so your group forces Sasuke-kun's brother to kill every single one of them? That makes no sense. I repeat, all threats must be eliminated. Danzo-sama understands that and understood that other Uchiha could have risen up, especially in response to the death of the conspirators. Sai replied, shaking his head. I don't get what's confusing about that. Of course you don't. Sakura shook her head. You never would. You've been brainwashed into unquestioningly supporting Danzo and his beliefs. A frown developed on her lips. It almost makes me pity you. Sai blinked in confusion. Why? Didn't you just say we are enemies? Aren't you trying to stop me? Don't you want to kill me? Why would you pity me? Because you shouldn't have had those teachings forced on you. Sakura stopped talking as she looked at Sai's face and the complete confusion on it. She shook her head. Never mind. You wouldn't understand. Oh. Sai's smile faltered slightly, shaking his head. He pulled out his scroll again and then started to draw. Then this conversation is pointless, then. Yeah. You're right. Sakura nodded her head in agreement. She reached into her pocket, pulling out a blank sealing paper and a pen. Then let's just move on. Sakura started writing rapidly on her paper just as another ink tiger jumped out of Sai's scroll towards her. As Danzo and his escort continued to move, Tanuki felt the chakra presence of Jiraiya's squad coming closer. A frown developed on his face. I sense the Hokage's presence coming closer. He noted. Was hoping Ho and Sai would have distracted them longer. Kido said, shaking his head. Disappointing. We need a larger distraction. Otherwise, they will catch up. Danzo noted. His eyes narrowed in on Tanuki. Release Project New. Are you certain? Tanuki asked, frowning. It's incomplete. I fear that we will lose the data if I unleash it now. You still have the framework, plus the DNA samples in general. It can be rebuilt. Kido said. The man shook his head, chuckling behind his mask. Hopefully this project of yours isn't as much of a waste of resources as initially assumed. New was not a waste of resources, damn it. Tanuki growled. Then how about you prove your project, Tanuki-san? Majire noted. That's all we are asking. Perhaps Terra and I can back you up. Dajima spoke up, pointing to him and another root agent, an agent with long black hair with a mask resembling a snake. Make sure your little project does its job. I would also like to witness this. Tatsuma added. I assume our might, plus the assistance of New, will keep the Hokage and his entourage in check. Yes. You three can assist Tanuki. Danzo nodded his head. He then turned his head to Tanuki. Release New. Shigaraki Tanuki grit his teeth, but silently nodded his head. He stopped moving. Dajima, Terra, and Tatsuma followed his lead while Danzo, Kido, and Majire continued to move forward. Well? Dajima questioned, looking at Tanuki expectantly. We're waiting. Tanuki shook his head as reached into his kimono and pulled out a large scroll. He unraveled it, revealing an ornate seal colored with purple and red ink mixed together. The seal depicted an open eye in the center of a triangle with a detailed pattern inside and outside the triangle. Tanuki bit his thumb and made a series of hand signs as he placed his open palm on the scroll. A dark purple circle developed underneath Tanuki's palm that extended beyond the scroll. Summoning Jutsu. Tanuki took in a deep breath before his eyes narrowed, a malicious grin developing on his face as a wave of negative emotions rushed through his body. Come, New. Kanji waved goodbye to Katsumi and Hanabi as they left his home. He waited until they were gone from his view before he walked back into his home, closing the door. Immediately, he fell to the ground, his back leaning against the door as his hands went to his face. His eyes reddened, as if he had just cried, but no tears had formed or were forming. What the hell is going to happen now? Is Fuenii going to get imprisoned? Executed? Kanji questioned, biting his lip. God, is he just going to be here until the Hokage and them get back from their mission? What the fuck am I supposed to say to mom and dad when they back home? How am I supposed to explain what happened to him and then explain that the Hokage is going to take him away for punishment? Kanji stayed still and quiet for a moment as his mind continued to focus on all his questions and concerns about the future. 3 minutes passed by until he heard the sound of a distant clang noise on the ground. His eyes widened in horror. No. No 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 no. Shit. He cursed as he pulled himself up from the ground. He then rushed through the house towards his room. No, he can't be awake. He shouldn't be. As Kanji turned into his room, he saw Yamanaka Fu in his room. The man was awake and had the chains on his hands taken off. The man was now attending to the chains on his legs. Fuenii. Kanji said his name. The auburn-haired shinobi turned his head to face him. What, you're awake? Kanji. Fu bowed his head slightly. What are you doing? Kanji asked, frowning. Freeing myself. Fu answered. He finally unlocked the chains on his legs, which caused an annoyed sigh to escape his lips. Finally. That's not what I meant. Kanji shook his head as he took a step closer to his brother. What are you planning on doing? Yamanaka Fu said nothing. He reached to his back for one of the sealing papers. Kanji immediately made a hand sign. Mind Destruction Jutsu. Fu's hand dropped. He felt himself lose control of his entire body. His body turned on its own to face Kanji, who continued to hold his hands in the same hand seal. Fuenii, I know you're stronger than me, but so long as you have those chakra seals on, you can't fight back. Kanji said, frowning. So please. Just stay put. Fu frowned. Kanji, let me go. No. Kanji shook his head. I'm not letting you get out of my sight. Are you concerned I'll go help Danzo-sama? Fu questioned. Kanji bit his lip in response. Damn it bro, why are you still calling him Danzo-sama? That man stole you from us and forced you into a program you did willingly want to be in, to make you do missions that Konoha did not approve of. The auburn-haired Yamanaka winced slightly. Our roots missions were dash. You still don't get it, do you? Kanji asked, a scowl developing on his face. Fu, I know you've been talking with me and Fune and Naruto-sensei and you still don't get that what Danzo did was wrong. Tears were starting to develop in the blonde's eyes. Please. Just stay here. If you go over there and help him, you will die. Hokage-sama will probably kill you. And damn it, I'm not letting you die on his behalf. I already lost you once and if I have to lose you again, I'm not losing you because of fucking Danzo. Yamanaka Fu was silent as he watched his younger brother cry. Kanji did not say anything else, seemingly holding up his hand sign and his jutsu entirely subconsciously. Fu tried to shake his head, but was unable to do so. Kanji seemingly tightened his control on the mind disturbance jutsu, restricting his facial movements. He was unable to look away as his brother continued to cry. I am so sorry. Yamafu replayed his conversations with Sasuke in his head, where the Uchiha yelled at him for being a poor brother. He remembered talking with Takigaku no Fu and Naruto, who debated with him his very own ideologies. He recalled the Hokage receiving his reports about Uegaku and the damage that was done through Danzo's actions. He remembered the conversations he had with Kanji about Root and leaving his family behind. Fu's thoughts continued to rush through his head, leading to one singular conclusion: Root was a waste. Kanji. Fu spoke softly, pulling his brother out of his silent sobbing. Please. Release me. Kanji's tear-filled eyes narrowed. Fu, I'm not going dash. The Hokage is going to need my help defeating Danzo. Fu interrupted. The blonde Yamanaka's eyes widened. He stared at his older brother in stunned silence for a second. He scanned his facial expression, looking for any trace of deceit. He could not find any. You. Huh. Kanji shook his head, his tears stopping. What, you want dash? If you want to confirm the truth, you can check my memories and thoughts. I'll allow it. Fu noted. You'll see I'm being honest. Kanji, still shaking his head, was at a loss for words. What changed your mind? Why? You were right. Fu admitted, looking downward. About everything. I'm sorry. For leaving you. For serving that man. I'm sorry. Kanji's eyes began tearing up again. The younger Yamanaka unconsciously lowered his hands, breaking the hand sign and ending his jutsu. His hands went to his side as he began to shake, sobbing to himself. Yamafu was now completely free of his brother's control. He immediately rushed to his brother's side, pulling him into a tight hug. Kanji quickly reciprocated, clinging onto his older brother. The two brothers were silent for over a minute, the only noise being Kanji's sobs, which were becoming softer and softer by the second. They finally broke their hug and looked at each other in the eye. I've been a rather shit brother, haven't I? Fu said, shaking his head. I promise. I'll do better, okay? I'm sorry for all of this. Fu and please, I understand. I understand what you were in. How you were trained and treated. Why you don't need to apologize for being gone. Kanji said, trying to rub away his tears. The two were quiet again for a moment. Both brothers seemingly had no idea what to say to one another. They were still again for a moment until Fu's face hardened. May I borrow your weapons? He asked. The Hokage confiscated all of mine. I'll need a few now. Kanji took in a deep breath before looking again at his brother. You are going to help fight Danzo. I know Danzo better than anyone, even better than the Sandaime. I know what jutsu he is capable of. Fu noted, his eyes narrowing. They'll need me. Kanji bit his lip. Fu and please be careful. I don't want you dying dash. The elder Yamanaka shook his head. I won't. It's a promise, Kanji. I'll survive. Another minute passed by as the two brothers stared at one another. Finally, Kanji backed down, gesturing towards his bag in the room. Fu walked over to it and picked it up. He collected all the kunao and shuriken inside before he sat the bag back down. He then reached for his back, pulling off the chakra sealing tags. He stretched his muscles as he felt his chakra re-enter his body. He then turned his head back to face his little brother. I love you, Kanji. Fu said, smiling. I love you too, brother. Kanji replied, smiling back. With those words, Yamafa vanished, using the Shunshin. Chapter 94, Shigaraki Tanuki's Research. Hinata's eyes narrowed as she noticed 4 root agents stop moving as Danzo continued onward. 4 of Danzo's operatives are staying behind. They are probably going to try and hold us back. How many does he have left with him? Jiraiya asked. Not counting Danzo, 2 others. She answered. He's getting desperate, it seems. Sasuke noted. Sooner or later, he's going to be all by himself. Then he'll have no one to hide behind. We're on his trail, so we're not letting him get away. Naruto declared, grinning. We just gotta pound our way through another set of his goons. We shouldn't underestimate these root agents, though. Jiraiya noted, frowning. Root does house some of the most underreported shinobi. There's no doubt in my mind that some of the remaining shinobi could be S rank. Do you believe that, Hokage-sama? Shino asked. He is right. Hiruzen nodded his head, sighing. Tenzo is good proof of Root's secrecy. Danzo tried his best to keep his abilities secret, back when he was inducted into Root under the code name Kino, even from me when Root was still public knowledge. If Danzo has an S-rank shinobi or 2 in his midst, I would not be surprised. Shino pushed his sunglasses upward, a small frown on his face. That's troubling to hear. I can't make an accurate assessment yet, but the 4 that remained behind do have very strong chakra reserves from what I can see. Hinata mentioned, frowning. Her frown deepened as she noticed one of the root agents, a tall man with shaggy black hair wearing a kimono, place a scroll on the ground. One of them in particular is emitting some type of dark energy. Dark energy? Tsunade repeated, frowning. Explain. I don't know. Hinata shook her head. There's something unnatural happening, I guess. She's right about that. Kurama spoke up. Huh. Naruto blinked before turning inwardly to face the Kyuubi. What do you mean, Kurama? I can sense an almost overwhelming sensation of negative emotions emitting from one person. You humans tend to possess plentiful amounts of negativity and darkness, but this feels more concentrated than I can recall sensing in centuries. Kurama admitted, scowling. Tread cautiously with this man. He's going to be the most lethal to fight. Naruto nodded his head before turning his attention back to reality. Guys, the Kyuubi senses the same feeling that Hinata sees. It's based on negative emotions and dash. As Naruto began to speak, a giant, ornate purple seal developed on the ground underneath the trees, causing the group to stop their pursuit. A large, shapeless mass appeared in the area and crashed into the ground. Within seconds, a large crater developed in the circle as the area became completely encased in dust clouds and tree debris. Jiraiya and his group were forced to look away, averting their eyes from all the scattered debris. What's going on? Sasuke asked. This power. Tsunade grit her lip as she managed to turn head to face it. Is it a boss summon like Katsuyu or Gamabunta? With her Byakugan, Hinata could see inside the dust cloud. Her eyes widened in horror as she tried to process the sight. What the hell is that? When the dust finally scattered, everyone saw that the shapeless purple mass had been reconfigured into some form of a chimera. The creature was massive, towering over the forest at 1,800 centimeters tall. Its head was shaped like a white monkey with large fangs and glowing yellow eyes. It had a white mane that resembled a lion. The chimera's body resembled a tanuki, like the body of the Ichibai no Shukaku, and had the legs of a tiger. It also had a tail that looked like a giant white snake. New. The creature roared, its voice creating shockwaves on the earth that knocked the group back. What is that? Fu shouted. Kurama? Do you know what this is? Naruto asked. This is a yokai, but it's none I have ever seen before in all my years. The fox answered. It's a ghost. Naruto mumbled aloud, horror in his eyes. No. A yokai. There's a difference, brat. Kurama replied, scowling. But this one isn't like any I've ever seen. It almost doesn't feel natural. It doesn't matter what thing is, we have to kill it. Sasuke noted, tensing up. The giant chimera turned its head to face the Konoha shinobi. It growled again as it swung its snake tail towards the group. As the tail moved, it broke apart into multiple appendages resembling large, brown tree trunks. What? Hiruzen's and Tsunade's eyes widened at the same time. The Konoha shinobi jumped away, as the tree trunks collided with the ground, creating more craters. As they were moving away, one of the tree trunk appendages turned and flew at Fu. The Takigakuer shinobi did not dodge in time and was hit in the chest, knocking her back to the ground. Ugh! She growled. She tried to pull the trunk off her body, but found that it was suctioned to her. Get off me! As she struggled to pull the tree trunk off her, she felt herself becoming weaker. It felt as if her chakra was getting drained from her body. She bit her lip hard as she continued to push back as she began to channel chakra. Fu, don't. Komei's voice boomed in her head, stopping her channeling. I can feel your chakra is being taken away by this thing. If you channel my chakra, it may absorb that too. And just let it take my chakra? I have to get this thing off me. She replied back. As she continued to struggle against it, Anko jumped into the air, unsealing her Shivuki blast sword. Using the blade end of the sword, Anko cut through the branch, destroying it and freeing Fu as the tree branch fell to the ground. Watch yourself, Fu. Anko called out. The hole where the tree branch used to be expanded, creating more and more tree branches from where it was. They quickly surrounded Anko's mid-air body. Fuck. She bit her lip as the scroll on her sword began to unravel. Explosive blade technique, explosion barrier. The explosive tags on the scroll detonated all at once as the tree branches closed in, destroying them and reducing them to wood shards that fell to the ground. Anko fell to the ground and quickly rejoined the rest of the Konoha shinobi. That thing was draining my chakra. Fu noted, frowning. What kind of monster is that? A ghost. Naruto admitted, shivering slightly. No, that's a chimera of sort. They're a creature composed of different biological components. Tsunade noted, scowling. And I'll tell you where that tree trunk attack came from, that has to be my grandfather's cells. I thought the same thing too, Tsunade. Hiruzen shook his head. Hashirama-sensei's cells are in that thing. So it can use wood release. Shino questioned. This got much more problematic to deal with. The creature, Nu, growled once more, creating shockwaves. Its tails returned back to their original, resting position as it jumped at them. The Konoha shinobi jumped away as the chimera crashed into the ground, creating another large crater and slinging debris everywhere. It opened its mouth and released a giant wind bullet towards the shinobi. The bullet connected with Hinata, sending the Hyuga flying backwards into a tree hard, her body smashing through it as the tree fell. Hinata-chan! Naruto shouted. Are you alright? Ugh! She hissed in pain as she herself up from the ground. Upon standing up and regaining her focus, her eyes widened. In the time they were focusing on the giant monster in front of them, Hinata stopped focusing on the root agents. 3 of them were approaching, with 2 of them directly at their location. She turned her head to Shino. Shino-kun, move. Shino turned to face the Hyuga and nodded his head, jumping to her position. Impact cross. Just as the Abarame left the spot, 2 root agents, Dajamu and Terra, appeared with their swords drawn. They had rushed at the position with electricity surrounding their body. After their rush had completed, the ground underneath their positions was lit up with lightning, resembling an X. Damn it! If only we were a few seconds faster. Dajamu shook his head. That would have been one less number to deal with. It doesn't matter. One lucky save doesn't take away from the inevitable. Terra replied. Hinata frowned at the sight of the 2 agents. I'm sorry everyone for not alerting everyone to their approach. I got distracted by that creature. No need to apologize, Hinata. Anko said, raising her blast sword. We can take care of these clowns, no sweat. Are you sure about that, Mitarashi Anko of the 7 swordsmen of Kirigakure? Terra asked. Her eyes narrowed on the snake-masked root agent. You got something you want to say or something? You're a known element to root. Something to keep track of. Dajamu acknowledged. Terra and I, in particular, know a lot about you and your fighting style should you ever become an enemy of Konoha. The man began doing one-handed signs, which you ended up becoming. Convenient how life works out, huh? Water style, surface slicer. Dajima swung his left hand, causing a large crashing wave of water to rise from the ground. Anko sidestepped just in time, avoiding the attack. Tsunade then charged forward towards Dajima, raising her fist. "Get the hell out of our dash," her words died on her lips as she noticed the monster, Nu, turning to face her. "Fuck." Nu roared as its tail reverted back into the giant tree trunks, all flying towards Tsunade. The Sunin proceeded to flip around, barely avoiding each tree trunk as it crashed into the ground. "This thing needs to be held back. Otherwise we're never going to move any further," she noted as she bit her thumb, making hand signs. "Leave it to me." Summoning jutsu. Tsunade slammed her open palm onto the ground. In a poof of smoke, Katsuyu appeared in the clearing, staring intently at the chimera. "Tsunade-hime, what are you doing?" Jiraiya shouted. "We can keep this thing distracted. You all need to keep moving," Tsunade stated. "Danzo wants this thing to hold us back, so you can't dawdle." "You want to take on that thing, though?" Sasuke asked. "By yourself. Tsunade-sama has me. We will be fine," Katsuyu assured. Tsunade nodded her head, "So, you all need to dash." Nu roared at Katsuyu and Tsunade, creating a shockwave with its voice. Katsuyu's body shook slightly and Tsunade struggled to stay on top. As her stance faltered slightly, Dajima and Terra jumped upward towards her position, gripping their swords tightly. As they rushed towards her position, Anko jumped up in between. Her sword clashed with both Dajima's and Terra's blades before an explosion tag activated, creating an explosion that knocked both root agents downward. "You shouldn't stay alone if you got these two assholes out here as well," Anko noted, gripping Shibuki tightly. "I'm helping too." "Anko-sensei." Naruto looked at his Jonin-sensei. "You're staying behind too." "Anko-sensei, those two have strong chakra signatures." Hinata noted, frowning. "Are you sure?" Are my precious students worried about little old me?" Anko asked, chuckling slightly. She took her right hand off the sword and made a hand sign with it. "I'll be fine. Tsunade and I will catch up when that monster and these dumb fucks are done." Ninja art, flare aura. Anko's body was surrounded with visible chakra that resembled flames. She took in a deep breath as she focused her attention on Jiraiya. "Go already. Quit wasting time and catch Danzo already," Tsunade shouted. "They're right." Jiraiya nodded his head. "Come on. Let's keep moving." With those words, Jiraiya, Hiruzen, Naruto, Hinata, Sasuke, Shino, and Fu continued to move forward. Nu turned towards their fleeing figures and swung its tail, causing more tree trunks to fly towards them. Katsuyu jumped up, spitting out acid onto the tree trunks, melting them. Nu roared and started to charge forward at them, but Katsuyu landed on the ground. Her body blocked the Nu, who tried to barrel through her. Katsuyu's eyes closed slightly as the chimera continued to force itself forward. "Lady Katsuyu, this isn't any normal thing we've fought," Tsunade said, gritting her teeth. "Hold your ground. We'll manage." "You do the same, Tsunade-sama," Katsuyu replied as she held her ground. Anko's eyes glanced over at Katsuyu and Tsunade struggling against Nu. She then turned her attention to Dajima and Terra, who were staring at her intently. Her eyes narrowed on them. "You two were just going to let them go?" she asked. "They'll get stopped. If that thing's half as good as Tanuki claims it is, then it should rip straight through anything, even a Sunin and a boss summon, and then move on to smash the Hokage group," Terra noted. "And we'd like to see this thing kill you all. Besides, we would both like to eliminate you personally. You are one mission we had trained for, after all, and we en route never turn our backs on a mission regardless of circumstances," Dajima added. "You made a poor decision staying behind, Mitarashi Anko." Yeah. 'Cause you two know a lot about me in case I became an enemy of Konoha," Anko snorted. "Well, let's see how much you fuckers do know about me." They moved. Tatsuma noted. He looked over to Tanuki, a slight grimace on his face. Your experiment didn't seem to hold them back for too long. Humph. Tanuki scowled as he slowly began to channel chakra into his palms, which started to turn a purple coloration. Luckily, I can redirect Nu to another location. Just give me a moment. You need the Hokage group halted for a moment. Tatsuma asked. Tanuki nodded his head, causing the Abarame to nod his head. Very well. Let's hope Nu does not take long to transport. I presume that it will do its job this time. With those words, Tatsuma disappeared, heading to intercept the Hokage's approach. Tanuki was left alone in his clearing, scowling. Assholes. All of you. Tanuki growled. The dark energy around his body seemed to multiply. One of the other two root agents is coming. Hinata said. So we got another opponent to take down. Sasuke asked, his fists tightening. We're wasting time with all of these guys. We need to rip through this one. As the group prepared for another opponent to emerge, both Fu and Shino could hear something, the faint sound of Kakaicha buzzing. The two shinobi locked eyes, both feeling suspicious. Kakaicha beetles, unlike most insects, needed a constant chakra source to survive. It was not impossible to see them in the wild, but it was incredibly rare. It was even rarer to see them in large groups, unless they were under the care of an Abarame clan shinobi as a host for them. Hokage-sama, you mentioned that you encountered an Abarame amongst Root's numbers, yes? Shino questioned. Jiraiya nodded his head, is there any possibility they have another? I can hear Kakaichu in the area. Those beetles. Naruto blinked, looking at the Abarame in confusion. Couldn't it be some wild ones? That would be a very slim chance, Naruto-san. Shino shook his head. Why? Because unlike most beetle species, Kakaicha require a central chakra source for them to survive. Some can manage to live in the wild if the beetles were born with an abnormal chakra amount themselves, but that's a genetic defect. That's not common. I hear the same buzzing. It's subtle, but there's a bunch. Fu added, frowning. And it would be impossible for there to be that many if there wasn't an Abarame present. With their words, Hinata began to pay attention to the presence of tiny beetles that had been flying towards their position, something she ignored to focus on the root agents in the area. Her eyes widened. You're right. She said. They're all around us. Firefly conflagration jutsu. The Kakaicha beetles appeared in the pathway and, upon being seen by the Konoha shinobi, coated themselves in a ball of fire. What? Shino's eyes widened, his stomach dropping at the sight. Those Kakaicha, they're on fire? Impossible. The beetles swarmed at the Konoha shinobi, resembling fireballs. The group jumped away, avoiding the oncoming fire. Upon missing, the Kakaicha redirected, flying back towards them. Some of the beetles started coming together, merging the fires on their bodies together and creating giant, multiple firestorms. The flames completely covered the forest pathway, lighting all trees on fire. Jiraiya and his group tried to escape all the flames, but they were unable to dodge all of them. The flames managed to hit Naruto's shoulder, Sasuke's left leg, and Hiruzen's right arm. Both Naruto and Sasuke growled from the pain as they tried to brush the fire away. Hiruzen's eyes tightened slightly in pain, but he then opened his mouth, releasing a small deluge of water that put out the flames. The firestorm quickly surrounded their bodies, forming an almost giant vortex of flames that began to slowly close in. Hiruzen made 3 hand signs before he slammed his palms on the ground, water style, try water dragon jutsu. From the ground, 3 giant water dragons rose from the groundwater to the surface. The water dragons collided with the fire vortex, extinguishing it before it could finish closing in. That fire was relentless. Hiruzen noted, shaking his head. What a horrible technique. The beetles are still alive. Hinata shouted, getting into a stance. Protection of the 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Hinata rotated around her body, creating chakra streaks that formed a blue, rotating, visible shield around her and the rest of her allies. Just as it was forming, the Kakaicha beetles closed in on them. Hinata's chakra streaks sliced into them, killing them before they could reach. When she finished her rotation, the remains of the Kikaicha beetles were lying on the ground. So, those beetles survived being caught on fire? Fu asked, frowning. That's not possible. Kikaicha shouldn't be able to survive fire like that at all. Spoken like an ignorant entomologist. Aberame Tatsuma jumped into the circle, wielding his sword. He attempted to stab Fu in the chest, but the Nanabe Jinchuriki jumped back, making distance between herself and the man. Who the hell are you? Naruto shouted as he started channeling chakra into his palm, Raise-non. Naruto slammed the Raise-non into Tatsuma's body, causing his body to fall apart, turning into a pile of bugs. Tatsuma reappeared a few feet away, his arms crossed. Does my name really matter to you? He asked. You are an Aberame. Shino noted, walking forward. There was edge to his voice as Shino tightened his hands into fists. What jutsu did you use on your Kikaicha? Tatsuma looked at Shino and chuckled slightly. You are Aberame Shino, yes? Shivi's son. You were a shinobi with a lot of potential. You would have made an excellent member amongst Root's numbers. As the Aberame Root agent began to speak, Hineda's eyes narrowed on the figure in the distance. The remaining Root agent in the area, the one emitting dark energy, was starting to channel chakra. You ignored the question. Shino noted, scowling. Why did your Kikaicha survive the fire jutsu you just used? Because they were bred to survive fire. Tatsuma answered, shrugging his shoulders. I assumed that would be obvious to you. You what? Fu shouted. Her eyes narrowed as she began to grit her teeth. You specifically bred them to survive fire? That means you went through generations upon generations of Kikaicha, allowing them to die to flames until you reached a generation that could handle fire. Tatsuma nodded his head. Well, maybe you aren't as ignorant of an entomologist as I initially assumed. Fu's eyes narrowed further. She was about to speak, but she was stopped at the sound of angry buzzing. She turned her head towards Shino, Shino-san. The Kikaicha in Shino's body started to buzz loudly and started flying around his body, forming a circle around him. They looked ready to charge at the Root agent in front of them. Their anger, however, was not comparable to Shino. The Aberame air was scowling and was radiating an unholy amount of killing intent. Shino. Naruto looked at his friend in concern. You willingly killed generations of Kikaicha to breed them this way. Despite the visible anger, Shino managed to keep his voice calm. You murdered the partners you were sworn to protect in order to strengthen yourself. You sound rather self-righteous saying it like that. That's an unhealthy way for a shinobi to look at a tool of theirs. Tatsuma shook his head. Our clan infamously breeds Kikaicha when a mutation is born that would be beneficial for the whole hive to have to make sure it is passed on to the next generation. This has been fact since the beginning of our clan. I have done nothing different. Our clan does selectively breed the Kikaicha, but we do not murder them in the process. To breed a fire-resisting species would involve the unnecessary murder of so many Kikaicha. Shino said, his voice sounding like a hiss. We have a symbiotic relationship with them. How are you able to willingly sacrifice them like that? Tatsuma shook his head, frowning. I take back my comment earlier. You would not make an ideal Root shinobi. Your ideals are too narrow and unable to focus on the bigger, and the rest of the Aberame willingly weaken yourself and the potential of our clan by not aggressively breeding the weaknesses out of your Kikaicha. As I do not belong in Root, you do not deserve the Aberame blood you have. Shino declared. Shino tensed up, ready to strike. The rest of the shinobi moved forward, preparing to strike at him. Tatsuma glanced at them before his eyes trailed upward. A small chuckle escaped his lips. Did you all assume you could beat me because you outnumbered me? Think again. Tatsuma noted. What's that supposed to mean? Sasuke asked. Hineda's eyes widened. Guys, that creature is coming our way. As soon as the words left Hineda's mouth, a circular portal with the same ornate symbol as before opened in the sky directly above their position. Nu emerged from the portal and fell from the sky as the portal vanished. Nu. Everyone. Jump. Hiruzen shouted. The group moved in time just as Nu crashed into the ground where they had been standing, creating a large crater. The chimera roared before it started to shoot out air bullets from its mouth towards the shinobi. Everyone proceeded to dodge the bullets, which collided with the fire on the ground, causing it to spread. One of Nu's bullets finally connected, slamming into Sasuke's body. The force of the air bullet caused the Uchiha to choke out blood as he was sent flying to a tree on fire. The impact knocked the tree down and fire began to spread to Sasuke's clothes. The Uchiha quickly pulled his body off, brushing off the flames. "How the hell did this thing just teleport to us?" Sasuke asked. "That portal in the sky was some variation of space-time ninjutsu," Jiraiya answered. "So it's capable of using ninjutsu of that caliber," Hiruzen noted, scowling. "It is going to be difficult to shake off, then." Realization dawned on Hinata's face, as the memory of the fourth root agent's chakra surge returned to her. That man with the dark energy around him, he's channeling this. And he's the one who teleported this creature here. Nu. The chimera roared again as it slammed its hind legs on the ground. The ground underneath everyone opened up, creating large, sharp logs that raced upwards. The group jumped to avoid the attack, but the logs still managed to cut into Naruto's leg. The blonde winced as blood began to drip. Nu turned its head to face the group and opened its mouth, ready to release another barrage of air bullets. As it channeled its chakra, Tsunade jumped from the forest behind, punching the creature in the face and knocking it back. "Get back here, damn it!" Tsunade shouted. "Tsunade." Hiruzen smiled at the sight of his student. Tsunade's punch knocked Nu back slightly. The chimera roared its head and swung its tail towards her. Just as it was about to turn into tree trunks, Katsuya launched herself from the forest. The boss slug slammed her body onto Nu, sending it into the ground. "This thing teleported, so we hurried out over here to try and catch it," Tsunade hissed. "But Lady Katsuya and I said we were going to take this thing on, so we still have it. You all need to keep moving forward." Naruto looked backwards slightly, expecting to see Anko to come rushing up to join them. She did not come by, meaning that she must still be fighting those two root agents. A frown developed on his lips. "Anko-sensei, you better be okay. Kill those two bastards." "Tsunade is right," Jiraiya stated. "We need to keep moving dash." The Hokage's words were interrupted by the sight of a barrage of Kakaicha beetles, all on fire, came rushing towards him. He sidestepped away, but the beetles quickly formed a circle around his body. "You're all assuming that I'll let you get away as well," Tatsuma said, shaking his head, as he clapped his hands together. "Fire style dash. Water style, water wall jutsu." As the Abarame root agent's beetles grew closer to Jiraiya, a giant circular wall of water, forming a dome, surrounded the Hokage. The flames were extinguished by the fire and the Hokage jumped away, no injuries in line. Tatsuma turned his head towards the caster of the jutsu, Abarame Shino. A frown was on his face. "You are a water elemental." Shino nodded his head before turning to face Jiraiya. "Hokage-sama, allow me to distract this man. You all need to keep moving." "Shino-san." Fu looked at the Abarame, frowning. "Will you be okay?" "Your concern is appreciated, Fu-san, but I'll be fine," Shino replied. "I have a duty to remove this blight on the Abarame clan." "Humph." Sasuke nodded his head in approval. "You'll manage, Shino." Fu stood still for a moment before she grinned at her fellow entomologist. "Kick this guy's ass then for me too. Make sure this bastard gets what he deserves for what he did to his Kakaicha." Shino nodded his head in her direction. "I promise." With those words, Jiraiya, Hiruzen, Naruto, Hinata, Sasuke, and Fu hurried off together. Tatsuma's eyes narrowed as he clapped his hands together. As he began channeling chakra, he was forced to stop as Shino's Kakaicha rushed at him. He turned his attention back to the Abarame clan heir, shaking his head. "You think you'll be able to remove this blight, but you are clearly acting out irrationally. Whether or not you are a water elemental does not change the fact that I am a far superior shinobi when it comes to our clan's ninjutsu." Tatsuma noted, a scowl on his face. "You are a larvae to me. Nothing more. If that is the case, then do your worst," Shino replied, getting into a stance. As the two Abarame shinobi prepared to battle, Nu continued to resist against Katsuyu's hold. After struggling, the giant chimera finally pulled the giant slug off its body, slamming her into a nearby burning tree, destroying it and turning it to ash. Nu! It roared. Tsunade, in response, clenched her fists at the chimera. Yeah, I don't care what you're saying. You're not chasing after them again. You're staying here until I pound you into nothingness. As Jiraiya and his entourage began to move again towards Danzo, Hinata's eyes narrowed on the remaining root agent in the area. The fourth root agent is still in the area. I believe he's the one who summoned that giant creature and teleported it towards us. She noted. I think he'll probably try teleporting it again if we simply ignore him. He probably will. That'll slow us down even more. Hiruzen noted. It'll slow us down even more, though, if we all go kill that man. Sasuke added, scowling. One of us should go kill him. I should do it. Alone. Hinata said, her eyes narrowing. I know exactly where he is. It won't take me long to fight him. Naruto's eyes widened. Hinata-chan. If he was able to summon that creature, then I assume he is probably the strongest of the 4 root shinobi left behind. Jiraiya noted, staring at the Hyuga intently. Are you sure you want to take him on alone? You are right, Hokage-sama. This man definitely is the strongest of the 4. And he's radiating some type of unsettling dark energy. Hinata admitted, frowning. She shook her head, eyes steeling themselves, but the more people that go engage him, the less that are following Danzo. I can take him alone. And I believe I can keep him distracted enough that he won't be able to teleport that monster your way again. It seems like his jutsu takes channeling time, so I'll make sure he never gets the chance. Makes sense to me. Sasuke nodded his head. Just be careful. Your girlfriend is going to fight a man that is radiating an unholy amount of negative emotional energy, a quantity so strong that it appears to be affecting his chakra. It's probably how he is summoning that yokai. Kurama noted to Naruto. Make sure she's aware of this. Negative emotions don't always correlate to a stronger shinobi, but it does link to an overwhelming desire to kill. Her opponent will probably be more lethal than some of the others. Hinata-chan, the Kyuubi is telling me that the guy you're going to fight's radiating negative emotions, which is probably that dark energy. Naruto spoke, his eyes narrowing on the Hyuga. Please. Be careful with him. I will be. I promise. Hinata said, smiling at her boyfriend. All right. The Uzumaki smiled back at her, giving a thumbs up. Then take him down. Hinata nodded her head as she changed directions. She began to move to her east while Jiraiya, Hiruzen, Naruto, Sasuke, and Fu continued moving forward after Danzo. They managed to escape Nu and are on the move again. Bah! Tanuki shook his head. Tsunade being in this group is annoying. Katsuyu is a summon that wouldn't beat Nu, but it would hold it back. This sets things back. The root researcher began making hand signs. His hands became covered in a visible, dark purple chakra shroud. As he continued making hand signs, the man started to talk to himself about his grievances. Nu would have destroyed Katsuyu if I had only another year of research to put into it. I would be able to teleport it instantly without channel time if I had another year. More resources needed. Right now, they're just wasting my magnum opus like this before it could have reached perfection. Tanuki said, scowling. No doubt because the other agents convinced Danzo-sama that Nu was a waste. Bah. Fuck their lies. Nu is the perfect weapon. Fuck them. Fuck all of them. With each sentence, the negative emotions around Tanuki seemed to multiply. After more muttered swears under his breath, Tanuki held up his hand as the dark purple chakra shroud began to move up from his body towards the sky. There. That should be enough negative energy. Time to transport Nu, he said, closing his eyes to focus on his chakra sensing. Now, how far ahead did the Hokage manage to get away? As Tanuki focused on the area around him, he noticed Jiraiya's position, along with the position of 4 other shinobi. Another of his entourage had left the group. She was incredibly close by, moving towards him while knocking an arrow on her bowstring. What? Water style, never-ending arrow downpour. Hinata launched an arrow into the sky that flew over Tanuki's position. Once it reached a certain height, the arrow turned back down towards the earth and flew back towards him. Water moisture in the air took physical shape, forming into water arrows, and flew downward as well. The original arrow pierced the visible dark purple chakra shroud that was floating through the air, causing it to dissipate. No. Tanuki internally growled. The remaining arrows closed in on Tanuki. The root researcher proceeded to sidestep the arrows, avoiding each arrow. As he finished dodging them, he turned his attention forward to see another arrow flying at his face. He dodged in time, the arrow grazing against his kimono and creating a hole in the shoulder area, but did not pierce his skin. His eyes narrowed as Hinata appeared in his clearing, gripping her bow. "Sorry, but I don't think you'll be able to transport that giant chimera creature anywhere else," Hinata said. "All you're doing is stalling it. Nu will rip through Tsunade and the boss slug if given enough time. Likewise, I'll be able to immediately redirect it once I am finished with you," Tanuki noted, scowling. "Distractions like you should be put down. I wouldn't call myself a distraction. I'm just helping to make sure Danzo and his organization can get put down and stop harming Konoha," Hinata replied. "Harming Konoha? Bah!" Tanuki scoffed. "The village is turning its back on Danzo-sama, despite all that he has done for it over the years. If Konoha can't appreciate him for his work and sacrifices for Konoha, then it doesn't deserve him. It only deserves death." The researcher lifted his arms, holding his hands like a gun. As a dark purple chakra surrounded his body, water moisture began to develop into his hands, forming a spiraling ball of water at the point of his fingers. Water style, water spirit wave. Multiple water bullets began to rain forward from the central orb of water in Tanuki's hand, launching directly at Hinata. The Hyuga jumped to avoid them, causing the bullets to keep flying until they managed to hit trees in the background. Upon collision with the water bullets, the trees exploded, spreading bark and debris everywhere. That power! Hinata's eyes widened for a moment. So, that dark purple chakra is his negative emotions. That's unnatural that a root agent is able to feel such strong emotions. She shook her head, her eyes narrowing on the researcher. Never mind that. Those emotions are doing more than just helping him summon the chimera. They seem to be amplifying his jutsu. I need to be careful. The more frustrated he gets during this fight, the stronger it seems like he'll become. Nu's been summoned, Yamanaka Fu noted. The auburn-haired shinobi managed to sneak out of Konoha and hurried through the forest. He continued to move towards Yu no Kuni, sensing a dark, disturbing chakra presence in the distance. Danzo-sama Fu bit his lip, correcting his thoughts. Danzo must be taking this seriously if he's unleashed that beast on the Hokage. His eyes steeled as he continued to move forward. That's only one ace of his, though. They're going to need my assistance if they even want to stand a chance against what Danzo is capable of. That thought pushed Fu to move faster to catch up as fast as he could. Focus on your other senses, Kakashi told himself as he took in a deep breath. 3 of the remaining 12 root agents rushed towards him, gripping their tanto. The silver-haired Jonin, hearing their footsteps, jumped into the air, avoiding their strikes. He brought his hands to his mask-covered face. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Kakashi breathed out a large fireball from his mouth towards the 3 root agents. 2 of them jumped away while the third ran through hand signs before spitting out a jet water from her mouth, piercing the giant fireball, extinguishing and causing it to fall apart. The 2 agents that jumped joined a group of 4 that had surrounded Tenzo. All agents tossed Kunao at the Umbu, who proceeded to sidestep, avoiding all of them gracefully. One of the agents, Mizuno, rushed forward, gripping his sword. He swung it at Tenzo, but the man managed to jump back, barely avoiding them. Even without your eyesight, you still function fine as a shinobi, Mizuno complimented. It is a shame that you turned your back on Danzo-sama. I didn't turn my back on him, he turned his back on the village. And me, Tenzo said sharply. You refused a mission, Mizuno answered. I refused to kill Kakashi-senpai after I realized that he was a loyal Konoha shinobi and that Danzo wanted to kill him for his own personal interests, not the interests of the village. Tenzo retorted. I am still grateful for that, by the way. Kakashi said, smiling behind his mask slightly. Tenzo shook his head, as if I would have killed you. If we did fight, you would have killed me. I'm the one that's grateful, because you spared my life by opening up my eyes. Kakashi was about to retort, but Hinoto jumped towards him, swinging her fire-covered sword at him. Sensing the approaching warmth of her blade, Kakashi jumped back. The fire on her sword launched itself forward towards Kakashi. The silver-haired Jonin tried to sidestep, but the flames grazed his shoulder, causing him to hiss at the burn. You both are still capable, yes, but are still at a disadvantage like this. Hinoto noted. You enjoy that in particular, don't you, Hinoto? Kakashi asked. Are you still irritated at me from all those years ago? Hinoto's eyes narrowed behind her mask. Psychological warfare does not work on us, Kakashi. You trapping me in that genjutsu all those years ago to get information from me was insulting, but we are not the type of shinobi who responds to those pointed remarks. A smug grin developed on her lips. But in the end, it doesn't matter. Times are different. And now it is you who is trapped under the spell of our genjutsu. A genjutsu that is only minorly impeding Tenzo and myself. Kakashi asked. Hinoto's response was to swing her blade once again, causing more blue fire to rush out towards Kakashi. The silver-haired Jonin jumped away, avoiding the attack. In the process, however, Kakashi jumped towards a root agent, Tsuchino, who had been remaining stationary. As he neared her position, she reached for her own tanto. Shit. Kakashi sensed her presence too late. As he tried to move, Tsuchino stabbed him in the lower stomach. Kakashi choked up blood on the inside of his mask. Minorly impeding. No matter how good you try, you're still weakened without your eyesight. Just give it time. Tsuchino noted. As Tsuchino tried to pull her Tatanto out of her body, Kakashi reached forward, grabbing onto her wrist. He then began to channel lightning chakra into his hand. Lightning current. The lightning Kakashi channeled into his hand spread into Tsuchino's body. The lightning quickly encased her insides, causing her to scream in pain as she stepped back. Kakashi reached for the tanto in his stomach and pulled it out. He hissed in more pain as the blood started to pour freely from the open wound, but he overcame the blood as he closed the distance between himself and Tsuchino. He stabbed the blade into her neck, completely piercing it. When he pulled the blade out, her body fell to the ground motionless. One more down, he said. Your numbers are falling, Hinoto. True. But we still have enough. And you still can't see. Neither of you can. Hinoto rationalized, gripping her blade. We still have the chance to win. No matter what it takes, you two won't be making it out of this alive. Die. Ho shouted as he swung his Fuma Shuriken forward. Kiba, seeing the oncoming shuriken, made hand signs, earth-style, headhunter jutsu. The Inuzuka, along with Akamaru, sank into the ground just as Ho's shuriken connected to the ground where he had been. The root agent pulled back on the string, bringing the shuriken back to his hand. He then made hand signs as he slammed his left palm onto the ground. Lighting style, shock vibrations. Lightning channeled in Ho's open palm. Within a second, the lighting transferred into the earth, moving around like a quake around his body into the ground around him. The lighting quick covered the entire ground for a moment before it collided with Kiba's body underneath the ground. The force of the quake shocked Kiba before launching the Inuzuka and Akamaru out of the ground. Ho gripped his Fuma Shuriken tightly as he angled his body to face Kiba's position, and that's dash. The root agent was unable to swing his shuriken as Akamaru charged at him. Ho sidestepped his attack before slamming the shuriken's blade into Akamaru's back. He yelped in pain. If your Ninken wanted to die first, then fine. Ho noted. It can go down before its partner dash. Ho's words died as Akamaru's body began to fall apart, turning into a pile of rocks. His eyes widened. Did the Inuzuka do it? An earth clone of the dog? How did my lightning jutsu not immediately dispel the clone? The ground underneath Ho opened, revealing Akamaru, still disguised as Kiba. The dog grabbed onto his body tightly, digging his claws into Ho. Good work, Akamaru. Kiba shouted as he landed on the ground. Get off me, you mutt. Ho shouted, scowling, as he struggled to free himself. After a moment, Ho managed to pull away from Akamaru and deliver a punch to its body, causing the dog to get knocked back to the ground, dispelling its transformation. He turned around in time to see Kiba, who was swinging his claws. Ninja art of beast mimicry, Wolf Rend. Kiba's claws seemingly grew larger as the Inyazuka began to slash into Ho's body with his claws. He tried to get away, but he was too late and Kiba began to cut indiscriminately all across his visible body. Each cut drew more and more blood and grew deeper and deeper. Ho bit his lip, continued to tear into him. Get off! He hissed. The root agent managed to finally parry Kiba's claws with the blade of his shuriken. He then pushed back, forcing Kiba off. The Inyazuka was only knocked back slightly. He tensed up before he charged again. Nice try, but Kiba's charge stopped as he felt bile develop in his throat. Kiba knelt down as he threw up slightly. He breathed heavily as he tried to pull himself up just as Ho swung his Fuma Shuriken at him. He rolled, avoiding the attack, but the movement caused Kiba to throw up even more. Ho smirked as he pulled back on the string, forcing the shuriken to reroute. What the hell is happening? Kiba asked, his vision faltering slightly. This is... Kiba's thoughts were interrupted as the shuriken impaled him in back, directly in the center, and the poison is still working like a charm. Ho noted, grinning. He took a step forward towards Kiba, blood still dripping from all the wounds on his chest. Fuck you. Kiba spat out, reaching for the shuriken and pulled it out of his wound. He growled in pain as his wound opened up. It still hasn't killed me. It's not supposed to. But it has effectively hampered your senses, your reaction time, and triggered vomiting. Ho replied, chuckling. At this point, you might as well be dead. The root agent tugged on his string, forcing the Fuma Shuriken out of Kiba's hand and back to Ho. He was about to swing it again, but Akamaru jumped forward, trying to bite at him. Ho stepped back, avoiding the attack. He then swung the shuriken at Akamaru, but the dog jumped, avoiding it. The dog landed in front of Kiba and began to bark aggressively at Ho. Why, your poison is sh shit. It hasn't affected Akamaru after all. Kiba yelled. Irrelevant. Ho shook his head. The toxin was meant to affect a human. A ninkin is a useful tool in conjunction with a shinobi, but it can't do much on its own. Akamaru quietly growled under his breath, baring his teeth. You're underestimating him. And me. Kiba said. He took a deep breath as he tried to get into position to fight again. Instinctively, Kiba felt the urge to vomit returning. He grit his teeth and tried to take a deep breath. A second passed by as he fought back, resisting the urge. He shook his head, a confident smirk on his face. I will fight back. And Akamaru and I will kill you. He declared. Your drive is commendable, but it's futile. Ho shook his head. I've wasted enough time as is. Let's finish this. Ninja art, intercepting dragon scroll. As Sai finished his drawing, a giant ink dragon rushed from his scroll, flying towards Sakura. Sakura, who had not finished her seal, quickly pocketed the sealing paper and pulled out another kunao with an explosive tag. She threw the kunao at the dragon and detonated it, but the ink dragon continued to barrel towards her, as if unaffected. This one is stronger than his other ink creatures. She realized, biting her lip. Shit. Sakura tried to jump out of the way of the ink dragon, but the creature managed to reach her and bit into her leg. She hissed in pain. The ink dragon then began to fly up into sky, carrying Sakura with it up into the air and locking her into place. There. Sai noted as he drew more on his scroll. A group of ink ravens rushed from his scroll towards Sakura's position. The beaks of the ink crows were elongated and sharp, resembling almost kunao. Sakura's eyes widened as she immediately tapped on the seal on her shoulder. Fuinjutsu, thick skin. As Sai's ravens reached Sakura's position and tried to shove their beaks into her, the beaks only barely entered her skin. Sakura winced slightly from the impact, but the strikes of the ink crows were only bruising her, not impaling and killing her. Interesting. Sai's eyes moved from the ravens, failing to kill her, and to his dragon, who still had its teeth impaled in Sakura's leg. So that Fuinjutsu can't do anything about wounds she was already receiving. That must be why my sword impaled her in the first place. Her Fuinjutsu activated before it could impale her. Fascinating. I'm learning more about how to counter this. Sai's thoughts stopped as he noticed that the dragon was starting to get weighed down. With her Fuinjutsu activated, Sakura's body began to get heavier and heavier, forcing the dragon to start descending. His eyes narrowed. Interesting. That defensive component of her Fuinjutsu seems particularly capable. But there should be ways to counter it. Sai noted as he made hand signs. Let's try this method. Ninja Art, Ink Dragon Ouroboros. Sai's ink dragon began to shift position, moving its tail upward towards its head. It let go of Sakura as it bit down onto its tail. Upon biting down, the dragon began to change shape, forming a large orb of ink in the sky that trapped Sakura inside of it. What? Sakura questioned as she looked around her area. All she could see was black and white from the ink. She quickly tapped her shoulder, Fuinjutsu, World Smasher. Magnifying her body's physical strength, Sakura punched on the wall of the ink dome. The force of the impact caused the ink dome around her to explode, freeing her. The Chunin fell from the sky to the ground as puddles of black and white ink fell all over the ground, completely encasing it. She then looked around the area, looking for Sai. She could not see him. Her eyes narrowed. Where did he dash? She was interrupted as Sai appeared directly behind her, gripping a kunai. Sakura went to go tap her shoulder, but Sai shoved his kunai into her shoulder at the same time as she activated the Fuinjutsu. She screamed in pain as she kunai completely pierced her hand and dug into her shoulder. Get off! She shouted as she punched Sai with her left hand. Sai was knocked back from the hit, but only slightly. He winced slightly as his nose started to bleed, but he had a small smile on his face as he watched Sakura reach for the kunai in her shoulder. Blood was pouring from it in her right hand. She pushed her sleeve up to her shoulder, exposing her shoulder. The sealing paper was covered in blood but, miraculously, looked to still be in usable condition. Sai's smile faded slightly. Interesting. I presume your seal activated just in time to save itself, huh? Sai noted. Sakura did not reply. She breathed heavily as she took a look at her right hand injury. The smile returned to Sai's face. Regardless, I know that your Fuinjutsu has limitations to it and only works on injuries received after activation. Furthermore, you can't leave it active all the time. Either you need to switch to another use of that seal, or you need to turn it off to preserve chakra, I presume. He said. I'll manage. Try and find all the weaknesses you want. I'll still defeat you. Sakura replied confidently as she pulled out her nearly complete sealing paper and pen. We'll see. Sai replied as he started drawing once again. Another ink dragon rushed from Sai's scroll headed directly towards Sakura. The Chunin this time, however, remained focused on finishing her seal. By the time the ink dragon reached at her, it bit straight into her chest, completely piercing it. Fuinjutsu, Illusion Flame Jutsu. Upon making contact with the dragon, Sakura's body burst into red and pink fires that spread outward in a cone-like fashion. Within a second, the fire rushed outward towards Sai's position. The root agent made hand signs and spat out a stream of water from his mouth as the flames approached him. The water went straight through the fire, not extinguishing it. The flames continued moving towards Sai, but upon making contact with him, did not burn him. Ah! It's a genjutsu. Sai noted, nodding his head. Interesting one. It felt like a real fire for a moment. He made a hand sign to release the genjutsu, but found that the fires remained. Is this one unable to dispel? As Sai scanned the area, the fires amplified, making it harder and harder to see. In the distance by a bush, however, surrounded by a pink hair was Sakura, who was seemingly trying to blend in. She began to slowly move forward, the pink fire following her body. I assume Fuinjutsu is keeping the Genjutsu lasting. She's trying to stay hidden until she can sneak up on me. A very impressive trick, but in the end, not enough. Sai realized. Sai quickly moved through the ground, rushing to Sakura's position within an instant. He pulled out a kunao as Sakura turned to face him. In that moment, Sai's body touched the pink fire illusion. Immediately, he jumped back, burned by real fire. What? He asked, hissing in pain from the burns. A satisfied grin developed on Sakura's face. She began to breathe forward, causing the pink fire around her to launch itself forward at him. Sai attempted to jump away, but he was caught up in the pink flames again, getting more and more burns. He was forced away, creating distance between himself and Sakura, as he tried to put out the flames. He growled from the burns. You mixed illusionary flames with real fire. To make me make a poor decision and attack you, unknowingly jumping into real fire. Sai realized. His eyes narrowed on Sakura, whose hand was on her shoulder. I presume that seal has a burn stage, doesn't it? Maybe. She replied, shrugging her shoulders. Sai shook his head, it really is a shame. Danzo-sama would have benefited from having a shinobi like you. Sakura scowled in response, I already told you, I'd never work with him. He's a monster that caused so much unnecessary pain for Sasuke-kun and killed off the Uchiha clan. He's someone who tried to jeopardize our relationships with other villages. He's someone no Konoha shinobi should want to work with. Danzo-sama only acts with the interest of the village in mind. If you were able to look at the bigger picture, you'd be able to see what I mean. Sai said. Talking to you is pointless and depressing. Sakura admitted, her scowl turning into a frown. How can one person be so brainwashed to actually think like you? Brainwashed? I fight for Danzo-sama out of my own volition. Because I know the type of leader he is and what he fights for. Sai noted. Do you not do the same for Jiraiya? Could I not consider you brainwashed? Sakura shook her head. Forget it. You're hopeless. Sai frowned in response as he pulled out his scroll. We'll see. Regardless, this fight has gone on long enough. Danzo-sama needs me to help him, so it's about time we end this fight. Fire style, Circles of Inferno. Anko proceeded to throw fireballs at Dajumu and Tera with her left hand. The two root agents continued to dodge the fireballs, causing them to make contact with the ground and spread fire. Anko's eyes narrowed as she channeled more chakra. The fireball in her hand grew larger and larger. Fire style, Grand Fire Bomb. The Jonin threw the giant fireball at the two root agents. As it flew, it began to expand further. Dajumu and Tera both looked at one another before they nodded their heads and ran through the same hand signs. Water style, Giant Vortex Jutsu. Water rose from the ground, forming two large vortexes that rocketed into the fireball. The water overwhelmed Anko's fire jutsu, extinguishing it, and continued to barrel towards Anko. She jumped into the air. Both Dajumu and Tera extended out their hands. Water moisture developed around Dajumu's hands while Tera's began to radiate lightning. Water style, Droplet Spear. Lighting style, Thunderbolt. The water around Dajumu's hands formed into orbs that launched themselves towards Anko as Tera launched a discharge of lightning from his palm. The lightning collided with Dajumu's words orbs, causing them to be encased with electricity as they moved through the sky faster. Gripping the Shivuki Blast Sword, Anko caused the scroll to unravel, forming her explosion barrier around her body just as the lightning water orbs would have connected. The orbs, however, were undeterred by the explosion and continued past the barrier. What? Anko's eyes widened. The orbs connected with her body, causing the water-infused lightning to hit her. She screamed in pain as her body fell to the ground. She hissed, pulling herself up, some scattered electricity around her. The flames around her body, while still present, were lesser in size. How the hell did you assholes pull that off? Anko hissed her question. Again, we've been observing your fighting style overall. Dajumu clarified. Your Shivuki Blast Sword's explosions may be unique compared to other blades, but the abilities themselves are reminiscent of the Iwagaku or Kekii Genkai explosion release, a Kekii Genkai that is easily countered with lightning-style ninjutsu. Seriously. Anko tried to recall the last time she fought against someone with lightning-style ninjutsu. The only two people that came to mind were Kakashi, who Anko had never fought with Shivuki, and Reiga, who never used his Keeble lightning blades to disrupt her explosions. I never knew that. That's something I need to work around. We have lightning ninjutsu to counter your Shivuki. And we both are adept water ninjutsu specialists, meaning we can fight back against your fire. Terra noted. Again, we are an unfortunate opponent for you. So that's why you two think you can fight me? Anko rolled her eyes. There's a lot more to me than just that. Why don't I show you what else I'm capable of? Dajamu snorted, as if we're even going to let you have the chance. Both Dajamu and Terra charged forward at Anko, their bodies covering themselves with electricity as they readied their swords. Anko jumped up into the air just as the two root agents attempted to cut into her. She then extended her right hand outward. Many hidden shadow snake hands. Multiple snakes rushed from her hands down towards the two root agents. Terra jumped away in time, but Dajamu was bit by one of the snakes. He winced in pain. The other snakes quickly surrounded his body, forming a makeshift rope around him. Still feel confident? Anko asked with a grin as her body descended towards Dajamu's gripping Shivuki, pointing the blade of the blast sword at his chest. Dajamu continued to struggle against the snakes holding him down. After a moment, he finished struggling and pulled the snakes off his body just as Anko's sword struck him in the chest. Upon impact, Dajamu's body shattered, reduced to glass shards. Anko's eyes widened. Huh? A glass clone? She asked. Ninja art, glass shard upheaval. The glass shards rose from the ground up from the ground. The shards cut into Anko's body, cutting through the fire chakra around her. Anko hissed as she jumped away. She started to bleed from all the cuts on her chest, arms, and legs. As Anko began to catch her breath, Terra appeared behind her, swinging his sword at her. Anko turned and countered with her blast sword's blade, which created an explosion that knocked her and Terra backwards. As she caught her footing, Dajamu charged it with his own sword. He locked blades with Anko, trying to overpower. That glass bullshit yours? Is that a Kekii Genkai? She asked. No. Glass manipulation is just a result of years of training under Danzo-sama's guidance. It's just one of the many tools I can use to serve him. Dajamu answered. Him. Not Konoha. Just your leader. Anko clarified, gritting her teeth as she tried to shove back with her blade. This is why your organization is getting hunted down. Cause of bullshit like that. The root agent shook his head. Danzo-sama serves Konoha. He appears to be the only one with some authority that will do anything for the village. Don't make me laugh. Anko snorted. You even said you two were training to kill me. No loyal shinobi would do that to other loyal shinobi. Anko's blast sword created an explosion, knocking both shinobi back. As Anko caught her footing once more, she saw a large bolt of lightning rushing through the air towards her. She sidestepped, avoiding the strike on time, before turning her attention to Terra. We assumed you would turn traitor. You are a member of the 7 Swordsmen of Kirigakure, after all. Terra said, his hand still covered with lightning chakra. That's a much more prestigious title than your regular Jonin status in Konoha. It's only logical you'd turn your back on Konoha to side with them. The day you did, Dajamu and I were prepared to strike you down. The root agent immediately launched another barrage of lightning bolts towards her position. Anko continued to sidestep, rushing towards him. I have always been a loyal shinobi. You can't assume I'd quit just because of the Kiri swordsman thing. She hissed. Terra shook his head, it only makes sense to assume. After all, your Jonin sensei turned traitor. Anko's eyes narrowed as killing intent leaked from her body. Don't you ever compare me to Orochimaru. She closed the distance between herself and Terra and swung Shivuki at him. The man blocked the blade with his lightning-covered hand, the lightning forming an orb that prevented the blade from hitting him. The root agent shook his head. If you assumed you could detonate that on me, Did you not learn that lightning countered your explosions earlier? Terra questioned. As the two were locked in their stalemate, lightning from Terra's hands began to spread from his body towards Anko's. She grit her teeth as electricity began to rush her body. I said I was going to use it as the blast sword. Anko growled, trying to push back against him. A foolish decision if you intended to use that thing like a normal sword. Shivuki is ill-equipped to be a regular blade. Terra noted. As he continued to keep her locked in the position, the scroll of Anko's blast sword began to unravel slightly. An orange snake slithered out and lunged at Terra. Terra's eyes widened behind his mask. When did she summon that? Heh. Good strike, Hebede. Anko praised the root agent tried to redirect lightning, but it was too late. The snake bit into his neck hard. Terra screamed in pain. His distraction gave Anko the chance to finally overpower him. With the blade of Shivuki, she managed to cut past the lightning and strike at him in the chest, cutting deep into his skin. His screaming grew louder. He jumped back in pain, yanking the snake off his neck, which quickly slithered away back towards Anko. He looked down at his chest wound. His eyes widened in horror. Anko had embedded explosive tags into his wound. Explosive blade technique, eruption. Terra tried to use his lightning release chakra to disarm the tags, but he was too slow. As lightning began to generate on his body, the sealing tags detonated. Terra's body was blasted apart into two halves, with both halves caught in flames. Humph. Anko snorted as she turned her attention away from Terra's wounds back to Dajima. You said both of you were trained to kill me? Any reservations yet after that? No. Dajima shook his head. I was always the one better prepared to assassinate you. This changes nothing. Anko's eyes widened at his statement. He's not upset at all that I killed his comrade. He's not even angry or mad at him for being weak or some shit either. He's just uninterested. Do you not care that I just killed your partner? She asked. Danzo-sama will assign me a new partner later. Dajima replied. Anko was at a loss for words. She shook her head, glaring at the man in front of her. Why is that I always fight these selfish bastards that don't give a fuck about their allies? I suppose having backup would be useful. I could get myself an ally now to assist with things. Dajima noted as he pulled off his root mask, revealing his face. He brought his thumb to his lips as he began making hand signs, summoning jutsu. After slamming his palm onto the ground, a poof of smoke filled the area. When the smoke cleared, a black and red falcon was perched on Dajima's shoulder. The falcon outstretched its wings, revealing glass shards that appeared to be embedded into them. It then started to flap, hovering so that it was level with Dajima's head. So you got a summoning contract. Big hoop. I got one too. Anko shrugged her shoulders. On cue, Hebede, the orange snake Anko previously summoned, returned to her. He slithered up her body until he reached her neck. You do, but I doubt the snakes will be much help from here, especially against a bird of prey. Dajima noted. Bird of prey. Hebede spoke up with a hiss. The snake summoning clan is no prey, especially to a small little bird like that. Still need to be cautious with that thing. Anko noted, getting ready to strike. I need to kill this guy as quick as I can. Tsunade-sama may need help holding back that giant creature. With that thought in mind, Anko charged forward at Dajima. Firefly Conflagration Jutsu. Tatsuma's Kakaicha lit themselves on fire before they closed in towards Shino and his insects. The Jonin signaled, causing a majority to return to his body while the remainder flew into the ground, forming holes. Shino then made hand signs, causing a wall of water to rise between him and the flame-covered Kakaicha. Tatsuma's beetles flew into the water, their flames extinguished. Upon escaping the water, they remained stationary for a moment, before the fires returned. They then rushed Shino again, who was forced to jump away. This species of Kakaicha seems to be capable of reproducing the flames. This means that there is little point of trying to extinguish the fire, unless it kills them. Shino noted, frowning. Tatsuma noticed the frown on Shino's face, which caused him to chuckle. I see you've realized that knowing water elemental ninjutsu will not be enough to fight me. The flaming beetles continued to fly after Shino, who continued to move throughout the battlefield, avoiding their touch. They chased him closer towards Tatsuma, who rushed at Shino. He attempted to impale Shino with his sword, but the Abarame air jumped into the air, avoiding the attack. Water pillar thrust. The ground underneath Tatsuma's feet opened up, creating a large pillar of water upward. The root agent jumped back, barely avoiding it. From the hole, Shino's beetles flew out and landed on Tatsuma's body. Immediately, the beetles started to bite down on him. Humph. Tatsuma bit his lip as he noticed the beetles. He noticed that they were growing larger on him, which caused him to scowl. I see you use Kidechu as well. Tatsuma snapped his fingers, causing the beetles to catch on fire. They fell off his body, dying on the ground. I would have loved to incorporate them into my colony, but unfortunately, Kikaichu are the only breed that appeared to develop the fire-resistant mutation. All Kidechu I worked with died without developing the trait. He admitted. Shino scowled in response as he landed back on the ground. You are barbaric. Am I now? Tatsuma questioned as he snapped his fingers. Then allow me to show you how barbaric I can be. More Kikaichu escaped from Tatsuma's body, where they immediately ignited themselves. They, along with his first wave, formed a circle around Shino's body, closing in on him. Shino ran through hand signs, creating a dome of water around his body and encasing himself in water. The fire-covered Kikaichu flew in. Their fires were extinguished upon entering the dome, but they continued to fly through the water, undaunted, towards Shino. Upon contacting Shino, they sank their pincers into his skin. Shino hissed in pain as his own beetles emerged and began to fight back against Tatsuma's wave. He remained still as his Kikaichu and Kidechu emerged to fight off the beetles. Shino's Kidechu devoured their opponents, causing them to grow in size lightly. Within 30 seconds, Shino's body was free of enemy Kikaichu. He gestured with his hands, causing the water dome to finally fall apart. He took in a deep breath of air. An interesting way to combat the fire-related ninjutsu of my Kikaichu, but it does not seem like it'll be effective for too long. Eventually, you will drown yourself if you continue that. Tatsuma noted. Perhaps, but you will not get a chance to do that again. Shino noted, making hand sings. Why? Hidden Jutsu, Beetle Tornado. The ground under Tatsuma's feet broke open once again as the remaining Kikaichu Shino sent underground emerged, spinning rapidly and forming a tornado around him. They then began to bite into Tatsuma's skin. Shino was still for a moment, watching as the beetle tornado continue. Within a second, the beetles stopped spinning and revealed what was at the center, a group of stationary, dead Kikaichu. A bug clone. Shino realized. As Shino began to scan the area, looking for Tatsuma, the ground underneath him opened up slightly. Beetles quickly surrounded his body, a type of beetle that Shino could not recall ever seeing before. Insect self-destruction jutsu. Shino's eyes widened in horror as the beetles exploded all around him. The explosions burned holes into his jacket, burning his skin, and sent him flying back into one of the fire-covered trees in the background. Shino hissed in pain as he pulled himself up. Just as he was about to get up, Tatsuma appeared above him, holding his sword. The Abarame root agent tried to impale Shino, but the Jonin rolled, barely avoiding the blade. Tatsuma jumped forward to strike again. Shino pulled himself off the ground and moved back, just in time. What was that? An exploding Kikaichu? Shino questioned. Yes. In addition to my fire-resistant Kikaichu, that was a lowly mutation that resulted from breeding. I coined them Bakuchu. Tatsuma answered. His eyebrow rose slightly. I presume you're going to inform me of how vile I am for utilizing such a species. No. There's little point at this point. Shino admitted, gritting his teeth. I must just presume you've done any vile experimentation on your Kikaichu. Nothing else you can show me would surprise me. You really are your father's son. You are too naive. Tatsuma shook his head. Shino's eyes narrowed. What do you know about my father? Plenty. Danzo-sama has interacted plenty with both him and your grandfather. Us Abarame shinobi make ideal root candidates, but it would be beneficial to Konoha if all Abarame were trained similarly to how Danzo-sama trains us. We have tried to get Abarame Shivi to adopt our training methods, but he continued to refuse. Tatsuma answered, frowning. For a man as logical and stoic as him, it is troubling to see him be some resistant to Danzo-sama's ideas. My father prides logic above all else, but he is not immoral. He would never allow such training or manipulative breeding tactics that harm the Kikaicha themselves. Shino stated. As I said, you are too much like him. You will make a poor clan head, just as he already is. Tatsuma shook his head. It is a relief that Danzo recruited Torin over you. He may have been a fool in regards to breeding his insects, but at least he was willing to enter Roots training with an open mind. Shino's eyes widened. Torin? As in Abarame Torin? Son of Abarame Shikuro? He is in Root. Was. No doubt that man is dead in Kumo after failing his mission. Tatsuma shook his head. Shino was silent for a moment. Memories returned to the Abarame heir as he remembered growing up with Torin. He remembered playing games with him growing up and studying Kikaichu and other insects together. His memories came to a halt as the boy he considered a surrogate brother disappeared without a trace, with his father deeply concerned and troubled by the disappearance. He recalled Jiraiya and Fu mentioning in the mission report about how they were attacked by a Yamanaka and an Abarame Root agent in Shimo. Shino was already disturbed to hear a clansman was involved with this organization, but he never imagined it was Torin. He could not imagine Torin even being in Root. The circumstances of his disappearance did match what he heard about Yamanaka Fu's disappearance, however. A scowl developed on his lips as his Kikaicha began to buzz loudly. The more you speak and the more I learn, the more pleased I get knowing that Root will be vanquished today. Shino spoke softly. Hokage-sama will kill your leader, just as I will murder you. Tatsuma's eyebrow rose, then please. Try. The Kikaichu of both Abarame emerged from their bodies, prepared to strike at one another again. New. The Chimera roared at Tsunade, launching a barrage of air bullets at Tsunade. The Senju sidestepped, avoiding the attacks, as she continued to move closer towards the giant creature. She attempted to punch Nu's stomach, but the creature jumped into the air. It roared once again in the air. As Tsunade prepared for another barrage of wind bullets, the ground under feet opened up, trees' roots appeared and grabbed onto her legs, holding her in place. She struggled to move, but the roots held her in place. Damn it, I wish I was older before grandfather passed away. It would have been good if I got the chance to really spar with him and learn how to fight against wood release. Tsunade grit her teeth as she continued to struggle. How the hell was a root researcher able to create a creature capable of using his wood release at this level anyway? Orochimaru's experimentation only passed the Kekkei Genkai effectively to Tenzo, and even he was unable to use it at this level. As Tsunade continued to fight against the roots, Nu started to descend, preparing to crush Tsunade with all its weight. Before it crushed her, however, Katsuyu jumped forward, slamming her body into it. Nu was knocked off direction, hitting the ground next to Tsunade. Tsunade-sama, please be careful. Katsuyu requested. The giant slug spat out acid blasts onto the roots on Tsunade's legs. The acid did not melt the roots, but it weakened them enough that Tsunade was finally able to break free. The Sunin looked up at her summon, nodding her head. Thank you. I promise, I will be, Tsunade said. The Chimera roared defiantly as it swung its tail forward, which split into multiple tree trunks. Tsunade and Katsuyu jumped, avoiding the tree trunks. As Tsunade fell back to the ground, she began to channel all her chakra and strength to precisely one point, her heel. Legendary heel drop. Upon impact, the ground underneath Nu's body opened up, forming a crater that swallowed. The Chimera had no time to react as it fell inside. As the creature continued to fall, the tree trunks from its tail rose up from the ground and flew towards Tsunade. The Senju jumped back, but the tree trunks continued to persist. Lady Katsuyu. Tsunade called out. Understood. Katsuyu opened her mouth, acid C. Katsuyu released a stream of yellow acid from her mouth into the crater. The acid connected with the base of the tree trunks, causing them to melt away and fall to the ground before hitting Tsunade. Katsuyu's acid then continued to fill the crater. Nu. The crater continued to fill with acid, with Katsuyu having no intention of stopping. The chimera continued to roar until its voice started to fade away. In a moment, acid filled up to the very top of the crater, becoming level with the ground, resembling almost a puddle. "Great job, Katsuyu," Tsunade praised. On cue with Tsunade's praise, the ground began to shake. The chimera jumped out of the puddle, causing the acid to splash onto the ground and begin melting the floral on the ground. The creature landed back on the surface. Nu's body was ravaged, half of its face was missing, the snake tail was completely gone, and its body was starting to drip, as it was going to melt any second. It roared in anger as it stared at Tsunade. Of course that didn't kill it. That would have been too easy. Tsunade crossed her arms, scowling. Nu roared once again, baring its fangs at her. Nu's body then started to morph. Cells started to reappear as the missing limbs began to reform. Its face and tail were fully restored and the dripping from its body stopped. It inched forward, almost presenting itself to her in defiance. "What?" Tsunade's scowl fell, turning into a look of shock. "It's capable of mass regeneration at that level." Her eyes widened in horror. "Danzo, how the hell did you manage to create a creature that has a healing factor even stronger than my grandfather? That should be impossible." Nu slammed its feet on the forest floor, causing the ground underneath Tsunade and Katsuyu to crack. Large, spiked tree logs rose from the ground. The logs punctured Katsuyu, forcing the large to break up into smaller slugs that started to scatter the battlefield. Tsunade jumped into the air to avoid the attack, but she was still cut by one of the logs, creating a deep cut on her leg. "Ack!" Tsunade hissed. She stationed herself on top of one of the logs, standing on one foot. As she balanced herself, her eyes moved to the wound. She noticed the large amount of blood that was pouring from her bug. Her eyes widened. Shit. Tsunade's body froze, her eyes narrowing on the blood, and she stared to shake. "I thought I overcame this," she cursed, trying to pull herself back to reality. "Damn it, Tsunade, it's just blood. You're not dying. No one is dying. This isn't Dan's or Nawaka's blood. Get over it." Tsunade started breathing in heavily. Within a few seconds, she finally calmed down and her body stopped shaking. Her mind finally focused on something other than her blood. She finally returned to reality in time to see the large tree trunk her way. Tsunade was knocked back by the tree trunk, being pushed to the ground in between the logs. She growled in pain as she felt Nu beginning to absorb her chakra. "Get off!" she hissed as she struggled against the tree trunk. She placed her hands on the edge of the tree trunk and tightened her grip on it. "I said, get off." Channeling chakra directly into her fingertips, Tsunade squeezed hard enough that she tore the tree trunk off, freeing her. She then jumped up away, just in time as another tree trunk crashed into the earth. Tsunade landed back on one of the logs. As she steadied herself, one of the Katsuyu slugs climbed up the log. It rushed over to her shoulder. "Tsunade-sama, what happened?" Katsuyu questioned. "I thought you overcame your hemophobia when you returned to Konoha." "I thought so too. But I'm fine. That won't happen again," Tsunade insisted, her fists tightening. She glared at Nu. "We need to figure how to defeat this thing. Destroying it through conventional methods isn't going to be possible. We'll have to figure out how to get rid of it." Nu's eyes narrowed as it roared defiantly. "Stand still!" Tanuki shouted. The root researcher moved his hand, causing more water bullets to rain from his hand towards Hinata. The Hyuga continued to move, avoiding each blast. More and more trees were destroyed as Tanuki continued to chase Hinata down. "I said stand still!" Tanuki hissed. The water ball in his hands began to grow in size and changed colors, resembling a dark indigo. Water style, relentless sea surge. Tanuki made a sweeping gesture, causing the water orb to implode, spreading water bullets throughout the clearing rapidly in all directions. Hinata tried to jump away in time, but one of the bullets connected with her leg, piercing it and lodging itself into her body. Hinata bit her lip, trying to resist the urge to scream. "One hit was all I needed." A grin developed on Tanuki's face as he made hand signs, water style, drown. The water bullet in her wound began to integrate itself into Hinata's bloodstream. She immediately began to gasp as she could feel water entering her lungs. He's trying to internally drown me, she realized. Closing her eyes, Hinata began to channel chakra through all her chakra points. Her chakra formed small internal threads that struck at the water invading her system. A few seconds passed as her body cleared itself of the water in her lungs. She immediately gasped for air. Well, you found a way to counter that quickly. Tanuki crossed his arms, scowling. Fantastic. Hinata noticed the dark energy around Tanuki's chakra flaring up. The purple aura was growing darker and darker. She frowned in response. How are you producing all of that negative energy? She asked. That is what it is, right? Ah, a Hyuga like you would notice something like that. Tanuki spoke up, his scowl turning into a smirk. Yes, it is negative emotional energy. It's the subject of my research. Feels like the antithesis of roots training, isn't it? Hinata asked as she knocked an arrow into her bow. Tanuki scowled as he moved, dodging an arrow. That is Kido's stance on my research. It's an uneducated opinion. Root's agenda is about not allowing emotion to override a person's judgment. That does not mean that emotions cannot be harnessed as a tool. Hinata fired another arrow at Tanuki and made a hand sign. Water moisture quickly formed into multiple arrows that flew at the root researcher. He made hand signs, then held out his hand outward, ninja art, negative emotion manipulation, gluttony. As the water arrows reached Tanuki, they rerouted to his open palm. Instead of connecting with his skin, they collided with one another, merging into a singular large orb of water. What? Hinata's eyes widened in horror. How? Her Byakugan saw what was happening. A high concentration of dark energy was developing in Tanuki's palms, which seemed to be affecting Hinata's jutsu. As her arrows changed shape into Tanuki's water orb, she noticed that the same dark energy was integrating into the arrows. Upon the last arrow merging with the water, the orb turned indigo in color. I'm sure you can see how it's working, isn't it? It's fascinating what one can do when they know how to manipulate your emotions. Tanuki noted, chuckling to himself. Negative emotions, in particular, are highly potent. Root's approach is valid, as a shinobi who succumbs to their hate and rage is effectively useless. A shinobi should be someone who fights without emotion, killing on order. However, there is a difference between someone fighting based on an order to kill versus someone fighting out of a pure, genuine desire to end someone's life. A malicious grin developed on Tanuki's face. It's that extra malice that truly adds something potent to any and all jutsu and makes that person a capable shinobi. Tanuki clapped his hands together, causing the giant indigo water orb to explode, spraying forth another barrage of water bullets towards Hinata. The Hyuga got into position, protection of the 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Thin chakra threads developed on Hinata's palms as she began to spit, cutting into the oncoming water bullets. While her chakra threads managed to pierce most of the water bullets, a few stray bullets managed to make it past her defenses, blasting her in both of her shoulders and her chest. The impact cancelled her jutsu and she choked up blood in response. How? Hinata shook her head, channeling chakra as fast as she could. Her body expelled the water bullets from her body before they could sink into an attempt to drown her once more. He managed to get past my protection of the 8 trigrams. That's unreal. You have a look of shock on your face, Hyuga. Tanuki said, his grin widening. It seems like you understand how hopeless this situation is for you. You're appreciating the fruit of my research, it seems. Good. I don't appreciate anything about what you're doing. Hinata insisted, charging forward at him. She closed her eyes, channeling chakra into her hands. Gentle step twin lion fists. A blue, visible chakra shroud, resembling lions, developed on both of Hinata's fists as she rushed Tanuki. The root researcher sidestepped, avoiding the punch. He then glared at Hinata as he ran through hand signs, fire style, infernal roar. Tanuki opened his mouth before starting to scream. Multiple large waves in a ring-like pattern were launched directly towards Hinata. Hinata quickly jumped away, avoiding each blast. She then pulled her arm back slightly. Twin lion vacuum palm. Hinata thrusted her palm forward into the air, causing a blast of blue, lion-shaped chakra to charge forward directly into Tanuki's chest. The researcher was bit by the lion, causing him to wince in pain and drew blood, as the force of the jutsu knocked him back. He collided against a tree, collapsing it instantly. Water style, giant vortex jutsu. A large orb of water rose from the groundwater, combining with water moisture in the air. As Tanuki pulled himself up, the giant vortex of water slammed into his body, crashing him further back into another tree. Hinata's eyes were narrowed as she watched the man pull himself off the ground. He's not done yet. She noticed the dark aura around Tanuki's body developing even further, the dark purple shroud now resembling black. Well, that hurt like a bitch. But that's the last time you get the jump on me like that. Tanuki said as he placed his hands on the ground. Ninja art, negative emotional energy, gluttony. Tanuki's hands began glowing the same black energy, which soon spread throughout the forest floor. The grass, bushes, flowers, and trees began to change color, turning black, before dying. Hinata's eyes widened in horror as she watched Tanuki absorb every last drop of water within the plant life around. The water, upon entering his body, merged with his chakra. He was absorbing the nature's energy from the environment itself directly into his body. What an evil jutsu! She mumbled to herself. Call it evil if you want. I call it simply strengthening my already potent water elemental chakra with nature energy. Tanuki said. His grin widened. Allow me to show you the fruit of my research. Okay, Kiba, why you probably don't have much left in you. Kiba told himself as he tried to focus on standing still. Stay strong. Don't get hit too much more, you need to take this guy down, no matter what. Ho swung his Fuma shuriken towards Kiba, making a hand sign. The blades of the shuriken caught on fire, creating a spinning vortex of flames that approached him. Kiba and Akamaru jumped away in time, which caused Kiba's stomach to act up. Damn it! This fucking poison! Kiba groaned, resisting his urge to vomit. Ho pulled his string, redirecting the shuriken back towards Kiba. Akamaru, seeing his partner's condition, rushed to him and shoved him away. Kiba winced, but was able to dodge the shuriken. Akamaru then leaned down, picking up Kiba's body and carrying him. Your ninkin can try and help you dodge, but in the end, all this is going to accomplish is that you both will die. Ho stated as he swung his Fuma shuriken. Akamaru jumped to his side, avoiding the shuriken. The root agent then, using the shunshin, flickered over directly to the dog's side. He attempted to slice at the dog with his sword, but Akamaru jumped back. Ho then tugged back on the string of his shuriken, causing it to return back to him in Akamaru's new direction. The dog was unable to avoid it this time and the shuriken sliced his side, creating a large cut that ran from his neck to his tail. Akamaru! Kiba yelled. The dog shouted in pain as he fell to the ground. Kiba fell off his dog, but quickly pulled himself up on adrenaline, studying the injury. Akamaru whined slightly as he pulled himself off the ground, hissing from the pain. Why you okay boy? Kiba patted his head, frowning. I'm sorry Dash. Kiba turned his head away as Ho flickered away, once again being directly above Akamaru's position. The root agent tried to descend downward on top of the dog, but Kiba jumped up. Kiba's claws clashed with Ho's sword, but Ho easily overpowered Kiba midair, staggering him and knocking him down. He then changed targets and stabbed Kiba straight through the back, barely missing any organs. Kiba coughed up blood as more blood poured out from his injury. Well, that took longer than expected. Ho admitted as he pulled out his sword. Ho was about to cut off Kiba's head, but Akamaru lunged for at Ho. The root agent attempted to parry the dog's claws, but the impact of Akamaru's strike knocked him backwards. Akamaru nuzzled Kiba's body up. The Inuzuka, with his dog's help, was brought back to his feet. Kiba clutched his back, his hand getting covered with blood. His eyesight was hazy slightly, but narrowed in on the root agent. You're starting to really bother me. Ho noted, gritting his teeth. You're going to die. You should simply accept it. Death will come easier that way. I'm not going to die. Kiba insisted, gritting his teeth. The Inuzuka, shaking slightly as he pulled his hand away from his wound, made hand signs, creating two earth clones of himself. What are you planning? Ho's eyes narrowed as he reached for his shuriken. The root agent swung his shuriken forward, which ignited once again on fire. Instead of dodging, however, Kiba extended his hands forward, channeling chakra into his claws, causing them to grow wider. He attempted to parry the shuriken's blade, which knocked him back slightly and burned his fingers. Idiot! Ho snorted as he flickered over to Kiba's position. Letting yourself get staggered already? Didn't you just say you weren't going to die? Ho attempted to impale Kiba once more. The Inyazuka sidestepped slightly, but he did not fully get away in time. Ho managed to stab Kiba in his leg. AHH! He screamed in pain again. Ho slowly removed the sword from his wound. Useless dash. Kiba, with all the strength he could muster, reached out for Ho's hands, preventing the root agent from pulling his sword out. He then looked over at Akamaru and his clones, nodding at them. Inyazuka style, man-beast team transformation combo, three-headed wolf. The two Earth clones jumped over to Akamaru and, in a poof of smoke, formed into a gigantic wolf with two rock-covered heads. The wolf's normal face growled as it began to curl itself into a ball and started to spin. You. Ho's eyes widened for a moment before he started to grit his teeth and struggle against Kiba. You're not going to hold me down like this. Try me. Kiba hissed in response, digging his claws further into Ho's arms. Ho continued to struggle to free himself from Kiba. His eyes moved back and forth between the Inyazuka and the giant wolf, who was still rotating in a circle. Finally, the three-headed wolf started to move forward towards the duo. Idiot, let me go. You're going to die too by your own jutsu like this. Ho hissed. Kiba did not reply, seemingly digging his claws further into Ho. The root agent's eyes winced from the pain. Let me go, damn it. Ho shouted. Kiba noticed, for the first time, a hint of fear in Ho's voice. I'll let you go. Kiba asked. All right. Have it your way. With those words, Kiba let go of Ho's body and, with his last remaining strength, kicked Ho forward. The root agent was staggered momentarily, but it was enough to keep him stationary as the three-headed wolf barreled straight for him. Tail chasing rotating fang. The three-headed wolf crashed into his root agent and moved forward into the forest, crashing into tree and tree. Ho's body remained under the wolf as it moved forward, getting slashed apart piece by piece. His body parts began to separate from both the cutting and the force. Heh. Kiba smirked slightly. His eyes started to widen as the pain got to him finally and he fell to his knees. Gee, good job. Akamaru. After 30 seconds, the wolf stopped charging forward and glanced downward. Ho's remains were scattered and blood was now covering the entire forest floor. The wolf transformed back into its three parts. The Earth clones fell apart back to stone while Akamaru nodded his head at a job well done. He then rushed back over to Kiba. Kiba was lying on the ground on his back, the wound on his back creating a pool of blood around him. Akamaru whined immediately and got to his partner's side. He nuzzled his body, trying to help Kiba up, but the Inyazuka was no longer conscious. Akamaru placed his head on Kiba's heart and heard a faint heartbeat. Akamaru quickly picked up Kiba's body, carrying his bleeding body over his shoulder. He then sniffed the air around him, looking for a scent, before he started to run off in a direction, looking to get Kiba to help and safety as fast as possible. The dog's pace was not as fast as it could have been, and his eyes would close in pain from his wounds, but he needed to keep moving. Kiba was alive, but he was uncertain how much longer that would last if he did not get immediate help. This motivated Akamaru to keep moving forward. Ninja Art, Super God Fist. Sai finished drawing on his scroll, causing two gigantic humanoid figures to emerge from his scroll. As the two figures rushed towards Sakura, their movements picked up large quantities of dirt and dust from the ground, which smothered the fires, extinguishing Sakura's real flames. This, in turn, dispelled the illusionary flames she created. What the hell are those things? Her eyes widened in horror. The Chunin made hand signs, causing her body to sink into the ground with the headhunter jutsu. One of Sai's ink gods stomped on the ground hard, which created a quake that sent flying Sakura flying straight from the underground. The pink-haired Kunoichi's eyes widened in horror. She tapped her shoulder, activating her thick-skin Fuinjutsu just as the second ink god punched her in the stomach. Her eyes shut in pain and she started to choke out blood as she was sent flying into the ground. Her impact created a massive crater in the earth. When the dust clouds cleared, Sakura pulled herself off the ground. She was breathing heavily. Part of her top was riding up, showing of a newly forming bruise on her body. Sai smiled at the sight. That defensive Fuinjutsu you know is quite useful, but I seem to have discovered a big limitation to it. It appears it is mostly concerned with stabbing injuries and preventing deeper injuries. It appears to not be effective against blunt trauma, though. Sai said. He made a hand gesture, causing his two ink gods to move towards Sakura once more. Unfortunately for you, I have a way to take advantage of that weakness. Sakura twitched her finger at Sai, glaring at him, and no big deal. You won't stop me. One of the ink gods lunged forward, punching Sakura hard in the chest. She was sent flying backwards into the ground, creating another crater. Sai frowned at the sight of the crater. He made a hand gesture, release. The newly formed crater disappeared. Sakura, instead of being launched away, was rushing towards Sai, kunao in hand. She tossed a kunao with an explosive tag towards him. Sai jumped into the air, avoiding the explosion, and signaled with his fingers. The two ink gods charged forward at her. He's right that I can't defend against them, so let's try the other way around and stop them with force. Sakura tapped her shoulder before she tightened her fists, Fuinjutsu, World Smasher. As the two ink gods attempted to punch her, Sakura punched forward with her strength-enhanced fist. The blow picked up dust and Sakura was forced into a stalemate against the two ink gods. So, I can fight back. Sai, seeing the stalemate, threw a barrage of kunao at Sakura's body. The Chunin's eyes widened in horror as she was unable to move away in time. Each kunao knife impaled her back, digging deep into it. Sakura bit her lip, resisting the urge to scream from the pain, and recoiled slightly. This slight distraction was enough to allow the two ink gods to overpower her. Their fists overwhelmed hers and Sakura was knocked back into the ground, which she proceeded to roll on when she landed. As she rolled, the kunao were moved and dislodged, allowing them to cut further as they were knocked out of her body. Sakura finally stopped rolling and her body laid on her stomach, blood pouring from her back. Again, your body augmenting seal is fascinating and effective, but the fact that you need to cycle through its abilities is a limit. To fight back against my ink god jutsu, you needed to switch to offense and, in the process, took away your defense. Sai noted as he walked towards her. Ugh. Sakura groaned as she tried to look up. Can't he die here like this? Her fingers shakily moved to her back, coating themselves in her blood. She then began to tap on the ground, forming a small seal. As she tried to finish it, Sai threw another kunao at her. Sakura tried to roll her body away, but the kunao knife embedded itself into her forehead. Her finger stopped moving and Sakura's body became still. Sai remained tense, staring at her body. He made a hand sign, attempting to dispel any genjutsu in the area. No illusion dispelled. He remained still for over a minute before he finally nodded to himself. He snapped his finger and the ink gods vanished. I don't know what seal she was trying to create, but I managed to kill her before she could create it. He spoke to himself. Good. I wasted enough time as it is. Sai walked over to Sakura's body. He felt her vitals, confirming to herself that she was dead. He then pulled her top sleeve, exposing the seal on her shoulder. Danzo-sama will find this useful. If I give it to Tanuki-san or Kido-san, we can develop it further to fix the weaknesses in its design and mass-produce it. Sai told himself. Fuinjutsu, Faked Death Illusion, release. As Sai reached to pull off the seal, Sakura's body moved, pulling a kunao from her pocket and stabbing him in the heart. The root agent's eyes widened as he began to choke up blood. How? I checked F for. He stuttered. He tried to continue to speak, but Sakura shoved her kunao deeper into his chest, which caused him to choke up more blood. Genjutsu and Fuinjutsu together make a lethal combination. Sakura answered. If the genjutsu is linked to a seal, it doesn't dispel until the seal is destroyed or finished. Sai's eyes focused back to the blood seal on the ground. Th that S seal was dash. His words finally stopped as Sakura dug the kunai into the heart. His eyes closed forever. That seal wasn't unfinished. She answered to his corpse. She pulled her kunai out of Sai's body, which caused it to fall to the ground. She breathed heavily as she stared at his body, dropping the kunai as she fell to her knees. Damn it! She cursed to herself. I'm too weak to continue, my chakra is entirely exhausted and my injuries. She tried to pull herself up from the ground and keep walking. She took 3 steps before she fell back to the ground, wincing hard upon impact. Sorry everyone. I won't be able to help anymore. Sakura mumbled under her breath. Sasuke-kun, everyone, kill Danzo. She pleaded. Her eyes started to close slightly. With her last strength, she looked to the west, in the direction Kiba had pursued his target. Kiba, please be okay. With those silent prayers, Sakura fell into unconsciousness, alone next to Sai's corpse. Along the path, Danzo was alone with Kido and Majire. The group continued to move into silence for an hour before Majire finally broke the silence. The Hokage is still pursuing. The horse-masked root agent noted. So, Nu was useless. How unsurprising. Researching negative emotions, or emotions in general, was always doomed to be a waste. Behind his mask, Kido rolled his eyes. What a waste of Shode-sama's cells. I would have used the extra resources much more effectively. How many chakra signatures do you sense? Danzo questioned. 5. Majire answered. I can sense the presence of Jiraiya, the Sandaime, the 2 Jinchuriki, and someone of Jonin-level chakra strength. That is all. Danzo-sama, you still have your ace, yes? Kido asked. I do. Danzo nodded his head, his left hand moving to his bandaged eye. I have not used it in quite some time. It should be particularly potent. Then if you use it, I assume you would be able to hold your own if we reduced the enemy numbers one last time. Kido questioned. The root agent turned his head to Majire. What do you say, Majire? I think it's our turn to show the Hokage and his sycophants how effective the true elite of root can be. I agree, Kido-sama. Majire nodded his head. If you two can hold back at least 2 shinobi, then I think our escape is guaranteed. I will be able to overpower any 3 shinobi that approach me, regardless of who they are. Danzo said. You two and the rest of the survivors of ours will regroup at our base in Yunokuni when this is over. Understood, Danzo-sama. Kido and Majire declared. With those words, Danzo continued to move forward by himself. Kido and Majire remained behind. They remained still for a moment, watching their leader move ahead. Survivors. I hope Tanuki perishes. Kido noted, smirking behind his mask. It would be to my benefit that I have one less competitor for research resources. We can arrange an accident for him when we retrieve the survivors, should he survive his own altercation. Majire suggested. I'm certain he will be weakened by whatever fight he is right now. That is all. True. Kido nodded his head in approval. He reached into a pocket in his pants, pulling out a small vial. He tossed it to Majire, who caught it. Don't use it right away. I would like to collect some data about how we compare against them prior to its effects. It'll be a good way to quantify the difference in our capabilities. Of course. Majire pocketed the vial, chuckling. This will prove quite useful. It gives us the chance to test your replication against the original source. That is true. You said you sensed the 2 Jinchuriki are still pursuing us. Kido asked. Majire nodded his head again, causing the dragon-masked root researcher to grin. Excellent. Both the Nanabi and Kyubi Jinchuriki will be the perfect candidates to fight and validate my research. Because unlike Tanuki's incomplete Project Nu and studies on negative emotions, my tailed beast drug was complete and perfected. Chapter 95, Tsumaiki Kido's Tailed Beast Drug. Jiraiya, Hiruzen, Naruto, Fu, and Sasuke continued through the forest. The 5 all moved in silence as they focused on the path in front of them, moving as fast as they could. They would search the area, making sure to look upwards to the sky for any sign of a portal to appear. That yokai, chimera, thing never came back. Hinata must have stopped its summoner from sending it at us again. Naruto realized. His hands tightened into fists. Please, Hinata, be safe. 5 more minutes of travel passed by. The group of 5 reached a wide river in the forest with a green-painted bridge. As they crossed the bridge, Jiraiya's eyes focused on the river. I know this river. We're getting close to the Yunokuni border. Damn, we're moving fast. Jiraiya noted. Thankfully we left when we did. If we had been slower leaving Konoha, or even a little slower in our pursuit, Danzo would have escaped into Yunokuni and it would nearly impossible to find him. Why did he head out this way, anyway? Naruto asked. Probably to lay low. Jiraiya answered. Yunokuni has no active shinobi village. With no active shinobi population in the area, it is a very effective location to enter and simply disappear. Hiruzen briefly glanced at the river. We're actually close to the location of the last mission Danzo and I ever went on together. Really? Fu looked to the Sandaime. When was this? What was the mission? It was during the end of the First Shinobi World War. Hiruzen answered. We were on a diplomatic mission to Yunokuni with Tobirama-sensei to meet with the Nidaime Raikage to make an alliance between Kyumo and Konoha. The meeting went well. Then, Kyumo's Kinkaku force attacked the meeting. That battalion apparently disagreed with the Raikage's decision to form an alliance and tried to kill both him and Tobirama-sensei. We managed to get away, but were ambushed again when we got to the Hinokuni border. A sigh escaped the Sandaime's lips. That was the day Tobirama-sensei passed away and the day I was appointed Hokage. It was also the day I think Danzo changed. What do you mean? Naruto asked. Danzo and I were the leading candidates to become the Sandaime. I was considered Tobirama-sensei's top student and Danzo was another promising shinobi who actually had similar ideals to him. I believe Danzo assumed Tobirama-sensei would have picked him. Hiruzen admitted. I don't know if that's true. But I know that Danzo and I never interacted the same after that mission. Even taking the new dynamics between the two of us, he seemed to always keep his guard up around me. He was probably bitter. Which showed why the Nidaime picked you over him. Naruto stated, crossing his arms. I'd get pissed too if I were passed up to Hokage, but I'd get over it eventually. The fact that he seemed to resent you for it is really fucking pathetic. He was so bitter about it that he tried to undermine your rule and run Konoha in his own way, through Root. Sasuke commented, scowling. I suppose that is true. The Sandaime looked down, frowning. Silence fell through the group once more as they moved forward through the forest. 3 more minutes passed by until they reached a large clearing. Upon stepping foot in the clearing, a bright light shined through the clearing. Everyone averted their eyes. What the hell is going on? Sasuke asked. Naruto was about to respond, but he stopped as he felt a strange sensation approach him. He stepped to the side, narrowly avoiding a bolt of lightning. The lightning flew through the clearing towards a tree, crashing into and causing it to fall apart. Naruto threw Kunao to the ground with sealing tags prepped to them and made a hand sign, Uzumaki Fuinjutsu, Hurricane Manifestation. The sealing tags activated, releasing tornado winds from them upward. The wind managed to blow away the blinding light, as if it were mist. The clearing became visible, revealing Madara and Kido in the clearing. Well, there's the last 2 Root agents. Sasuke noted, his eyes narrowing. That means Danzo is up ahead all alone. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed on the 2 Root agents. He analyzed the horse-wearing Root agent before they moved to Kido. His eyes widened as he noticed the dragon mask, the short blonde hair, and the general appearance of the man. His eyes widened in horror. Dragon. Jiraiya spoke. Hokage-sama. Always a pleasure to see you. Kido said, bowing his head in a mocking fashion. If you want, you can refer to me by my true name, as opposed to my code name. Consider this my formal resignation. You are en route. The Sunin felt his stomach drop. How? When? How could that be possible? Hokage-sama, do you know this man? Sasuke questioned. I also recognize him. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed him. So, you've been a root spy all this time, dragon. Funny how things work out, huh? Kido chuckled. Naruto scowled, studying the dragon-masked root agent. Who the hell is this guy? Tsumaiki Kido, one of the most prolific Umbu agents in Konoha, operating under the code name Dragon. Jiraiya answered. Naruto's eyes widened. Huh? He's not just en route. He's actually one of your Umbu operatives. He's been a high-ranking official in the organization for 2 decades, helping oversee finances and being a respected Umbu captain, especially to younger, greener members of the Corps. Hiruzen shook his head. Kido, I cannot believe it. You've been en route all these years. Danzo-sama does not need all of his pieces to be hidden from the public eye. It is beneficial for some of us to have remained in active duty in the eyes of the Hokage, especially if we are worth a damn and can rise the traditional ranks. After all, it is to shinobi like us that you reveal information to, after all. Kido noted. So you're a big-name Umbu operative. So what? Fu's eyes narrowed as she started to channel chakra. You aren't getting in our way, so just move over before we kill you. Rather confident, I see. Majire spoke up, shaking his head. It's amusing that you think killing us will accomplish anything. All that matters is that Danzo-sama gets away. That is all. Jiraiya scowled in response. He's right. We really don't have the time to be wasting with these two. If Danzo makes too much progress into Yunokuni, then he's gone. It'll take a lot longer to find him. In the end, Danzo-sama will be fine and will escape with his life. Everything else is irrelevant. Kido noted as he flicked his right wrist, lightning style, scattering drops. Sparks of lightning shot forward from his fingers, flying towards Jiraiya and his group. They jumped out of the way, causing the lightning to crash into the ground and scatter dust. Majire stepped forward, making hand signs. Ninja art, blinding light. Majire's hands glowed, radiating a bright, white light that seemed to spread from his body to the clearing around him. As the light hit the dust particles that Kido's jutsu created, the light magnified even further, making it impossible to see in the clearing. It's even brighter this time. Jiraiya hissed. Ugh. Sasuke hissed, bring his hands to cover his eyes. He activated his Sharingan and tried to look around, but while he could see the faintest of images of Majire and Kido in the clearing, and he could see one of them approaching him, the light itself was too bright on his regular vision. I can't use my Sharingan like this. Sasuke, watch out. Fu called out. The Nanabi Jinchuriki Ki jumped in front of Sasuke just as Majire charged at him, gripping his tanto. Cocoon-like string developed on Fu's fists as she parried a strike from the horse-masked root agent. Majire's eyebrow rose behind his mask as he tried to overpower Fu's cocoon fist. You don't seem affected much by the light. I have a jutsu just like this. You're not going to be able to blind me. Fu replied, gritting her teeth. Or me. Naruto spoke up as he tossed a kunao to the ground with a sealing tag attached to it. Uzumaki Fuinjutsu, Hurricane Manifestation. The sealing tag released tornado-like winds that seemingly blew away the light. With everyone able to see, Naruto turned his attention to Jiraiya. Fu and I got these two assholes. You guys need to keep moving. He told him. You can't let Danzo get too far ahead. Fu added, gritting her teeth as she struggled in her clash with Fu. Yeah, you're right. Jiraiya nodded his head. His eyes narrowed on his godson. Naruto, be safe. Do not underestimate Kido. I would have already classified Kido as S rank, but if he was en route, I am assuming he was hiding his full capabilities. He's like Kakuza then. Naruto noted. I won't underestimate him, Ero Sennin. Promise. We have faith in you, Naruto. Hiruzen noted, a small smile on his face as he looked at the blonde. I know what you're capable of. You and Fu will win. We'll try, old man. The Uzumaki grinned in response. He then turned his head to face Sasuke. Danzo's all alone, you know? You three will take him on together. You better kill him. After all the shit he's done to the village and to your family, you better make sure he dies. He will. Sasuke's hands tightened into fists. A smirk was on his face, though, as he nodded his head at his former academy rival. We'll see each other later, Naruto. Good luck. With those words, Jiraiya, Hiruzen, and Sasuke rushed out of the clearing, continuing to move forward after Danzo. Naruto's eyes scanned the clearing. Fu and Madara were still locked in their stalemate. He then glanced over to Kido. The dragon-masked root researcher was standing still. Naruto's eyes narrowed suspiciously. You just let them get away? You didn't even try to prevent them to head out? He asked. Madara and I accomplished our goal. They won't survive an altercation with Danzo-sama. Kido replied. Naruto shook his head. Look, I'm willing to bet that Danzo is tough and all if he really was in the running for the Hokage spot years ago. Maybe he could take on one of them. But he can't handle them alone. Is he alone, though? Kido asked. Naruto stiffened in response. What's that supposed to mean? Irrelevant line of questioning. Let's get to business, shall we? Kido remarked as he turned his full attention to Naruto. You and the Nanabe Jinchuriki were precisely who I wanted to fight. You two are the most optimal opponents to test the limits of my research. Naruto braced himself. All right, here he comes. We really need to finish this up. We've wasted enough time with this group. Kakashi noted. That will be next to impossible the longer we're in this genjutsu. Priority is to find and kill the casters. Kakashi reached into a pocket in his flak jacket, but Hinata jumped forward towards him. He dodged another strike from her fire sword, which then launched a ball directly at him. Kakashi took out his hands and created a large spiraling torrent of water. The water blocked the fire, extinguishing and filling the air with steam. Tenzo, can you hear me? Kakashi called out. Please, follow my voice to me. I need a moment to prepare something and could use you to cover for me. I'm going to need to be stationary while I perform a jutsu. Of course, Kakashi-senpai. Tenzo shouted as he jumped to Kakashi's side. Hinata continued to attack Kakashi, trying to cut into him as he continued to sidestep, narrowly avoiding each time. As she was about to finally connect it on him, Tenzo reached their position, his hand changing shape into a log. He tried to slam his fist into her face, but Hinata jumped back. Tenzo's log-shaped hand shot forward, splitting into more wooden tree trunks that pushed her back. I'm here, right? You're here. Tenzo called out. Yes. Kakashi nodded his head. Then get to work on your plan. Tenzo requested. Kakashi nodded as he reached into his pocket and pulled out a scroll. His thumb touched his open stomach wound with his thumb, coating it with blood, as he drew a line on the scroll with it. He then slammed his scroll on the ground. Summoning Jutsu, Earth Style, Fanged Pursuit Jutsu. The ground underneath Kakashi began to shake as he held his scroll on the earth. As he remained still, 6 of the remaining root agents closed in on the two, all gripping their swords. As they closed in on the group, Tenzo redirected his log hand, causing the tree trunks to aim for their assailants. 4 of the root agents were smacked with the tree trunks, knocking them back, but 2 of them continued closer. Tenzo, sensing them, changed his log-shaped hand into a wooden hammer. He slammed the hammer fist into the first root agent, sending him flying back, but the second continued undaunted. He cut Tenzo, delivering a sharp slice that pierced his Umbu armor and cut into his skin. Tenzo winced in pain, but turned his attention fully to his attacker and slammed the wood hammer into his face as hard as he could. His wood hammer connected hard, destroying the man's head instantly and causing his corpse to fall to the ground. Now we're down to 10 Tenzo's words died as another root agent jumped in, closing the distance and stabbing him in the chest, barely missing vitals. Irk. The root agent smirked behind his mask. He was about to slice upward, killing Tenzo, when a Tonto entered his chest, connecting with his heart. Kakashi was now behind him, pushing the Tonto further in. The root agent's body fell to the ground as Kakashi pulled the blade out of his body. Tenzo then pulled out the blade from his chest. I appreciate that, Kakashi-senpai. Tenzo said, breathing heavily. Did you finish your jutsu? I did. Kakashi said. Give them a moment and it'll dash. The silver-haired Jonin was interrupted by Hinoto, who breathed out a massive fireball that flew towards him and Tenzo. He made a hand sign, causing the ground to rise up, forming a mud wall between the fireball and him and Tenzo. The flame collided with it, nearly melting the mud, but did not pierce it. Almost got them. Hinoto noted, grinning behind her mask. They're getting weaker. Our numbers are working. Soon, they'll... Her thoughts were interrupted at the sound of growling. She turned her head away from Kakashi and Tenzo and turned behind her. The 3 root agents that cased the Infinite Darkness Genjutsu were stationed away from the battlefield to stay safe and away from both Kakashi and Tenzo. As the 3 concentrated on maintaining their Genjutsu, the ground under their feet opened up and a pack of 8 Ninken, all wearing Konoha forward protectors on their bodies, jumped from the ground. 5 of the Ninken bit hard on the legs of the 3 agents, holding them down as the remaining 3 jumped onto them. 2 of the Ninken delivered sharp bites to the jaw, tearing into the jugular vein of 2 of the root agents, killing them instantly, while the 3rd bit indiscriminately as the 3rd root agent's face, knocking the mask and ravaging it. The 3rd agent screamed in pain until he fell to the ground, joining his colleagues in death. With their deaths, the darkness around Kakashi and Tenzo faded away. Within seconds, the area returned to normal and they could see everything clearly once more. Good work. Kakashi stated, looking to his Ninken and smiling behind his mask. Oomph. Tenzo studied the wounds he just received, grimacing. I wasn't expecting them to get me this badly. I was careless. We were also outnumbered and without one of our senses. You're fine, Tenzo. We're still alive. Kakashi told his partner. He then turned his attention to Hinoto. You're down to 6 left, Hinoto. The blue-haired root agent grit her teeth behind her mask. Why Yuri still going to die? Don't get too cocky, Kakashi. We aren't being cocky, Hinoto. We're taking this seriously. Kakashi replied. He brought his hand up to his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan once again. That is why you will die now. Hinoto raised her right hand up, making a signal. The remaining root agents nodded their heads in response as they quickly jumped into a new position, surrounding Kakashi and Tenzo. Ninja Art, Lockdown Formation. The ground underneath the root agent's feet started to glow a bright white color before forming a large hexagon-looking shape in the ground that rose up. Kakashi's Ninken all charged forward at the root agents, but they were blocked by the white chakra beacons. They were unable to move forward at the agents, nor were they able to join up with their summoner. You're pretty desperate to use this technique, huh? Kakashi noted. This jutsu constricts your movement as well. None of you are able to leave with this jutsu active. While that is true, the more important thing is that you're trapped. Mizuno spoke up. You're at our mercy for the time being. Hinoto added, gripping her fire sword. Time to finish this off. For Danzo-sama. For Danzo-sama. The other agents chorused. With those words, the 6 charged forward, gripping their blades, never-ending blade rundown. The root agents charged forward at Kakashi and Tenzo, slashing forward. Kakashi and Tenzo both jumped up, avoiding the attacks. Each root agent, upon missing, continued moving forward until they reached the edge of the hexagon-like barrier. They then used the barrier as a launch pad, charging back again at Kakashi and Tenzo with more speed. Both Kakashi and Tenzo were stuck in place as they continued to dodge strike after strike. Seconds quickly turned to a minute as the 6 root agents kept coming at them with no signs of slowing down or stopping. Relentless. Kakashi's Sharingan was focused on the quick movements of each root agent. I don't think they are showing any signs of stopping. It's almost impressive. I believe they can keep this up for a long time, longer than either Tenzo or I could manage to avoid. We'll need them to stop this. He then began channeling chakra into his eye. And I know precisely how to fix this. After another 2 minutes, Mizuno's sword connected with Kakashi's right arm and Hinoto's flame sword cut into Tenzo's left leg. The men hissed in pain. The brief staggering enough as the 6 root agents began to cut through both men rapidly. Within seconds, the 6 managed to slice through Kakashi's and Tenzo's bodies enough to cause both men to fall to the ground. With the 2 seemingly dead, the 6 root agents stopped their relentless charge. Mizuno walked up to Tenzo's body while Hinoto moved to Kakashi's. Mizuno brought his hands to Tenzo's neck, checking for a pulse. "We did it." He spoke up. "We killed Dash. Wood style, silent strangle jutsu." The image of Tenzo and Kakashi lying on the ground dead disappeared. Both men, although having a few additional cuts on their bodies, were standing fine. Tenzo's arms morphed into large tree branches that rushed out into Mizuno's and Hinoto's faces. Upon connecting with their bodies, the branches spread out, creating smaller wooden branches that encased them, preventing them from moving at all. As Tenzo grabbed onto them, Kakashi's hands were quickly encased in lightning chakra. He then rushed forward at the remaining 4 root agents. The 4 tried to jump out to avoid him, but the hexagon barrier around them prevented them from moving away in time. Kakashi quickly rushed from agent to agent, cutting straight through one after another. Within seconds, the other 4 agents fell to the ground dead. It's like I said earlier. Lockdown is a useful technique, but you must have been desperate to use it, knowing it locks you 6 down as well. Kakashi noted, turning back to face Hinoto. How? Mizuno hissed. We killed you. Kakashi chuckled in response and gestured towards his eyes. How did I get you to talk about Kino, Hinoto? How did I learn where Danzo was keeping him all those years ago when he was trying to make him with that cursed seal? Hinoto's eyes widened behind her mask. Genjutsu. He tricked us with Genjutsu. She began to grit her teeth as she tried to struggle against Tenzo's jutsu. She was unable to move at all and the struggling caused her to let go of her sword, which extinguished its flames. I was caught by Kakashi's Genjutsu again. Even after all these years. It's almost cathartic being here like this, seeing you all like this. Tenzo stated sharply. Danzo tried to brainwash me all those years ago and tried to mark me when he realized I wasn't going to be his puppet. It's a privilege to have lived this long to see this day, when Root falls. Root will never fall. Hinoto hissed. It will. And it starts with your end. Tenzo stated. The tree branches around Mizuno's and Hinoto's necks began to twist. Both root agents' necks were snapped completely and the 2 died instantly. With the near instantaneous deaths of all 6 root agents, the hexagon barrier fell apart, returning to normal. The branches around Hinoto's and Mizuno's corpses returned back to Tenzo's bodies, reverting back to his arms. Kakashi's Ninken immediately rushed to their sides, assessing the men. Are you 2 all right? One of the Ninken, a miniature pug, asked. We're all right, Pakun. Kakashi said, smiling back. He then turned his head to Tenzo. At least, I am. Are you okay, Tenzo? I'm fine. The man nodded his head. He took a deep breath as he looked at the corpses of the root agents, focusing on Mizuno's and Hinoto's. It feels surreal, I guess. To see these particular agents dead. Kakashi nodded his head in understanding. You may have left Root and they may have come at us, but they were your comrades when you were there. I understand. Tenzo looked at his former Umbu captain, smiling at the man. I very well could have been amongst this group, dead, if not for you all those years ago. Once again, you have my gratitude, Kakashi-senpai. Kakashi chuckled, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. You made the decision to turn. In the end, your changes are of your own will. No need to thank me. The chuckling stopped as both of their expressions changed, appearing more serious. We wasted enough time with this group. We need to keep moving. Kakashi stated before turning his attention to his Ninken. Pakun, do you notice the scent of Hokage-sama? Or the Sandaime? I do, although it's faint. The man must have made a lot of progress. Pakun stated, frowning. But I smell a lot of concerning scents. One is that I smell 2 of your students and it smells like they're bleeding heavily. What? Kakashi's non-sharing an eye widened. I smell it too. Another Ninken, a dog with gray fur with a black crest that resembled a mohawk, added. I smell Kiba heading back to Konoha with Akamaru. Sakura I can also smell in the distant, but she's stationary. Shiba. Kakashi turned to face the gray fur Ninken. Please. Go get her and take her back to Konoha. She may be unconscious. Shiba nodded his head before he rushed off to fetch the kunoichi. Sakura. Please be unconscious. Don't actually be. Kakashi shook his head, pushing those thoughts away. He cannot afford to think like that right now. He had a mission that needed to be done. His eyes returned to Pakun. Pakun, please lead the way. The pug nodded his head. With those words, Kakashi, Tenzo, and the remaining Ninken all hurried off to catch up to the groups ahead. Fire style, Dragon Flame Jutsu. Anko breathed out a massive fireball from her mouth in the shape of a dragon's head that flew through the sky towards Dajima. A smirk developed on his face as he made hand signs and breathed out a stream of water. His stream overpowered her jutsu, extinguishing her flames. Terra being dead does not change the fact that we were still trained to kill you. Dajima noted. You may want to switch up your fighting style. Anko rolled her eyes. I'm getting sick as hell of hearing you say that. I'll switch it up alright. The falcon proceeded to flap its wings, unleashing a barrage of glass shards towards Anko. The Jonin jumped away, avoiding getting struck by them. Dajima then held out his hand as lightning began to develop, covering his entire palm. Lightning style, Thunderbolt. Dajima launched a series of lightning bolts from his hand forward. Anko prepared to dodge the bolts, but the lightning flew past her towards the glass shards. Upon contact, the lightning was reflected off the glass and flew back towards Anko, moving faster than previously. Whoa! Anko gasped as she ducked, barely dodging the lightning. That was close. Ninja art, glass shatter. Dajima launched a large glass shard shaped like a kunai knife at her. The Seven Swordsmen member was unable to dodge and the glass was embedded into her shoulder. She hissed in pain as blood began to leak from her injury. Dajima then made another hand sign, causing the glass to implode, scattering smaller shards across her body. Anko screamed as more and more blood began to drip out from her cut wounds. Asshole! She hissed. We're not even close to being done, yet. Dajima added, grinning. He gestured to his falcon. Let's finish this off. The falcon nodded its head before it flew towards Anko and launched a barrage of glass shards at Anko. She jumped back, causing the glass shards to collide on the ground and kick up dust. The falcon then flapped its wings harder, causing dust to spread all around her. Big deal. So what if I can't see? Anko's words died as she noticed a shine in the dust clouds. She bit her lip. The dust your bird knocked up has glass shards in it. That's actually pretty clever way to cut into me. Anko made a series of hand signs before she opened her mouth, wind style, great breakthrough. She breathed out a gust of wind that blew away the approaching dust, scattering it and the shards away from her. As the dust settled, she noticed Dajima rushing at her, gripping his tanto. Anko quickly parried with Shivuki's blade, locking the two in a stalemate. Good reflexes. Dajima conceded. But not good enough. His words died as Hebide launched himself from Anko's scroll, trying to bite down on the root agent. Dajima jumped back just in time, avoiding the snake. Did you think I would fall for the same trick you just used on Terra? I'm not going to die that way. Dajima corrected as he snapped his fingers. His falcon screeched, soaring through the air and grabbed onto Hebide. The orange snake hissed as the falcon's talons tore into him. Anko held out her hand, causing more snakes to rush out from her sleeve up into the air. Just as the falcon was about to bite down on Hebide, Anko's other snakes grabbed onto it, pulling it down to the ground and forcing Hebide out of its grip. Using her snakes, Anko pulled herself up to the falcon's position, catching Hebide along the way. She then swung her blast sword on the falcon, causing it to explode it. Feathers and glass shards scattered the clearing as Anko fell to the ground. Well, there goes another partner of yours. Anko said plainly. I suppose. Dajima shrugged his shoulders. A scowl developed on the Konoha Jonin's face. Seriously? Do you not even have compassion for your own summons? What kind of fucked up human being are you? Anko's words died on her lips as she felt something approaching her from behind. She jumped in the air, narrowly avoiding another barrage of glass shards. She quickly turned around to see Dajima's falcon, hovering in midair, glaring at her. The bird looked as if nothing had even happened to it. What the fuck? Anko shouted. That bird isn't a normal one, mind you. It's going to take more than one lucky explosion to kill it. Dajima stated, grinning. The root agent held out his hand, causing the bird to rush forward at Anko. She sidestepped, dodging its talons. The falcon then continued to fly towards Dajima, perching itself neatly on his arm. You actually got a unique, effective fighting style. Anko admitted, frowning. It's a shame you aren't loyal to Konoha. It would have benefited from someone like you. Dajima's eyes narrowed. I am the one that's loyal. You, a degenerate who pledged loyalty to Kirigakure, cannot lecture me about loyalty. I pledged loyalty to Kiri and Konoha. I am first and foremost, and always will be, a Konoha shinobi. And I have proved that with my record. Anko stated sharply, glaring at the man. You, on the other hand, are just a generic subordinate to Danzo who has never once been loyal to the Hokage or the village. Dajima began to grit his teeth. Incorrect dash. The ground underneath his feet opened up, revealing Hebide lunging upwards. Dajima noticed too late and tried to jump away, but the orange snake managed to bite into his leg, drawing blood. He shouted in pain. Get off me, you dirty snake. He hissed as he held out his right hand. A glass shard launched from his hand towards Hebide. The shard cut into Hebide's skin deep, causing it to hiss in pain, but the snake managed to dig its way back into the ground. Anko-sama, I am going to have to retreat for now and get this treated. My apologies. He called out before disappearing in a poof of smoke. No worries, Hebide. You did good. Anko said, smirking, as she turned to look at Dajima. Your partner I killed didn't get to experience it, but now you'll get to see what the snake summoning clan's poison feels like in your bloodstream. Dajima coughed slightly, his vision starting to falter. He shook his head, focusing intently on Anko. I can feel its effects already. This won't kill me. It won't. Anko nodded in agreement. She gripped Shivuki tightly, her eyes narrowing on the man. I will. She then jumped forward at Dajima again. Firefly Conflagration Jutsu. As Shino's and Tatsuma's Kikaicho charged at one another, Tatsuma's beetles became encased with fire. The fire-covered Kikaicho began to barrel through Shino's, causing them to catch on fire. Shino made hand signs before he opened his mouth, water-style, water bomb jutsu. The Abarame air breathed out a torrent towards the skirmish between the two Kikaicho. Shino's water connected with the group, extinguishing the fire and sending Tatsuma's Kikaicho backwards. Shino's Kikaicho did not appear to be affected by their partner's jutsu and flew forward at the dazed, extinguished Kikaicho, biting at them. Within seconds, they overwhelmed Tatsuma's Kikaicho. Tatsuma's eyes narrowed. Seems his Kikaicho are rather resilient when it comes to his own water-style ninjutsu. Useless from an offensive standpoint, as I don't think that adds any extra strength to his Kikaicho, but I suppose it can keep them protected from fire. I'll keep that in mind. Tatsuma made a hand sign. A small Bakuchu emerged from the ground underneath Shino's feet and began to glow. Shino turned down in time to see it, but the beetle exploded before he could do anything, knocking him into the air. Tatsuma then made a series of hand sings. Bug Blast Burn Jutsu. 5 Bakuchu and 1 Kikaicho appeared from the ground underneath Shino. The 5 Bakuchu erupted, their explosions generating a massive fireball. The fire-resistant Kikaicho flew into the large fireball before getting ignited and getting launched forward, the fireball completely encasing it. The fireball connected with Shino's body, encasing it in flames. Instantly, Shino's body began to break apart, reverting into a pile of Kikaicho. The flames quickly devoured the Kikaicho, burning them to ash. A bug clone. Tatsuma noted, shaking his head, as he began to scan the area for Shino. I would advise against such tactics, if you wish to keep your Kikaicho alive. The root agent continued to look for Shino around the battlefield but could not find him. The only noise in the area was the buzzing noises from Tatsuma's Kikaicho. He must be underground. Don't know when you snuck your way down, but that is impressive. But not impressive enough. The man bent down to the ground, placing his open palms on the earth, ninja art dash. Spindle formation. Upon getting level to the ground, holes opened up as a wave of Kikaicha rushed up, spinning in a circular pattern. They rushed at Tatsuma's body with enough force that they pushed him into the air, biting into him. He winced slightly in pain. Shino emerged from the underground. Making hand signs, more Kikaicha stared to rush out of Shino's body as he held up his left hand, pyramid formation. The Kikaicha released from Shino flew towards Tatsuma's midair body together, resembling a pyramid with a sharp point. The Kikaicha stabbed the man in the back, drawing blood. Tatsuma grit his teeth, resisting the urge to shout. Before the pyramid formation Kikaicha could barrel any further, Tatsuma's body began to glow a reddish coloration. Within seconds, both the spindle and pyramid formation Kikaicha packs were covered in flames. The fire mercilessly charred them, killing the Kikaicha. Damn it! Shino shook his head, taking a deep breath. I was hoping I would have staggered him longer. That's more unnecessary deaths. Tatsuma landed safely on the ground, his body no longer growing red. As he composed himself, Shino rushed over to him, gripping a kunai. Tatsuma parried with his sword, pushing back against the Abarame air. He then attempted to stab Shino's body, but Shino's Kikaicha flew out of his body in between the two and formed a cushion, preventing the root agent's strike from connecting. Tatsuma's eyes narrowed as the Kikaicha he struck stopped buzzing and started to fall to the ground. Your Kikaicha are effective tools, coming to your defense rather effectively. You raised yours to be effective shields, it seems. I raised them like the partners they are. Shino replied. His eyes narrowed on his deceased Kikaicha before he turned his attention back to Tatsuma and charged again. Our Kikaicha are not tools. They are, but naturally they are ill-fit for a shinobi who won't use them effectively. Tatsuma remarked as he sidestepped, avoiding Shino's attempt to stab him. He then swung his blade at Shino. Perhaps after I kill you, I'll incorporate your hive into my own and try and gain some benefit from them. Shino jumped just in time, avoiding Tatsuma's strike. He then fell forward onto Tatsuma's body, trying to stab him in the face. The root agent caught Shino's hand with his own, Shino's kunai nearly reaching his target. You will do no such thing. Shino growled. I won't let you have your way with my partners. Your agreement isn't necessary. Tatsuma replied, tightening his grip on Shino's hand. Shino hissed as Tatsuma's touch was burning his skin. Within seconds, he dropped his kunai. I want to see if I can incorporate your hive's active defensiveness to the host into my own hive. We'll see how many breeding generations it takes to produce as loyal of a hive as yours designed to my stipulations. Shino snarled in response. He spat out from his mouth directly into Tatsuma's left eye. The root agent winced slightly. His scowl deepened his grip on Shino's hand. Ack! Shino shouted in pain. The Abarame heir's hand was starting to blacken. I will enjoy experimenting with your hive. Tatsuma stated. He continued to hold Shino's wrist with his left hand as prepared to stab him with the sword in his right hand, dash. Before Tatsuma's blade could connect, a Kidaichu appeared on Tatsuma's right eyeball, the one Shino had spat at. It started to bite directly onto Tatsuma's eye. Ack! Tatsuma screamed, dropping his sword. The root agent channeled chakra to his face. The Kidaichu flew off before it caught on fire, but the damage was done. The beetle had feasted on Tatsuma's eye, doing irreparable damage to it. All that remained was a fourth of the man's eye. With the root agent staggered, Shino grabbed Tatsuma's dropped sword. He tried to stab Tatsuma in the heart, that he managed to jump back away in time. The elder Abarame created distance between the two, his left hand completely covering his left eye socket. Blood coated his hand and began dripping on the battlefield. A scowl was on the man's face. You will. Tatsuma's voice was hard and heavy. You'll regret that. On the contrary. I told you I would kill you. It's only a matter of time. Shino said, adjusting his sunglasses. He held out of his hand and the Kidaichu that ate most of Tatsuma's right eye landed on his finger. Still consider me a larvae. Why yes. Tatsuma hissed, finally letting go of his eye socket. You're still no threat, why you're an annoyance that needs to get squashed. He took in a deep breath as he tightened his stance. "I'll destroy you with the might of my entire hive." With those words, Kikaicha and Bakucha began to swarm out of Tatsuma's body all at once. "I need to be even more careful," Hinata told herself, her eyes focusing on Tanuki's body. The dark energy around his body has magnified. All that nature energy he took in has become twisted, and it seems to have amplified his chakra even more than before. She then bit her thumb and began making signs. "I'm going to need all the help I can get for this fight." Summoning Jutsu. In a poof of smoke, a large blue snake with light green eyes appeared in the clearing, Hinata standing directly on top of his head. "Hinata-sama, yes? I do not recall us meeting yet. My name is Aida," the snake said, bowing slightly. "It is an honor to finally meet our newest summoner." "The honor is all mine," Hinata said. Her eyes narrowed in on Tanuki, whose dark chakra was beginning to channel around into his palms. "Please, help me defeat this man." Aida's eyes narrowed on the root researcher. "I will exercise caution with this man. I can smell the tainted nature chakra leaking out of his body. He must be a sage of some form." "A sage?" she questioned. "I see you had to summon something to properly fight me, Hyaga." Tanuki spoke up mockingly as he made hand signs. "That doesn't put me at a disadvantage. I'll manage just fine with this." Sage art, negative emotion manipulation, envy. A small, dark purple orb appeared in Tanuki's hands. He then launched the orb towards Hinata and Aida. The large snake slithered away, avoiding the orb, but it redirected itself and flew towards him once again. He continued to move, trying to avoid it, but the orb made contact with his tail. Upon touching the giant snake, the orb returned back to Tanuki. The orb started to expand, changing its shape. Within seconds, the orb had morphed into a large dark purple-colored snake with no face. "What?" Hinata gasped, her eyes narrowing on the snake. "What kind of thing is that?" "Its body, it seems like a manifestation of chakra and energy, but it appears to have the exact same amount as Aida. Now, let's see how capable your summon actually is," Tanuki stated as he jumped forward, landing on top of his snake's head. Tanuki's creation made no comment and silently slithered towards Hinata and Aida. It then lunged forward, opening its mouth and trying to bite onto Aida. The blue snake inched backwards, avoiding it, then swung its tail forward at the snake's face. Tanuki's snake quickly twisted its body, bringing its tail forward to block Aida's strike. It then gripped onto Aida's tail hard, locking the snake in place. "This thing!" Aida hissed as he tried to pull away. "This thing appears as strong as me." "Because it is you," Hinata noted, frowning at her realization. "The jutsu that created that thing made an exact copy of you." "Not exact. Mine will overpower over time," Tanuki noted, grinning. Hinata's eyes narrowed as she fired an arrow from her bow. "It will not. It'll fade away when you die. Just like that giant chimera you created." Tanuki jumped into the air, avoiding the arrow. After landing back on his snake's body, he jumped through the air again towards Hinata. "Maybe this creation of mine would fade, but even if you did kill me, nothing will dispel you. Now that it's unleashed, it will be here eternally until I dispel it." The root researcher landed safely on Aida's head next to Hinata. The blue snake, despite his own struggling with Tanuki's snake, shook his head, forcing both him and Hinata off his head. The two shinobi landed on the ground next to the two dueling snakes. Tanuki then proceeded to take in a deep breath. Sage art, negative emotion manipulation, lust. Tanuki breathed out a light purple cloud from his mouth that quickly rushed towards Hinata. She was unable to jump away in time and the cloud rushed through her body, the gases entering her nose. Within an instant, the world around Hinata faded away. Her eyes widened as she felt a completely intoxicating aura radiate from the area forward. "What's going on?" Her mind tried to focus. "What is this amazing feeling?" A feeling of peace washed over her body as a dumb, entranced smile developed on her face. She dropped her bow and began to walk forward, towards the intoxicating aura, towards Tanuki himself. "Heh." Tanuki smirked as he held out his hand, creating a giant orb of water in his hand. consider yourself lucky to die this way. This is probably the most peaceful way a shinobi can die on the battlefield. Hinata seemingly did not hear his words and continued to walk closer towards him, still smiling and lost in her own entranced world. Hinata-sama, wake up. Aida hissed. Hinata did not respond to her summon. The large blue snake, still locked in a stalemate with Tanuki's creation, turned his head towards the Hyuga. He then spat out a stream of water at Hinata's body. Aida's attack connected with her body, launching her backwards in time to avoid a barrage of water bullets from Tanuki's jutsu. Hinata winced in pain after getting hit by Aida's attack. Shortly after, she shook her head, reality turning back to normal. What just happened? Damn it, I was so close. Tanuki hissed as he ran through hand signs, let's try that again. The root researcher breathed out another light purple cloud from his mouth. Hinata, this time, was able to jump up to a tree, avoiding the haze. I don't know what kind of technique you just used on me, but you're not going to hit me with it a second time. Hinata stated. I suppose. Tanuki grit his teeth. Then I'll change tactics again. As Tanuki began to channel chakra, jumped down next to him, her arms covered with her blue lion-shaped chakra shrouds. She landed on the ground in a particular stance. Gentle step, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Tanuki tried to jump away, but Hinata continued to move forward at him, landing a palm strike on Tanuki's torso. The root researcher coughed up blood from the hit. 2 palms. 4 palms. Hinata continued to strike at the man with her lion-covered fists. 8 palms. 16 dash. As Hinata continued to strike at him, a sharp blast of pain rushed through her body's chakra network. Her eyes widened as she cancelled her jutsu. What the hell? She mumbled. Her eyes focused on her own internal chakra network and noticed some of the dark energy from Tanuki's chakra was now in her own body. Her eyes widened. Huh. That technique. Tanuki wheezed slightly, glaring at her. That drained my chakra, did it not? Your body is probably not used to pure, unfiltered negative emotional energy. Hinata did not say anything immediately, she watched her own chakra network reject the negative emotional energy, forcing it out of her system. As her chakra began to overpower the energy, she winced further pain. She could not properly describe it, it was a sharp burning sensation within her chakra network. It hurt in a way nothing else had ever hurt before. The negative emotional energy in her body felt purely toxic to her. It resembled the hatred she used to have in her heart for Aonde, but magnified and concentrated solely in her chakra network. She was quiet for a moment as she regained her breathing and letting her chakra network finish fighting off the energy. As her body calmed itself, Tanuki placed his hands on the ground, absorbing more nature energy from the environment. A few seconds passed by before his chakra network returned to normal, as if it had never been drained in the first place. A look of disgust developed on the Hyuga's face. How can your body cope using this type of energy? Hinata asked. That's unnatural. Unnatural. Tanuki scowled in response. Negative emotions are valid. They're quite the effective tool to fight with. Negative emotions themselves are valid, but not like that. Hinata shook her head. They're consuming. Disturbing. They're toxic. Potentially to someone like you. But remember that I have undergone years of training to condition my own emotions. I can control this power perfectly. Tanuki answered. It's not toxic to me, nor will they consume me. It's simply a tool to use. I disagree. This has to be toxic, even for you. Hinata insisted. This chakra must be damaging your psyche somehow. Rather presumptuous of you to assume. Tanuki's eyes narrowed. But it doesn't really matter to me if you understand my techniques or not. You're dying today, regardless. Lightning style, scattering drops. Kido flicked his wrist, creating a barrage of lightning bolts that launched at Naruto. The Uzumaki jumped, avoiding each individual lightning bolt as they closed in on him. The lightning proceeded bounce, continuing to chase after Naruto. Kido knelt on the ground, placing his right hand on the earth. You never struck me for the evasive type. Kido noted. I highly doubt this approach will be effective for you. Fuck off. Naruto hissed as he reached into his pocket, pulling out a sealing tag and completing a seal. He then tossed it forward. Fuinjutsu, protective winds. The sealing tag produced a gust of winds that intercepted the lightning bolts. The wind's blades tore into the lightning bolts, dissipating them. I know what I'm doing. Naruto replied defiantly, grinning at Kido. You're not going to be able to hit me that easily. Sure about that? Kido asked. Before Naruto could respond, the ground behind him opened up. A clone of Kido jumped out of the ground, charging at Naruto with a kunai. Naruto quickly parried with a kunai of his own. Shadow clone explosion. Naruto's eyes widened just as the clone detonated, akin to an explosive tag. Naruto was knocked back hard on the explosion, rolling in the dirt until he collided with a tree. Ugh! He groaned. Naruto! Are you alright? Fu called out. The Nanabe Jinchuriki's brief glance at Naruto allowed Madara the chance to overpower. His Tonto pushed back against her, cutting into the cocoon string on her hands. She immediately turned her attention back to the root agent, glaring. Get off already! She hissed. Fu began channeling the Nanabe's chakra, causing her body to become surrounded with red chakra and 4 wing-like tails to develop around her body. As she channeled more and more chakra, she managed to get stronger and stronger. She reached a stalemate with Madara once again and, as a 5th wing-like tail developed, she finally began to overpower him. Her cocoon-covered fist managed to crack his Tonto, causing the blade to fall apart. Madara smirked behind his mask. You should not have done that. Before Fu could say anything, a grey cloud began to rise up from the broken Tonto. Fu jumped away, but inhaled a bit of the gas cloud. Her eyes immediately went wide and her vision started to fade. Poison. She hissed the word before she turned internally. How serious is it, Komei? This one could have been lethal, but it's nothing I can't fix. Komei stated. I'll help treat that poison, although until I get it fully neutralized, your senses are going to be compromised. That's fine. She nodded her head in understanding. I'll manage. Oh? Will you? Madara questioned. Fu responded by flapping her wing-like tails. The movement created a gust of wind that blew away the poisonous cloud towards Madara. The root agent was unable to get away and inhaled the entire smoke cloud. Now, let's see how effective this poison is of yours. Fu noted, grinning. Did you assume I would use poisons I couldn't inhale safely? Madara questioned. He quickly took off his mask and pulled out a pill, ingesting it and removing his body of the toxins in his bloodstream instantaneously. He then got into stance to continue fighting. Fu braced herself, preparing for Madara to charge at her. As she got ready to fight, a shadow clone of Kido appeared directly behind her and grabbed onto her. Where the hell dash? The shadow clone exploded, creating a giant cloud of dust and knocked Fu backwards Madara. The root agent pulled out a unique weapon, a glass kunai that appeared to have some type of visible poisonous liquid inside of it, and rushed forward at Fu. The Taki shinobi proceeded to get her bearings and fly away before Madara could stab her with his glass kunai. A flying enemy is going to be annoying. Madara noted. Annoying, but it's something we can work around. Kido replied. His eyes then moved downward back to Naruto. He scowled as he noticed that the blonde was nowhere to be seen. Where did he go? Madara did not appear to notice and focused solely on Fu. He opened his mouth and began channeling chakra. Just as he was about to unleash his jutsu, the ground underneath his and Kido's feet opened. 100 Naruto clones emerged from the ground, all channeling chakra at the same time. Wind style, great breakthrough annihilation. Each Naruto clone released sharp gusts of winds from their mouth all at once, forming a sharp wind vortex. Kido managed to jump away in time, but Madara was unable to get away and the vortex that all connected with Madara's body. The root agent hissed in pain as the wind blades tore through his white lab coat and his armor underneath, cutting into his skin. Where did his clones come from? Madara asked. He must have jumped into the dust cloud his partner created and used it as cover to create and hide his clones. Kido shook his head. Clever. The clones redirected, facing Kido. They quickly ran around, forming a circle before they all made different sets of hand signs. Uzumaki Naruto Elemental Catastrophe. Each of the clones unleashed a different elemental ninjutsu simultaneously, 20 of them breathing out massive fireballs, 20 more unleashing water bullets, another 20 launching rock bullets, the next 20 channeling waves of electricity from their palms, and the last 20 breathing out rapid-fire air bullets. All 100 elemental attacks collided against one another, creating an elemental rotating vortex around Kido's body. The strength of the vortex was strong enough to knock back Magier, who had been nearby, into a nearby tree. Fu turned to Magier, her body spinning in a circular pattern, to Kigaku or Hurricane. The Nanabi Jinchuriki slammed her body into Magier's chest hard. The impact was strong enough to completely crack what remained of his armor. The horse-masked root agent was sent flying back through multiple trees. As Fu continued to stare out towards the direction she sent Magier in, the original Naruto appeared from underground, staring intently at the elemental vortex that was still rotating. "We're doing okay so far," Fu noted. "Do you think killed him?" "No." Naruto shook his head. "That's the strongest elemental barrage I've ever done, but I'd be surprised if he was dead. He's biding time for something dash." Before Naruto finished speaking, the ground underneath his clone's feet opened up, revealing a large, glowing, lightning-covered contraption that resembled a bear claw. Lightning style, tiger scissors. The bear trap closed, instantly dispelling the clones and dispelling the elemental vortex, revealing that Kido was not in the center of it. As the bear trap closed, it released a massive discharge of lightning that raced through the battlefield. Naruto tried to jump away and Fu attempted to fly away, but both Jinchuriki were hit by the discharge. Both screamed in pain as the lightning continued to fry their bodies. "Kid! Use my chakra! Now!" Kurama shouted inwardly. Naruto immediately began channeling chakra. His body was encased in red chakra with 9 tails around his body. With version 1 now activated, Naruto was able to finally react to the pain and pulled out 2 sealing tags. He tossed one towards Fu and held one in his hand. He activated the tags, creating a barrage of protective winds around their bodies. The winds cut into the oncoming discharge, freeing them from more oncoming discharge. Both Jinchuriki remained still as they tried to catch their breaths. As both Fu and Naruto recovered, Magier and Kido reappeared. Magier was now only tattered remains of his lab coat and his Umbu armor had been completely shattered, revealing chest scratches he had received. Kido stood next to him, his armor appeared to be completely intact, although he had significant burn marks on his visible shoulders. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Is that really all the damage my elemental barrage did to this guy? The hell? You both are channeling your Biju's chakra. Marvelous. And I believe Magier and I can both attest that you have great strength behind it. Kido noted, chuckling. Magier nodded his head. He took off his mask, revealing his face. There were glass shards around his eyes, suggesting that he had been wearing glasses that had been shattered. That was my favorite pair, he said plainly, glaring at Fu. Oh. I ruined your favorite pair of glasses. She rolled her eyes. How will I live with myself? Magier's eyes narrowed further, which only caused Kido to chuckle. Some real force behind your moves, Fu-san. You both are capable Jinchuriki, which is pleasant to see. Dragon noted. You both are lucky to have that power. Lucky? Fu shook her head, scowling. I was ostracized by whole damn village for having this power. And I've even had a few people try and kill me just because I had the Nanabi sealed in me. How the hell is that lucky? There's a lot of suffering behind being a Jinchuriki. It's not just power, you know. Naruto stated, glaring. But someone like you would not understand that. Kido's chuckling stopped. The man remained still for a moment. He slowly reached up, taking off his dragon mask, to reveal his own face, glaring back at the 2 Jinchuriki. Ostracization? A few murder attempts? Is that the best suffering you 2 can give me? He nearly snarled. You privileged little brats. You 2 don't even know the first thing about what it means to grow up with actual suffering. What's that supposed to mean? Fu's eyes narrowed. Let me give you an example of what suffering really is. It is living with no money or home in the streets of a big village in Hinokuni that doesn't give a shit about the poor vermin of the streets. Kido snarled. It is having to make the decision whether or not you should buy that expensive medicine you need for your own health problems, knowing that if you buy it, you won't have the money for food for another 5 days. The Umbu researcher's eyes moved from Fu to Naruto. You in particular have no place talking to me about suffering. I know damn well how much money the Hokage wasted on you when you were growing up, making sure all your basic needs were accounted for. Your rent, your food, your health should any illness come up, even Umbu security. Naruto's eyebrow rose. What security? The Sandaime was afraid some of the villagers would get angry about the Kyuubi Jinchuriki walking around, considering the Kyuubi attack, so he frequently would have a few Umbu operatives always observing you, in case anyone did try and attack you so we could keep you protected. Kido stated, crossing his arms. A complete waste of time, money, and resources. Not a damn person would be a fool to try and attack or kill Konoha's only Jinchuriki. But everything must be done to make sure our precious little Jinchuriki was kept safe and secure. Old man, looked after me like that. Naruto's eyes widened. The Uzumaki knew that Kido was right. Hiruzen had helped him out financially until Naruto became a genin. He helped get him an apartment and helped with all the payments, as well as gave the boy a generous allowance. He had always brushed it off as the Sandaime being a nice man. He had never even considered that there might have been a reason behind why he was doing all these favors for him that he did not give to other orphan. He had also never considered the idea that Hiruzen would have actively sought Umbu protection for the boy. Attacks can happen. Fu spoke up, her eyes narrowing as killing intent leaked from her body. I have had people try to kill me before. And you had a built-in power supply to fend off those attackers. Kido countered. Unlike myself and my family, who had nothing whenever other vagabonds jumped us for money and possessions. Fu did not respond back, she simply opted to silently glare at the man. It is a miracle I survived. My mother was murdered by a man for a total sum of money to buy himself a single bowl of ramen. My father died from illness, deciding it wasn't worth paying for medicine. Instead, he sent the money all to me, buying me a way to Konoha and a position in the Konoha Academy. Because my father knew he was not long for this world, but maybe I could have a shot in it if given the opportunity. A manic grin developed on Kido's face, and his gambit worked out. After all, it is there I met Danzo-sama. Danzo. Naruto grit his teeth. Danzo-sama took a risk when he approached me. I was clanless and without any family. I wasn't even born in Konoha. He could have reasonably assumed I would have amounted to nothing. But he took me in after hearing stories of my dedication and drive in the academy. The root agent continued. I was not an ideal agent. My own history gave me too much emotional baggage to be entirely emotionless the way he would have preferred. But I was able to earn his praise through my skill and mind. And thanks to this, I was able to get out of the hellhole I was born in and make progress, and I will gladly continue to do so in the name of Danzo-sama. His life was worse than mine, yeah. His life was horrible. A frown developed on Naruto's face as he looked at Dragon, a realization dawning on him. Danzo takes in people that are vulnerable and molds them into his organization. This guy, his life was shit, and Danzo was able to use that to make him into a loyal follower. And at this point, he's too far lost. So, don't lecture me about suffering. Kido's snarl pulled Naruto out of his own thoughts. You two were blessed with the power of a Biju and financial and protective security, with the only real drawback being a negative stigma from ignorant civilians and a few ignorant shinobi. Being a Jinchuriki is a blessing. It is not. Fu snarled. I don't care what fucked up shit happened to you in your life, you're wrong. You've pissed her off a bit, Kido-senpai. Majire noted, chuckling. They're going to come at us with even more force. Should we do it now? Yes. Kido nodded his head. I'm more than willing to show off my research to these two ungrateful Jinchuriki. Both root agent reached into their pockets and pulled out 2 small vials and quickly ingested them. Naruto's and Fu's eyes narrowed on the two of them. What are they doing? Naruto wondered. Fu flew forward at Kido, her body beginning to spin a circle. She raised her fist outward as she prepared to barrel through him with all her might. Takigaku or Hurricane Dash. Fu's charge was stopped. Kido caught her fist with his palm, holding her back. Her eyes widened. What? He shouldn't this easily be able to hold me back, she shouted. Fu fled backwards, getting out of Kido's grasp. As she flew back to Naruto's side, Madara and Kido began to change appearance. Dark red chakra developed around the two root agents' bodies, merging with their bodies. Tails of chakra began to develop around their bodies. Madara now had 6 tails of chakra surrounding him while Kido possessed a full 9 tails. What the? Naruto looked at the two in horror. They can't be Jinchuriki. That's impossible. What's that? That's my chakra. Kurama growled internally. How the hell do these two humans have my chakra? That's impossible. Kuramas. Naruto shook his head, biting his lip. Fu. They're using the Kyuubi's chakra. How? Fu's eyes widened further. Through enough research in a corpse to freely experiment on, anything is possible. Madara spoke up, his voice sounding deeper and sharper, as if he was in a version 2 form. Uzumaki Naruto. Takigaku or no Fu. You two are the first shinobi to have ever seen my tailed beast drug in action. Kido declared, grinning. Consider it an honor to be the first to die to the power of a self-made Jinchuriki. As Danzo was 3 kilometers away from the High no Kuni Yu no Kuni border, he sensed the presence of 3 shinobi. The root founder was not the adept sensor that Tanuki or Madara were. If he could sense their presence, they were close. They would catch up to him shortly after he passed the border. Kido and Madara did as requested, though. They lowered their numbers to 3. Danzo nodded his head, remaining calm. I can work with these odds. While the elder continued to move through the forests, he began to recognize the terrain. A nostalgic look developed on his face. He knew exactly where they were. If I'm going to have to fight and fend you off, Jiraiya, I know the perfect place. Danzo noted. With that thought in mind, Danzo rerouted his path, changing direction ever so slightly. Anko reached Dajimu's position and swung her blast sword against him. The man was unable to get away in time and Anko's blade connected with him. Before the sword could detonate, however, Dajimu's body collapsed, getting reduced to glass shards that scattered the ground. Ninja art, glass shard upheaval. Not falling for this bullshit again. Anko rolled her eyes as Shivuki's scroll unraveled around her body. Explosive blade technique, explosion barrier. Just as the glass shards rose up to slice into Anko, the scroll around her body detonated outward, blowing up the glass shards, reducing them to dust that scattered the battlefield. Anko turned her head in time to see Dajimu approaching her, sword in hand, as electricity surrounded his body and his sword. Impact cross. Anko jumped into the air in time to avoiding getting impaled by Dajimu. As she remained upward, she held out her right hand, channeling chakra into it and forming a large fireball. Just as she was about to throw it at Dajimu, his falcon lunged at her. Anko was unable to get away as the falcon dug its talons into her body. She shouted in pain. The falcon then dug its talons deeper into her, embedding glass into her body. Get off me! She hissed as she turned hand towards the falcon. Anko launched her fireball at the falcon, enveloping it in flames and causing the bird to fall apart again into a pile of feathers and glass. The Jonin landed on the ground next to the pile, clutching her back and feeling the glass in her body. She then concentrated chakra into her back, causing the glass to melt away. Well, that's that. Dajimu grinned as he made a hand sign. To his surprise, nothing happened to Anko. A scowl quickly replaced his grin. You melted the glass in your body. Of course. I figured if you could control glass the way you have been, it would be dumb as shit of me to just let it sit in an open wound. Anko replied. She then held out hand, creating another fireball and aimed towards the bird and glass feathers. Just as the pile came together and formed into the glass falcon once more, Anko launched the fireball directly at its body, causing it to fall apart again. Anko then launched another fireball at its remains, keeping it ablaze. Likewise, I'm starting to realize that as so long as I keep that damn bird on fire, it can't reform or do anything. So, that's how I can take care of that aspect of your fighting style. She noted. Dajima began to grit his teeth as he charged forward. I can still dash. The root agent's charge forward stopped momentarily as he began to cough up blood. His vision faltered more as he shook his head, trying to concentrate on Anko and her position. Oh yeah, and you still have that poison in your system. So your root partner is dead, your summon is useless, and you're already poisoned and your body is shutting down. Pretty good job of me, considering I was fighting two men who were trained to kill me specifically, huh? Anko asked, a smug grin on her face. Just surrender now. And I'll end this fight as quickly as possible. Dajima's teeth grinding grew louder. He tossed his sword to the ground and made hand signs as his own arms changed shape, turning into glass. I'm not failing Danzo-sama. If I'm dying, I'm taking you with me. The root agent slammed his hands together, forbidden jutsu, glass cannon. Dajima unleashed a barrage of glass shards from his body, his arms breaking apart to join the oncoming assault. Shit. Anko had no time to dodge or even activate her explosion barrier, the glass shards struck her body. Two large glass shards impaled her feet, rooting her into the ground, while the rest rained into her skin bit by bite. Blood began to pour freely from every inch of Anko's skin. Ack! She screamed, dropping the Shivuki blast sword from the pain. Die, 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 die! Dajima screamed. His shoulder turned to glass and were launched forward at her. As Dajima continued to scream, more and more of his body was reduced to glass to launch at her. Anko forced her hands together, strengthening the fire chakra of her flare aura. The fires managed to melt away the rest of the oncoming glass as it approached her before it could hit her skin. As she channeled more of her chakra, the glass shards holding her in place melted away, freeing her. No. You will not survive this. I refuse to let you. Dajima continued to scream. I refuse to let you dash. Dajima's screaming stopped as his head was turned to glass, silencing him forever. His head launched itself at Anko. Anko tried to jump away, but the glass head exploded. AGHH. Anko flew through the air into a nearby tree, glass shards completely stuck through her body. Blood was now dripping from all parts of Anko's body. The Jonin was still for a moment before she finally managed to pull herself off from the tree. The fire around her body melted away the glass stuck in her body. Holy shit. She breathed out. That jutsu killed him to do, and it almost killed me too. Anko's world was spinning. She could not recall a time where she was covered in this large amount of her own blood. She took a step forward and nearly passed out on the ground. As Anko struggled to remain conscious, she heard Dajima's voice, Danzo-sama, I failed. I'm so sorry. Immediately, she tensed up. She turned around the area, rather slowly, due to her physical state, to check if the man was still alive. She did not see him. Dajima was dead. His body was reduced to nothing but broken and melted glass, as if he did not even exist. Was her mind playing tricks on her? Was she bleeding out that badly? Or was Dajima's own anguish at failing to kill Anko that strong that she could feel his spirit's last regrets? God, what the hell did this Danzo guy do to all of you? She questioned. Anko leaned down against the tree. She needed to rest. If she was only barely able to walk, then she knew she would be useless in a fight against the giant Chimera, or Danzo, or anything. All she could do right now was rest and hope she would get her strength back and be able to keep fighting. Tsunade-sama, I hope you are doing alright against that thing. She thought. Her thoughts then drifted to her students. Naruto, Hinata, you two better damn well be okay as well. Shino's eyes scanned the area around him. Within seconds, he was surrounded by tens of thousands of Kikaichu and Bakucha. He was being serious. He is going to use his entire hive. The Abarame clan heir noted. What is going to try and do? And more importantly, how do I avoid it? The Bakucha flew forward at Shino, forming a line of sorts towards the Abarame heir. As he inched forward, the remaining Kikaichu around his body ignited themselves, creating a large fire ring that began to enclose on itself. Shino was pushed away from the edge as the Bakucha continued to fly closer towards him. Shino noticed the formation of the Bakucho. All of Tatsuma's unique breed of insects were all connected to one another, making sure they were all touching. His eyes narrowed on them. I know the jutsu you intend on using. Shino spoke up. Fire style, exploding flame formation. One of the most infamous techniques of Sanshou no Hanzo and considered to be one of the most effective, lethal, devastating fire style ninjutsu. You're using your Bakucho as a replacement for explosive tags. You are well versed in history and jutsu theory, it seems. Tatsuma noted, chuckling to himself. Yes, I am. I found my version to be a bit more devastating, in my opinion. What I think it lacks in sheer destructive force, it makes up for with a lot more maneuverability. Using my Bakucho instead of explosive tags gives more freedom to set up. I do not necessarily have to set up a trap ahead of time. Shino jumped away just as one of the Bakucho touched him. He moved further from the circle. In the process, he nearly burned himself on the fire rings from the fire-resistant Kikaicho. You are using all of your Bakucho for this. Shino noted. They do not survive their explosions, yes? You are going to kill them all. Simply to kill me. To ensure you die. Tatsuma corrected. It's no concern to me about my Bakucho. This is their purpose. I can breed more of them into existence. A scowl developed on Shino's face as the fire Kikaicho pushed him further back to the center of the circle, closer towards the Bakucho. This man cannot be allowed to live. No more insects should be forced to suffer under this monster's breeding. Shino's eyes narrowed. The Bakucho continued to close in on Shino's position. The Aberame clan heir proceeded to get down on his knees and place his open palm on the ground. Just as the Bakucho was about to touch him and Tatsuma was ready to ignite, Shino's body sank underground. You think that is enough to evade my hive? Tatsuma shouted as he lowered his hands. The fire-encased Kikaicho lowered to the ground before they dug into the earth slightly. They barreled into the earth and began to move through the earth, searching for Shino in the ground, the dirt and mud of the ground not impacting their flames in the slightest. Shit. Shino cursed as began to dig through the earth as fast as he could. Tatsuma's Kikaicho moved through the ground at a tremendous speed. While Shino continued to move away, he proceeded to allow a few Kikaicho and Kidaicho to leave his body and barrel near the surface, but not emerge yet. He continued to release more and more of his beetles until Tatsuma's got too close. As they were about to catch up to Shino, the Aberame clan heir was forced to remerge from the underground, getting on the battleground. Upon getting back to ground level, Shino noticed the Bakucho around his body. They closed in on him, touching on his skin. Heh. Tatsuma grinned, making a hand sign. Die. Parasitic insects, typhoon. Every single one of Shino's beetles formed a funnel around his body, forcing him upward and forcing the Bakucho off him before they detonated. The beetles detonated, creating multiple smaller explosions as opposed to the giant chain that Tatsuma intended to make. The explosions did destroy a large portion of Shino's funnel, having killed multiple Kikaicho and Kidaicho in the process. While Shino's typhoon grew smaller, more and more of the surviving Kikaicho and Kidaicho barreled into the ground and moved through it towards the position of Shino's first wave. All you're doing is delaying the inevitable. Tatsuma hissed. The Aberame root agent snapped his fingers, causing the fire-resistant Kikaicho to rise from the ground, still ignited with fire. Just because I did not get to use the technique I intended to kill you with does not mean you won't die. Tatsuma clapped his hands together. Insect fireworks jutsu. The flaming Kikaicho rushed through the air towards Shino's position. Some of his Kikaicho tried to reach him in time, but they could not get to him in time and Tatsuma's beetles struck him hard, hitting like multiple fireballs. Oh. Gyah. Shino screamed in pain as he fell through the air, his body becoming increasingly more burned. One Kikaicho fireball slammed into his face, shattering his sunglasses and creating a deep burn just above his nose. His screaming intensified. As Shino was nearly overwhelmed by the fire-resistant Kikaicho, he made hand signs. Just as he was about to touch the ground, a water pillar rose up, completely encasing his body in water and extinguishing the fire-covered Kikaicho and knocking them off. When Shino's jutsu finished, the Aberame clan heir fell to one knee, breathing heavily. His clothes were nearly charred, with deep, visible third-degree burns on his skin. He struggled as he pulled himself off the ground, standing shakily on his 2 feet. "Do you know your place yet, little larvae?" Tatsuma asked. Shino glared at the man. The Abarame clan hero was quickly surrounded on all sides by the fire-encased Kikaicho, who closed in on him slowly. "You'll serve as a reminder to the rest of the Abarame clan to start thinking critically and properly develop their skills in order to become the most capable shinobi they can be," Tatsuma stated. "You'll also serve as a warning to all of Konoha in general, cross Danzo-sama and death awaits." Tatsuma made a singular hand sign. As the Abarame root agent made the hand sign, the ground underneath his feet opened. "Checkmate." A small smirk developed on Shino's face as he made a series of hand signs, hidden jutsu, insect bog. The ground underneath Tatsuma's feet opened up, revealing a swarm of 1,000 Kikaicho and Kidaicho that quickly surrounded Tatsuma's body. The root agent's eyes widened. What the dash? Shino's insects encased Tatsuma's entire body in a large, spherical orb. The orb flew into the sky as the Kidaicho inside began to feast on his body and chakra. "You made a grave calculation sending your entire hive to kill me. You have no Kikaicho in your system to protect you," Shino noted, shaking his head. "All I had to was set a trap that I could land on you to kill you. My hive. To me dash." Tatsuma's voice started to scream out for his Kikaicho, but the words died on his lips and were replaced with unintelligible screaming. Tatsuma's Kikaicho immediately flew to Shino's Kikaicho sphere, charging headfirst into the sphere, but they did not get there in time. Shino's Kidaicho and Kikaicho had feasted on Tatsuma's body, tearing it piece by piece. As Tatsuma's Kikaicho struck at them, causing the orb to dissipate, Tatsuma's body had been reduced to pieces that fell to the ground in separate piles. Shino sighed in relief as he fell back to his knees. Finally, the Abarame clan heir breathed heavily. His own beetles rushed back to his body, returning to their home. His eyes focused in on Tatsuma's fire-resistant Kikaicho. The beetles were still on fire and were floating midair, focused entirely on Tatsuma's limbs. They then turned their attention to Shino. Tatsuma's Kikaicho continued to stare down at Shino, noting his breathing pattern. They could tell from their senses that Shino was weak and low on chakra. They had a strong chance of killing him. They also had a strong chance of dying in one final altercation with his own Kikaicho. After a near minute of silent interaction, the beetles extinguished the fires on their bodies. They then flew off into the forest together, leaving Shino behind. A sigh of relief developed on Shino's face. Tatsuma's philosophies did not rub off on his Kikaicho, it seems. They prioritized their own survival before a mission. Shino tried to pull himself off the ground, but the Abarame clan heir fell back to the ground. He hissed in pain from the impact. "Damn it! I am too weak right now to be of much use. I am going to have to rest for a little longer. Hopefully I can get some strength back in a moment." His eyes narrowed as he looked over in the distance. Tsunade-sama is still going to need help with that chimera creature. Shino knew, realistically, he was going to be out of commission for the rest of this mission. He had to try and heal up. He wanted to help out more. He knew his comrades needed more assistance. Draining his chakra is a bad idea. His chakra network feels tainted and burns, so I should stop using the gentle step, Hinata told herself as she stopped channeling chakra in her arms. As the blue lion chakra shroud vanished, she focused back on Tanuki, who was starting to move backwards. He keeps trying to create more distance. He seems at his weakest close range. That's the secret to defeating him. Hinata charged forward at Tanuki, getting into stance. The root researcher held out his hands as 2 water orbs rose up from the ground, one encasing his left hand and the other covering his right hand. Water style, droplet release. Water style, water spirit wave. The orb in Tanuki's left hand opened up, releasing multiple water spears while the one in his right hand expanded, releasing a barrage of water bullets from it. Hinata continued to rush towards him, sidestepping along her way and avoiding each individual attack. One of Tanuki's spears struck her in her shoulder, drawing blood, but she continued to go forward without slowing down. In a moment, she was right in front of Tanuki. The researcher hissed as the water orbs in both hands fell to the ground. Get back! He hissed, swinging his hand forward. Earth style, Great Mud River. The ground underneath Hinata's feet transformed, turning into mud. The mud swept Hinata off her feet, bringing her to the ground. The mud river started to move rapidly, trying to force Hinata away from Tanuki, but Hinata managed to pull herself up and move, despite the strong current of the mud river. I said, get back. Tanuki growled as he swiped his hand forward. A gust of wind was released from Tanuki's palm forward. Hinata jumped in the air, avoiding it and avoiding getting knocked back further. She landed on the ground behind him and struck at a Tenketsu in his right shoulder. He winced. He tried to jump away to avoid another attack, but Hinata struck him again, this time in his left shoulder. Tanuki's snake managed to pull itself away from its stalemate with Aida and slithered towards Hinata. The snake opened its mouth, releasing a blast of dark purple water at Hinata. The Hyuga was unable to dodge and the water stream blasted her into a nearby tree. Damn it! She cursed, shaking her head. I was so close. He's not able to defend himself against me close range. I just need to keep that up, but it's getting more and more difficult if he keeps doing this stuff. Quick timing there, Envy. Tanuki praised his summon. The chakra snake nodded its head as the root researcher turned his head to face Hinata. I know what you're trying to do and it's not going to work. Aida slithered forward again, trying to swing his tail at Tanuki. Tanuki's chakra snake turned its head in time and struck back, blocking the tail strike with its neck. The artificial snake then closed the distance, keeping Hinata's snake in another stalemate. Aida turned his head towards Tanuki and opened his mouth, releasing a large stream of fire from his mouth. A grin developed on Tanuki's face as he held out his hand, ninja art, negative emotion manipulation, gluttony. As the stream of fire was about to hit Tanuki, the root researcher held out his hand, absorbing the fire into his body. He took in a deep breath as the fire was integrated into chakra and absorbed into his body's chakra network. Ninjutsu is useless against this guy. Hinata frowned. I need to find a way to pin him down. I have to say, I appreciate the extra chakra. Let's see what I can do with it, shall we? Tanuki noted as he made 10 hand signs slowly. He then extended his hands outward, channeling chakra into his palms, sage art, negative emotion manipulation, wrath. Tanuki's hands glowed a black coloration as black bullets of pure chakra rocketed out of his fingertips. Hinata jumped out of the way, avoiding the bullets. They collided with the ground, causing the already rotting grass patches to disappear, leaving the dirt alone. The root researcher continued to fire bullet after bullet from his fingertips. Hinata continued to jump away, avoiding each bullet. Hinata stayed focused on Tanuki, waiting for the man's jutsu to end. A minute passed by and Hinata was still avoiding bullets. Realization quickly dawned on her. All that negative emotional energy is an infinite reservoir for him. Hinata bit her lip. I need to end it. Reaching for her bow, Hinata fired out arrows towards Tanuki. His bullets completely tore through the oncoming arrows, destroying them. Hinata's bite on her lip grew harder, drawing a small amount of blood. I'm going to have to physically get up to him to end this jutsu. You'll need try harder than that. Tanuki taunted. Hinata frowned in response, but she moved forward towards Tanuki. Tanuki continued to reposition his aim, moving towards her. As Hinata grew closer, she began to channel chakra into her hands. Protection of the 8 trigrams, 64 palms. As Hinata moved closer, she began to release chakra streams from her palms towards Tanuki's body. The researcher's eyes widened as he quickly changed the direction of his bullets, firing them at Hinata's oncoming chakra threads. Her threads disintegrated on contact, but were quickly replaced by another barrage of them. Hinata continued to inch her way forward slowly, using her chakra threads to force Tanuki to redirect his bullets toward them. She reached Tanuki's side and, before he could do anything, Hinata slammed her palm into Tanuki's back. The root researcher's concentration was disturbed and his jutsu was forced to an end. Before he could jump away, though, Hinata continued to strike at him. 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. Hinata struck at all of Tanuki's tenketsu in rapid-fire succession. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Hinata's final palm strike brought Tanuki down to his knees. The researcher quickly pulled himself off the ground, breathing heavily. Hinata's eyes were narrowed on the man. She noticed that all of his tenketsu were closed and the visible shroud of dark energy around Tanuki's body had vanished. With her Byakugan, however, she could still see the same negative emotional energy roaming inside his body. "Damn you!" Tanuki hissed. "I won't let you kill me. Not like this." Tanuki held out his left palm towards Aida and his artificial snake, who were still struggling against one another. Immediately, Tanuki's summon stiffened for a moment. "How is he controlling it?" Hinata questioned. "I blocked off all of his tenketsu. He shouldn't be able to do any type of jutsu." Tanuki's envy summon immediately changed shape, turning back into a cloud of dark purple chakra. The chakra cloud flew towards Tanuki's body, integrating itself with him. Hinata's eyes widened. As the cloud connected with him, Tanuki's tenketsu reopened. The outer shroud of dark chakra surrounded his body once more. How can someone reopen their chakra like that? I've never seen something like that before. Tanuki hissed to himself, clutching his chest. "I can't fight much longer than this. My jutsu are taking too much out of me. And I already wasted so much energy summoning new. Retreat is the only option at this point, or else she'll kill me." With that thought in mind, Tanuki turned around and started to sprint away. Hinata's eyes narrowed. "Get back here." Aida immediately slithered forward and Hinata jumped on the snake's head. The two hurried off through the forest, giving chance to the root researcher. "Naruto, if they're going to be using my chakra, then don't hold back on them. You should be in version 2. Kurama shouted. Naruto nodded his head in understanding. He began channeling more of the Kyuubi's chakra, melding into his body and turning his skin into a dark red-black color. As Naruto finished channeling his chakra, Madjire stepped forward as he began channeling chakra into his 6 tails, causing them to glow. Orbs of light. Large orbs of pure light developed on each tail. Madjire then launched them forward directly at Naruto. The Uzumaki jumped, avoiding each of the oncoming orbs. More light orbs developed from Madjire's tails. He then turned his head to face Fu. 2 of his tails changed targets and started throwing light orbs at her. Fu flew into the air, avoiding light orbs initially. Madjire then turned his full attention towards her and focused all 6 tails on her as he continued to launch orbs. A single orb connected with her stomach, burning her skin. She hissed in pain. "Fu. Are you okay?" Naruto called out. The Uzumaki charged forward at Madjire, who was still focused on hitting Fu. Naruto channeled chakra into his palm, creating a massive raise-non that he prepared to impale into Madjire's body. As he was about to connect, Kido jumped in between him and Madjire and opened his mouth. Tailed Beast Shockwave. Kido roared, which created a massive shockwave from his mouth that rushed into Naruto's raise-non. The force of the shockwave caused Naruto's raise-non to explode, which knocked Naruto backwards. "What the hell?" Naruto cursed. As Naruto was sent backwards, Kido closed in on him, swinging his claws. Naruto parried with his own claws, creating a stalemate between the two. As they struggled to overwhelm the other, Naruto began to push back harder, causing him to stagger Kido. Naruto then channeled chakra into his hands, creating another massive raise-non. Otama raise-non. Naruto plunged the raise-non into Kido's body, knocking the artificial Jinchuriki backwards into a nearby tree. Kido coughed up blood in response, rubbing his chin. "Humph. I need to develop this further. It appears that the original may still have more strength," Kido commented. Naturally. Naruto crossed his arms, a smug grin on his face. "I don't know you created this tailed beast drug or whatever the hell you called it, but it sure as hell isn't the Kyuubi's chakra. It can't hope to compete. Care to put money where your mouth is?" Kido asked as he raised his tails up. Lightning developed in each individual tail as he slammed down into the ground. Lightning style, tailed beast storm. Upon impact with the ground, a relentless, red-colored lightning was released from Kido's tails and launched at Naruto. The Uzumaki was unable to jump out of the way and was struck hard by the jutsu. He hissed in pain as the lightning tore into his body. Naruto tried to jump away from the lightning, but the red lightning followed Naruto, Kido adjusting his tails to follow along with Naruto. Interesting. Kurama spoke up. I've never even considered a technique like this, but I think it would be possible for me to do that. I have never considered myself adept with lightning affinity chakra, but dash. Kurama, now's not the time to get inspired by this guy. Naruto hissed in response. Naruto! Fu called out. The Nanabe Jinchuriki flew downward to Naruto's position, flapping her wings harshly. Her wings created a series of wind blades that connected with the lightning and the ground, momentarily stopping the never-ending lightning and freeing Naruto while creating a giant dust cloud. Fu then flew into the dust cloud and grabbed Naruto by his shoulders, pulling him up into the sky with her. Thanks Fu. Naruto told her, smiling at his fellow Jinchuriki. She smiled back, but quickly turned her attention back as she dodged a red lightning bolt. She then flew to her side, avoiding another light orb. Both Kido and Majire focused on her position, firing their respective jutsus at them. Damn, these guys are really annoying. She hissed. They're going to keep us on the defensive like this. Kurama, any ideas? Naruto asked. Well, for starters, she needs to start channeling Kome's chakra more, for fuck's sake. The Kyuubi replied. As for you, well, I have an idea that will at least end this constant barrage on you two. Channel as much of my chakra, as well as your own wind elemental chakra, into your hands and I'll show you a jutsu that should be useful. Naruto nodded his head. He looked down at Majire and Kido and channeled the necessary chakra into his hands. Now, swipe forward, as if you were trying to slice them. Kurama requested. Naruto immediately sliced the air forward as Kurama said the name of the technique, Ninetales Twister. Naruto's slice created a giant twister that raced downward from his palms into the ground. As Majire and Kido continued to fire off their jutsu, the tornado absorbed each technique, nullifying them both. The tornado continued to fall downward until it connected to the ground. It then began to move throughout the battlefield. Kido jumped away in time, but Majire was unable to get away in time and was sucked inside. The tornado began to tear into him. He hissed as he began to bleed heavily. The root agent steeled himself and jumped out of the tornado, getting further cut up by it. The twister shortly faded away after that. Whoa! Naruto's eyes widened as a small grin developed on his face. I'm going to remember how I did that. That was so cool. Kurama scoffed in response, just remember where you got the technique from. Fu and Naruto landed back on the ground safely. They noticed Kido staring at them intently while Majire began to channel green chakra into his palms. He touched his body. So, that one knows medical ninjutsu. Added on to the fact that they may have gotten a healing factor from their artificial Biju powers. Naruto shook his head as he turned his head to face Fu. Fu, you're going need to channel version 2 for this. The Nanabe Jinchuriki's eyes widened. Naruto, you saw how the fight with B and Yujito went. I can't control it. Fu, it'll be okay. I believe you can control it. And I'm here as well. Naruto told her. But we're going to need all the firepower we can get. Cause something tells me we haven't even seen all what these two are capable of. Fu, he is right. Kome spoke up. Please. I know my chakra is overwhelming at times, but you'll be fine. We'll be fine. You need to make sure you two survive this, though. Fu bit her lip. As she was trying to make up her mind, Kido took a step forward. The man had been channeling chakra into his mouth and a large black orb of chakra developed in his mouth. Bijutama. What? Both Naruto and Kurama nearly shouted. Kido launched the Bijutama forward from his mouth. Naruto and Fu jumped away barely in time as the orb crashed into the ground, creating a massive crater instantly. He can do the same technique B can. Naruto shook his head, frowning. Okay, Fu, please. You have to go all out on this guy. Kome pleaded. Fu, please. Fu was quiet for a moment as she analyzed the crater. She then turned her attention back to Majire and Kido. Majire had finished healing himself and was beginning to stretch slightly. Kido, meanwhile, was creating another Bijutama in his mouth. He launched it forward again directly at her. She flew up into the sky, barely avoiding it once again. Fine. She nodded her head, beginning to channel chakra. A moment passed by as the dark red-black chakra formed and melded into her own skin. The remaining two wing-like tails developed around her body and her physical features sharpened, becoming more feral. You alright, Fu? Naruto called out. Fu took in a deep breath. Her eyes focused on her fellow Jinchuriki before they moved over to Kido and Majire. I'm fine. She stated in between deep breaths. She was doing her best to control the chakra around her. Yes. I'm fine. Her eyes narrowed. We need to kill them. With those words, Fu flew forward at the two. Naruto nodded his head in agreement and charged at them as well. Ack. Tsunade hissed as she was sent flying, crashing into the ground. Nu continued to struggle until the Chimera pulled Katsuyu off its body, sending the boss slug into a tree. Nu stomped on the ground defiantly at the two, glaring at them, before it started to turn direction. Oh hell no. If you think I'm letting you get away to go help out your summoner or Danzo or whatever, you got another thing coming. Tsunade shouted. She turned her head to her summon. Lady Katsuyu. Understood. The slug replied as she broke her body apart, turning into thousands of tinier slugs. She then barreled herself underground. The Sunin charged forward at Nu. The Chimera turned around and growled as it swung its tail at her, which proceeded to split into multiple tree trunks. Tsunade jumped forward, landing safely on the ground in between each subsequent tree trunks as she got closer to the Chimera. Nu launched itself in the air just as Tsunade reached it, avoiding her attack. As the creature landed on the ground, cracks developed underneath. The tiny Katsuyu slugs stared to burrow out and merged into 5 larger variants. Slug Sticky Hold. All 5 of the Katsuyu slugs secreted a thick slime from their bodies as they flung themselves at Nu's body. The slugs brought the Chimera down, holding it in place in the ground. Nu. The Chimera roared. Nu struggled against the Katsuyu slugs, but the slime managed to hold it down. It continued to writhe and began to resist the hold on its body. Legendary Heel Drop. Tsunade jumped into the air and slammed her heel into Nu's body with enough force that the ground around it cratered, forcing the Chimera further into the ground. Nu roared back in pain defiantly as it continued to struggle. Tsunade's eyes narrowed as she began to put her weight down, holding it in place as well. 2 minutes passed by as Nu continued to struggle back with no signs of stopping. Tsunade grit her teeth as she kept putting all of her strength into holding it down. At the rate things are going, we'll need to change tactics, Tsunade-sama. It'll break out soon. Katsuyu spoke. I know that, but to what tactic? This thing won't stay dead. It'll rebuild itself. Tsunade replied, gritting her teeth. There has to be something we can do other than just holding it down. The question is what though? Another minute passed by. Nu's struggles were gaining ground and the Chimera began to pull itself up, out of Tsunade's and Katsuyu's grasp. Just as the Chimera was about to succeed, however, trees began to form from underneath the ground. The roots and branches quickly surrounded Nu, helping hold it down. The Chimera was forced back into the earth. Nu. It screamed. Would release. Tsunade's eyes lit up in realization. That must be Lightning Blade. Kakashi rushed into the crater, his hands coated with lightning, as he charged at Nu's body. The silver-haired Jonin began cutting through Nu's body, causing piece by piece to fall apart. Nu roared until its body was reduced to severed pieces. Upon destroying the Chimera, Kakashi jumped backwards, landing outside of the crater just as Tenzo appeared. They were also joined by Kakashi's Ninken. Kakashi. Tenzo. You two survived your fight. Tsunade noted, smirking at the two. Good to see. Of course. Tenzo nodded his head. We were on our way to help Hokage-sama, but we sensed the presence of this creature. I appreciate it. Tsunade said. She then noticed the severed pieces of Nu's body starting to shake, including the one she was still holding down. A frown developed on her face. But I hope you two don't think we're done here. Kakashi, Tenzo, and the Ninken all tensed as the pieces came together, reforming new. The force generated by its body reforming was so great that the trees created were destroyed and both the Katsuya slugs and Tsunade were sent flying off its body. Tsunade landed on the ground above next to Kakashi and Tenzo while the 5 Katsuya slugs buried themselves under the ground, preparing for their next strike. How did thing reform like that? Kakashi asked, frowning behind his mask. And what is wrong with its chakra? I can see a dark shroud over its chakra network. It's rather unsettling. Well, I don't know anything about its chakra, but the thing itself is composed of my grandfather's cells. Tsunade replied. Like me? Tenzo asked. The Sunin nodded her head. This thing was a secret ace Danzo had, it seems. Nu roared as it jumped out of the crater, landing on the ground above. It then swung its tail, sending tree trunks flying at the ground. The 3 shinobi and the Ninken all jumped away safely, creating distance. How do you propose we take it down then, Tsunade-sama? Tenzo asked. Tsunade grit her teeth in response. I was in the process of figuring that out. Well, there's 3 of us here. We'll think of something. Kakashi noted. His eye narrowed in the distance. We need to keep moving. At this point, I think Danzo may have reached Yunokuni. We need to help Jiraiya-sama, if he's fighting him. Tsunade nodded her head, her eyes moving to the distance. Sarutobi-sensei, Jiraiya, you two better be okay. After hours of continuous pursuit, chasing through the entirety of Hinokuni and reaching the Yunokuni border, it happened. Jiraiya, Hiruzen, and Sasuke had caught up to Danzo. The route leader was standing in front of a large hot spring. The ground around the area was rocky with little greenery. Steam was being released from underneath the ground. At the edges of the hot springs, right by the sides were 2 bronze statues. One statue depicted Senju Tobirama, the Nidaime Hokage. On the other side was a statue of the Nidaime Raikage, Yomei, the second E. We finally caught up to you. Jiraiya stated, his eyes narrowing. You really are as slippery as you make yourself out to be, Danzo. I'm almost impressed. But this ends here. Danzo narrowed his eyes as his left hand reached for his right arm. Jiraiya, quit this nonsense. Konoha needs me and my organization alive in order to keep this village strong. Our village does not need you, Danzo. It was fine before you started meddling and it will continue to be fine. Jiraiya replied, crossing his arms. What it does need is for you to stop interfering on Konoha's behalf in world politics. And it seems the only way to get you to understand that fact is to finally put you down. The route leader shook his head, turning to face Hiruzen. Your student is soft. You trained and appointed a brat with no understanding of the world. Then again, you are not much better. His visible eye narrowed. You are not the man I was rivals with, Hiruzen. You're a shell of that man. I could say the same about you, Danzo. The Sandaime shook his head, scowling. You are right. I have gotten soft. I should have dealt with you the moment your organization overstepped my authority. I have tolerated so much of you, Danzo. I even tolerated assassination attempts against me, because of our history and assumptions I made about your reasoning. But I am done making excuses. Sasuke nodded his head in approval before glaring at Danzo, his Sharingan activated. It's time you die. For all that you've done to my clan. What I did? You mean what Itaka did to your clan, a clan of traitors? Danzo asked as he finished unwrapping his arm. The Uchiha have always been a blight on Konoha and have always been a threat that the village has needed to supervise. The only thing they were good for was the Sharingan. Sasuke was open to yell back, but his words died on his tongue as Danzo's wrappings fell to the ground and he extended his arm. He, along with Hiruzen and Jiraiya, stared in stunned horror. Danzo's right arm was unnaturally colored. It was a shade of light brown that almost resembled a tree trunk. All along the arm were 10 eyeballs. 5 of the eyes were closed but the other 5 were open, revealing 5 active Sharingan. As Danzo was stretching his right arm, his left hand went up to the bandages over his right eye, pushing them up and revealing another active Sharingan. Luckily for Konoha, the one benefit the Uchiha gave to Konoha could be salvaged, even with the clan dead. Danzo noted. His words snapped his opponents out of their stupor. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed in anger, Sasuke's narrowed even further in pure hatred, while Hiruzen's eyes widened in complete horror. Danzo, what the hell have you become? What did you do? Hiruzen questioned. You fucking disgusting, wretched, monster. Sasuke snarled, his eyes focused on the arm. How dare you disrespect the Uchiha like this? Disrespect? I am using the Sharingan to keep Konoha safe. Something that your clan failed to do on multiple occasions. Danzo stated. The root leader turned his attention to the Sandaime. Hiruzen, you've grown soft all these years, but I must ask one more time. Consider our history. Consider how useful I have been to Konoha. Think of how we managed to keep Konoha safe and strong during all three great shinobi world wars together. Danzo's right eye narrowed on Hiruzen. Hiruzen. Help me convince these two to let me leave in peace. Both Danzo and Hiruzen exchanged eye contact, their eyes focused on one another. As the two stared at each other, Sasuke's Sharingan noticed a strong pulsation of chakra being released from Danzo's Sharingan. His eyes widened in horror as recollection dawned on him. Itachi told me the truth about what happened to Shisui. The Sharingan Danzo has as his right eye must be Shisui's. He realized. Then that means. The Uchiha turned his attention to study the Sandaime. Hiruzen's facial expression softened ever so slightly and his gaze dropped lightly. He was less tense, and a frown developed on his face. Jiraiya, without a Sharingan of his own, did notice the chakra Danzo had been channeling. His eyes narrowed on the root leader. Sarutobi-sensei isn't going to listen to the words of a traitor. He said. We've talked enough. Jiraiya, traitor is a harsh word. Hiruzen spoke up. The Godame turned his head to his former sensei in surprise. Hiruzen walked forward to Danzo, shaking his head. You are right, Danzo. I am sorry for thinking irrationally. I got so worked up by Jiraiya that I failed to look at the bigger picture. He stated. You have an issue with that. Danzo shaking his head. It's only gotten worse in your old age, Hiruzen. I still disagree with your actions, but I know they were well-intentioned. You are no traitor. You are a loyal shinobi of Konoha who has sacrificed everything for this village. The Sandaime stated. And no Hokage should ever execute a loyal Konoha shinobi. Jiraiya's eyes widened in horror as Hiruzen now stood side by side with Danzo. The Sandaime's body stiffened as he looked back at his student. Koda Amatsukami. Sasuke recalled the name of the technique. Jiraiya, this pursuit needs to be called off. You are overstepping your own authority. Hiruzen declared. Sarutobi-sensei, what the hell are you saying? Jiraiya shouted. You know what this monster has done. You can't dash. Political disagreements do not make him a monster. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed. Jiraiya, please. Call this pursuit off. Or else I will have to use force and make you end this mission myself. Check the description for the links to the author.